shocked and totally freaked out. Then Choi-ji spoke up, following his lead. "So you followed me and saw that I was taken straight to the hospital, right?" "Yeah." Choi-ji and Kang nodded. "And also about Tough Ketchup Man." Before he could even finish the sentence, the TV sound suddenly cut in. The famous actor Maedon, known for his role as Tough Ketchup Man, has turned out to be a real-life superhuman. This news has sent shockwaves throughout the entire world. Both of them turned their heads toward the TV, placed near the window, where news about Incheon Airport was being broadcast. What the? Choi-ji had just woken up and was being bombarded with so much news that his head felt like it was spinning. The news anchor's voice on the TV continued steadily. Not only that, information regarding Ban and that giant monster has also been confirmed. The appearance of these creatures, which have never been recorded before, has left the public in a state of panic and confusion. The TV screen switched to show images of Ban and the monster that looked like a giant jellyfish. The anchor kept reading the news. The white-haired variant with a massive physique dived straight into the body of another floating creature. Then both of them vanished together, leaving behind only a terrifying scream. Not a single trace was left on the screen. The video capturing the moment Ban dived inside, the monster was replayed clearly. The host continued in a steady voice. 2 years ago, when the name Hepthorn appeared in Gangium, that variant creature had never been destroyed. At this moment, new images have surfaced. Ban, the jellyfish monster, and another strange variant. The whole world has fallen back into panic and anxiety. Choi-ji listened to the flurry of news without fully grasping it all. He could only stammer, "What on earth is this?" And even Tough Ketchup Man. Kang finally spoke up, his voice turning slightly serious. "It was Tough Ketchup Man who drove them away. He really is a true superhuman." Kang's face showed a hint of tension. Choi-ji hadn't even digested the previous pile of info yet, so hearing this only made him more confused. He looked completely lost. Scene change. Meanwhile, in the U.S., a shout rang out, "Didn't you hear me? This isn't a place for the FBI to just wander in. This meeting is government-organized." Dion was sitting in an empty room that looked exactly like an interrogation room. He showed clear annoyance as he heard the loud arguing coming from the next room. On the other side of the glass wall, a group of people were debating heatedly. No one has the right to take over the organization of this meeting on their own. What's the deal with you people blocking the door like this? Blocking the press is useless anyway. Hurry up and finish the question list so we can start. If we go over time, Maiden said he'll bust the door down himself. The scene inside looked extremely chaotic. Suddenly, Bo pushed the door open and walked in, making the group freeze. She didn't even bother with the people arguing. She walked straight toward the door leading to Dion's room. Seeing Bo, the group couldn't help but be surprised. They whispered, "It's Stan Bo." Then Bo coldly reached out and pushed the door open. Hearing the noise, Dion turned his head slightly. Seeing it was Bo who entered, he didn't show much of a reaction. Bo strode over and greeted him, her face not hiding its coldness. "Good to see you again, talented actor." Dion looked at her, curled his lip, and said half-jokingly, "Oh, well, this is quite a surprise. I didn't think you'd come here yourself." The rest of the people watched through the glass. Everyone was stunned by Bo's sudden appearance. Stan Bo remained calm, as if it were nothing special. She lowered her voice and spoke bluntly. "I'm only here to ask you a few things. Don't worry, I have no intention of digging into why you kept your true identity a secret." Dion immediately replied, "Even if you did ask, I wouldn't plan on answering that." She stepped forward, pulled out a chair, and sat across from Dion. Then she spoke up. "Your voice sounds completely different now than it did before. Turns out that gentle, patient persona of a national idol was all just a front." "What?" Dion didn't answer and brushed off the distraction. "Cut the crap. I'm not in a great mood right now. If you have something to ask, just ask." Seeing that Dion didn't want to beat around the bush, Bo didn't linger either. She sat down and asked directly, "Like I said, I don't actually have any specific issues. I just want to clear up a few things. Two superheroes facing each other in the same room. Under normal circumstances, this would have been a highly anticipated encounter. But right now, the atmosphere was anything but normal." Bo looked Dion straight in the eye and said softly, "What's your plan from here on out?" After that question, the room fell into silence. Neither of them was in a hurry to speak. Dion hadn't answered yet, and Bo didn't pressure him, just stared intently into his eyes. In the room next door, the regular people were waiting tensely. A man wearing sunglasses spoke up. "This is getting a bit out of hand. Even if she is a superhuman, approaching him like this without any warning is not okay at all." Before he could finish, someone else cut him off. "Simply because she's a superhuman, that's it. At some point, Kem and Ben had appeared, leaning against the doorframe. It seemed they had come here with Bo. Kem slowly added, "Everyone knows it anyway. Maden's true identity. Turns out he's a superhuman after all. The person who understands him best still has to be a superhuman like him. So to get through to Dion, I think Paul is the best fit right now. On her behalf, I hope everyone, no matter which agency you're from, please be patient and wait a bit longer." Hearing that, the crowd went dead silent. Nobody spoke up to object, but their faces clearly showed they weren't buying it. A man wearing glasses then whispered, realizing, Chen, a member of Bo's team. Another person heard this and scratched their nose, muttering under their breath, in a condescending, stuck-up tone, "He's just a collaborator, isn't he? It's not like he's a superhuman." Suddenly, Dion spoke up, answering Bo's question. "To be honest, I'm a bit confused. Up until now, my life as an actor has been very comfortable. As a U.S. citizen and an ordinary human being, I've never felt guilty about hiding the fact that I'm a superhuman, nor do I feel obligated to save the world from those non-human creatures over there." On the other side of the glass, the group erupted in chatter. What? Nobody expected Dion to be so blunt. Bo listened, only giving a slight nod with a fleeting look of surprise. Bo went silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. "So that's how it is. I get it now. It's because of the reputation you worked so hard to build. Am I right?" "Right." She didn't wait for Dion to answer, just let out a soft sigh and continued. "Seems like I had you all wrong." With that, Bo stood up and walked straight out, not even bothering to say another word. Dion remained seated, silent, with no intention of stopping her. The crowd on the other side started panicking. "What? Why? What the—" "That's it? How could this conversation end like this?" Just when everyone thought it was over, Dion suddenly leaned over and spoke clearly. "Quet who?" Hearing that name, Bo froze instantly. Then Dion slowly added, "Your partner is probably dead by now, right?" It was clearly a question, but one that needed no answer. The moment Dion dropped those words, powerful ripples of energy began to radiate from Bo. "What did you just say?" Bo's voice dropped, her eyes flashing with a cold, sharp edge. The entire room began to vibrate slightly. Dion could also feel the rising killing intent. Bo turned around, her eyes glowing like blades, staring straight at Dion. Her voice was threatening, yet she kept a tight lid on her anger. "Tell me exactly what you meant. You better not make me regret listening to your answer." Over here, Chen and Ben could also feel the tension getting thick enough to cut with a knife. Chen panicked for a second, thinking those two might throw hands right then and there. Ben could only mutter a curse under his breath about this jerk. Dion smirked slightly, his voice remaining calm. "I actually spoke with those non-human, giant creatures. They have their own thoughts too." He delivered the statement with ice-cold certainty. Bo stiffened slightly as her killing intent gradually faded. Chen let out a small sigh, thinking he had called it, but Ben was still completely clueless, recalling the moment all three were glued to the giant monitor at the airport. Back then, Chen had a hunch that the monster might be capable of speech. Dion's voice deepened as if he were piecing everything together. "I've faced non-human creatures a few times before, but that lot was on a completely different level. A level that, until now, I never thought I'd witness with my own eyes. Their power and abilities go far beyond anyone's imagination." He paused for a beat before continuing. "If they hadn't retreated, the final outcome of that battle might have ended badly for me, because at that time, White Hat wasn't in his right mind anymore." Dion narrowed his eyes, his voice growing more certain. "The most important piece of info they left behind was a warning that all superhumans in this world will eventually meet their end." He adjusted his phrasing slightly to emphasize the point. Actually, calling it a warning isn't quite right. The way they said it was more like a cold, hard fact. It's going to happen. The adjacent room suddenly went dead silent. The transcribers stopped mid-sentence, everyone's jaws on the floor. The news was way too shocking. Dion continued. His voice was flat, but his eyes were sharp and piercing. "For a long time now, the non-human creatures have only appeared in scattered, isolated incidents, but now we are certain about the existence of a leader-class entity possessing superior intelligence. That means they are fully capable of organized coordination." He mentioned the death of Quet Gu, his voice dropping even lower. "If that's the case, their claim to wipe out every superhuman is absolutely not an empty threat. Not just Quet Gu, but any living superhuman scattered around the globe will sooner or later die by their hands. Once they unify into a single force, then the death of the only ones capable of resisting them will mark the end of the entire Earth." Dion's words landed with the heavy impact of a sledgehammer. The room fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to breathe a word. Suddenly, Bo spoke in a raspy voice. "You knew all that, and you still choose to refuse to stand up and fight?" Hearing this, Dion slightly bowed his head as if preparing to leave. He scoffed and said, "I never said I wouldn't stand up and fight, But let me make one thing clear to you first. He stepped closer, facing Bo directly, his voice firm. I have zero interest in joining any groups. Flying solo is much more my style, so don't bother looking for me. Just as he finished, the door to the room swung open. Come on, Dion. You should at least get yourself a personal manager, like you used to, right? Hearing those words, Dion frowned slightly, his face showing clear confusion. At that moment, Ben peeked out from behind the door with an awkward smile and said, Being a real superhuman isn't as easy as acting in a play. You should really plan out your schedule and have a proper game plan, you know, right? Ben's sudden appearance left Dion even more confused. He shot back, Who even are you? I already said I'm not... But before Dion could finish, Ben cut him off. Someone told me you're the perfect fit for this job. Come on in. Dion was momentarily stunned as Ben pushed the door wide open. Standing right there was Dao, holding a briefcase and a few other things. Scene change. At that time in Russia, everything was buried under a thick blanket of white snow. Belu let out a soft sigh. His voice was deep. It's just my hunch, but it feels like we're getting real close, kiddo. Hearing that, Belu, walking beside him, let out a curse. God damn it! Having to track these damn footprints without even getting a single bite to eat. If I get any hungrier, I'm gonna kill you. With that, he stomped angrily toward the church, fading into the white mist of snow. Kido hurried after him, whispering, Please, sir. Just try to stay calm. On the main road, night had already fallen. Traffic was still bustling through the streets. This whole scene reminds me of the first time we met, Don said. Now I'm sitting in the passenger seat of a car that Dao is driving. Dao replied, Yep, I'm the one behind the wheel, Don. I'm still dealing with the drama at the entertainment agency, and thank you for taking me back once again. Then he continued, his voice sounding a bit tense. At that moment, memories flooded back to Dion. Of the time when he and Dao first met, Dion let out a laugh. Ha ha, I bet. Nobody has been through more than us. You know what I mean, Dao? No matter what happens, we'll face it together. Right, they were both drinking at a roadside stall back then, when Dion suddenly made a promise. Our friendship will last forever. Now, Dion reminded him, you know the deal. All those romantic vibes are over, Dao. Dao nodded, his face turning serious. I know. Then Dao asked Dion, Are we joining their group? Yeah. The group Dao mentioned was Bo's squad. Dion grew pensive for a moment before giving his answer. To be clear, now isn't the time for picking sides or gatekeeping. I once mentioned I'd fly solo, but back then I was just being selfish, not wanting to be tied down by anyone or anything. He continued, Humans weren't even ready yet. When those non-human creatures showed their faces, depending on how aggressive and bloodthirsty they get, this war is going to be way more intense than we thought. To win, superhumans have no choice but to stand together. Scene change. Basilio and Kijo are standing in front of a church in the snow. Kijo spoke up. We tracked its footprints all the way here. Yet this door is still intact. That's weird. Usually, a non-human would have smashed it to pieces by now. Right after hearing that, Basilio placed his hand on the door. Preparing to push it open, he said, Let's go inside and ask why it didn't break the door down. With those words, he pushed the door open. The interior was dark and eerily quiet. The two stepped in, scanning the surroundings. Basilio remarked, It's too quiet. I'm not sure if we'll run into it right away. I hope so. Kijo replied while keeping his eyes moving. Maybe we'll clash with it soon. Just a guess, but I'm sure it's here. Basilio sniffed the air. Yeah, there's definitely a scent of blood. Kijo suddenly spoke up, sounding suspicious. But something's not right. A 4-story building. The size of a cathedral. Non-human energy is everywhere. And yet we still can't pin down its location. Basilio thought for a moment before agreeing. Agreed. I've got a bad feeling too. Don't split up today. Stay close to me. Kijo laughed teasingly. Don't tell me you're actually scared. Hearing the tease, Basilio got annoyed. Enough with the nonsense. I'm just worried about you, dummy. Stick close. But before he could finish his sentence, Basilio threw his arm out to block Kido's path, causing Kido to freeze for a moment. Kido followed Basilio's gaze. In front of them were 2 rows of pews. A few people were sitting in the front rows, seemingly lost in prayer. Kijo silently counted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wait a sec. It was as if he'd just realized something was way off. Kijo froze, staring intently at the back of a seated woman. He immediately spotted something bizarre. There was a wound on her shoulder. It looked like she'd been mauled by a long-clawed beast. Those people aren't human, Kijo confirmed to himself in silence. At that moment, the woman turned her head, revealing a face so pale it looked lifeless. Her eyes were a strange, bloodshot red. Saliva was dripping from the corners of her mouth, as if she were craving something intensely. Upon seeing her face clearly, neither Kijo nor Basilio seemed particularly surprised. At that exact second, the woman seemed to lose all self-control. She suddenly shrieked and lunged straight at them. Basilio braced himself slightly, thinking, why is it so slow? What is this thing even trying to do? Standing beside him, Kijo watched the crazed attacker charging toward them. He wondered, speed is 3 or 4 times a normal human's, but still nowhere near those non-humans. What on earth is this thing? But when the figure was only a few steps away, Kijo immediately leaped backward, clinging onto the second-floor railing. Best to stay out of the way for now. Meanwhile, Basilio remained motionlessly in place. Kijo was a bit taken aback seeing him not react. Master Basilio! Just as that strange woman was about to make contact, Basilio reached out and grabbed her firmly by the throat, holding her suspended in midair to keep her from getting any closer. Pinned down, the woman could only let out a few weak, feeble groans. Basilio scowled in disgust, muttering as she lunged, your eyes were fixated right on my neck. Disgusting. Right then, the roar of another man erupted from the left. He also looked like he'd gone completely feral. He growled and charged recklessly, intending to attack Basilio. Seeing him, Basilio just smirked, not fazed in the slightest. Just as the man was about to close in, he used the very hand holding the woman, tossing her straight at him. Seeing this, Kijo panicked and cried out, Master Basilio! Wait, they're still human. Kijo tried to warn him, thinking they might not have lost all their humanity yet. But before he could finish, Basilio growled, Shut it, Kijo! A loud crash echoed as those two were slammed violently against the wall by Basilio. He gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with contempt. These rotten scumbags don't smell human at all anymore. The two crazed attackers were now slumped against the wall, lying motionless, unable to even twitch. Basilio glared at Kijo. You still don't get it, do you? They died a long time ago. He jumped down to the floor. Bowing his head slightly, he said, Forgive me, Master Basilio. Basilio muttered, his eyes darkening. Everyone has been slaughtered. There's definitely a mastermind behind this. Most likely those non-human creatures. Just then, the others who were sitting still a moment ago all lunged at the two of them at once. No matter how you looked at it, they weren't human anymore. Basilio growled, There's still a few more left. Don't waste time. Send them to the afterlife. Change. In the hospital where Choji was receiving treatment, the news channel was providing non-stop coverage of the incident at Incheon Airport. Since the airport had suspended all operations, countless people were facing massive inconveniences. On the hospital bed, Izzy was sound asleep, his head resting on Choji. Watching him sleep so deeply, Choji frowned, thinking, I told him already. He should just sleep in his own spot. On the TV screen, the news suddenly cut to another breaking story, instantly catching his eye. New reports from Russia. Death tolls and missing persons in northeast Russia are skyrocketing to massive numbers. According to the news, Russia's anti-non-human task force has mobilized the military to conduct a sweeping investigation and track down any leads. Defense officials are also scrambling to clarify the situation, stating there's a high probability the cause stems from those non-human creatures. Receiving a series of bad news, Xiao Di frowned slightly, thinking to himself, feeling as if this world is falling apart bit by bit, like an uncontrollable rogue wave, slowly crashing in. Scene transition. Damn, finally took out the last guy. Bailu let out a curse with a grimace. I freaking hate these kinds of fights. Thud. A man collapsed right at Bailu's feet. Just as he finished complaining, Bailu mumbled while fumbling around all day. This is what you get. He, along with Kijo, looked toward the center of the church. Bailu growled, So it's you scumbag. You're forcing me to hurt innocent people? On the top floor hallway, something was hanging upside down. It gripped the railing tightly with both legs, its whole body dangling, only exposing its head with sharp horns. As soon as he saw it, Bailu shouted, Stop swinging around up there. Get down here now, or do you want me to climb up and crush you? Kijo stood beside him, silently observing without a word. Right after he finished speaking, the monster let go, letting its body free fall. It landed as light as a feather and stood up. Its wings remained tightly wrapped around its body, only peeking its head out with a tilt, casting a prying gaze toward the two in front of it. 3 creatures, 2 non-humans and a monster, stood staring at each other. No one said a word. Suddenly, Kijo spoke up with a comment. It isn't even that big. Smaller than you, actually. Don't even know if it understands human speech. It's just staying silent. Kijo scanned the monster carefully, privately noting how it wrapped its wings around itself. Bizarre appearance. Could it be a vampire bat? He remembered the wounds on the woman's shoulder. Those marks earlier didn't look like scratches, but more like deep bite marks. Turns out this bitch was the one who made them this way. Suddenly, Bailu called out to Kijo. Yeah, his eyes are still glued to the monster, listening as Bailu continued. You see it, right? One bite from that thing and you instantly turn into a vampire. That effect is probably irreversible. This fight is going to be a real pain in the ass. After speaking, Basilio rolled up his sleeves, his eyes glowing. I'll handle this case. Get back now. With that, Bailu charged straight ahead, springing forward with short steps to close in on the target. Watching Bailu rush in, the monster crouched slightly, then suddenly leaped high, hovering right in front of him. Bailu threw a punch aimed straight at its head, but before the fist could connect, it was blocked. The monster curled its body tight, bringing its legs up to catch the punch with the soles of its feet. Next, it tensed its muscles. Using Bailu's arm as a springboard, it kicked off hard and flipped backward, simultaneously spreading its arms wide, breaking out of the tightly wrapped posture from before. Bailu paused for a moment, surprised by those slick moves. Behind him, Kijo's eyes widened. It blocked a strike with its feet. He was secretly blown away. The monster landed gracefully on a higher ledge. Basilio narrowed his eyes, tracking it. Kijo whispered an analysis. It's incredibly agile. To be able to parry Lord Bailu's attack like that. It's not like other non-humans who just lose their minds. It still has total self-control. At this point, the monster hunched over and tensed up. Its wings began to shrink, seemingly sliding off its back, and gathering toward its arms. Something weird also started growing from the base of its neck. Seeing the scene unfold, Kijo couldn't hide his shock. Is it transforming? But Bailu just stood there, silently watching. When the transformation was complete, the monster remained in a hunched position. Its mouth parted slightly as if it were about to say something. Kijo, standing on this side, was still busy, analyzing. It got rid of its wings? No. More like it shifted the wings from its back down to its arms. Is it about to strike? I can feel a massive surge of energy gathering. Not this again. The monster suddenly spoke up. Offie used to be a warrior favored by Lord Pan. He was among the most loyal guards, on par with high-ranking powerhouses like Lord Pan. Both Basilio and Kijo heard it, and couldn't hide their absolute shock. They had never faced a non-human creature that was actually capable of speech. Standing on the high platform, the monster lifted its head and continued. So it turns out, you guys are the ones who finished Offie off. Losing an outstanding warrior like him? Lord Pan was truly heartbroken. But thanks to that, your strength has left a deep impression on him. Exposed below and listening to it ramble, he thought to himself, I can't believe this thing can actually talk, but what the hell is it yapping about? Kijo also took a moment to reflect on the name he just heard. Offie, wasn't that one of the non-human creatures that we took down? Wait, so, before he could finish the thought, the monster suddenly tensed its body. Flexing both arms, it dropped into a crouch and stomped hard. An ear-piercing howl ripped through the air. It wasn't just an ordinary scream. It let out a long, thunderous roar, making both Basilio and Kijo jump in surprise. Kijo quickly covered his ears with both hands. What the hell is this? But in the blink of an eye, the monster vanished from where it stood, charging straight ahead to land a massive punch to Basilio's gut. The strike was too fast for him to react, taking the hit instantly. Seeing Basilio under attack, Kijo cried out in a panic, Lord Basilio! Basilio let out a sharp hiss, then reached out and grabbed the monster's head. You bastard! He hissed through gritted teeth, clenching his other hand into a tight fist. He wound up and swung directly into the monster's face. Despite taking a heavy blow, the monster didn't go down. It braced its body and held firm, then slowly looked Basilio straight in the eye. Realizing his attack wasn't enough to drop it, Basilio froze for a split second. Right after that, the monster suddenly unleashed a wicked uppercut, hitting his chin and sending Basilio reeling backward. Without giving him a chance to counter, it immediately grabbed with both hands, clamping his head and driving a knee hard into his forehead. Taking 2 hits in a row, Basilio started to feel dazed, but it didn't stop there. The monster swung another punch, straight to his face, knocking him back hard against a pillar. It lunged forward, looking at Basilio slumped against the ruined pillar, and spoke in a mocking tone. Turns out it was just a delusion. What, you guys aren't the ones who killed Offie like I thought? Whatever, it doesn't even matter anymore. Don't feel bad about dying. Even if I'm not the one to kill you, you're about to be cooked anyway. In a blind spot where the monster wasn't paying attention, Kolo was moving her hands to cast invisible signs in the air, as if she were drawing something. Meanwhile, Basilio remained completely motionless, still leaning against the pillar, without a single word or movement. The monster glanced down and gave a cold smirk. Fine, I'll turn you into my puppet. Consider it a one-time special treatment. With that, it opened its mouth wide, baring fangs close to Basilio's shoulder, as if preparing to bite. At that exact moment, a sudden flash of light lunged from behind it, aiming straight for the monster's neck. But just as it noticed, it skillfully twisted its body to dodge, causing the attack to go off course, stabbing deep into its shoulder instead of its neck. Kijo suddenly spoke up. "Oh, you dodged it? I was actually planning to blow your head off." "What a shame." The monster faltered for a second from the sneak attack. It touched the bleeding wound, then glared over at Kijo. His eyes had now turned a deep, chilling blue, cold and piercing. Kijo smirked. "I hope you'll step aside now, sir, because from here on out the one playing with this monster is me." The atmosphere immediately grew as tense as a bowstring. The monster seemed to be struggling with its shoulder wound. While Kijo stood his ground with total composure, he looked over at Bailu, who was still slumped motionlessly against the pillar, not making a single sound. The monster slightly bowed its head and spoke in a raspy voice. "Only when facing you like this can I clearly sense that bizarre energy that you are using." After speaking, it took its hand off the wound. The shoulder that was once severed now showed oozing blood, but the tissue had already begun to knit back together. The muscles regenerated and fused as if they were never torn. Witnessing this, Kijo showed no emotion, only narrowing his eyes in thought. "The gash I made is healing up. The inner tissue just keeps regenerating non-stop. What a total pain in the neck. This is the first time I've met a monster with this kind of recovery ability." Right after that, Kijo reached back, ripped off his cloak, and tossed it away. Then he said in a cold tone, "The animal I hate most is the bat. I loathe stinking, repulsive creeps like you, and I'm definitely going to crush you." Kijo now radiated a truly menacing aura. He rolled up his sleeves, as if he were about to rip the monster in front of him, clean in half. The monster fell silent for a few seconds before suddenly bolting. It lunged at Kijo with speed faster than the eye could follow. Kijo immediately leaped backward, his hands tracing invisible symbols in the air. As the monster almost reached him, Kijo flicked his right hand. In an instant, a massive blade appeared, the sword tip pointing straight at the monster. The monster froze, letting out a low hiss. It quickly dodged to the side, but still couldn't avoid the blade's sweep. It was struck, spinning in midair before crashing heavily to the floor. A deep, jagged gash was now etched into its head. Kijo didn't hesitate, raising his index finger to quickly sketch a pattern in the void. Seeing that movement, the monster immediately became wary. This time, Kijo swung his hand decisively. A giant axe descended from above, slamming straight down onto the monster's head. Seeing the axe blade about to crash down, the monster's eyes widened as it tried to dodge, but it was too late. It only had time to look up at the razor-sharp blade, ready to slice right through it. The heavy impact of the strike made the entire building shake. Kijo stood still, his eyes fixed intently on the monster, mulling it over as the scene shifts. Monster with its body sliced clean in half, standing isolated in the middle of a blizzard, facing it. Bailu stared coldly toward a nearby cluster of dead trees. A smirk played on his lips. "Trying to jump into someone else's fight? You've got some nerve." A dark figure lurked behind a tree trunk. Seeing no more reason to hide, Kijo stepped out from the shadows. Bailu growled in annoyance. "This is irritating. What kind of freak are you supposed to be?" Kijo replied nonchalantly, "I am Kijo, a post-human just like you, except I'm just a wandering artist." Scene change. The haze from the previous impact slowly cleared. The silhouette of the monster became visible. It was still standing. Its right arm had been sliced off right at the shoulder, but its gaze remained unwavering. It let out a low chuckle, its voice raspy. "You're stronger than I thought," Kijo briefly thought to himself. "It managed to dodge my strike in the blink of an eye. Incredible reflexes. The severed arm hasn't grown back yet, but the shoulder area is already completely healed." He continued thinking to himself. "Looks like it's regeneration. Still needs some time to fully recover." Quite unexpectedly, the monster spoke up. "I've killed a post-human before, but I never expected someone as powerful as you to exist in this world." Slash! The monster suddenly vanished in an instant. Kijo was slightly taken aback by the sudden disappearance. By the time he realized what was happening, a massive foot was already right in his face. Kijo quickly leaned back to avoid the kick. He pushed off the ground with both hands and flipped backward. Seeing this, the monster lunged forward, swinging its intact arm, clenching its hand into a fist, aiming straight for Kijo's face. Kijo read the situation in time. His index finger began to dance rapidly through the air. Immediately after, Kijo clenched his hand as if pulling from the ground. A massive shield sprang up, blocking the path between him and the monster, stopping the punch dead in its tracks. The monster clearly hadn't seen this coming. Kijo stood still, his face remaining stern, as a faint bloodshot glint flickered in his eyes. Standing opposite him, the monster could easily see the enormous scale of the shield, providing nearly full cover. Kijo scene change. How could you slice that inhuman creature in half? In just the blink of an eye. Bailu asked. Both of them were currently inside Bailu's room. Kijo looked at him silently for a moment, then drew in the air with his index finger. I draw in the air. Whatever I sketch will take real form, powered by my imagination. As he spoke, the shadow of a giant axe appeared behind him. Kijo's eyes also turned a deep shade of blue. He continued, and I can throw them or use them however I want. Bailu nodded and followed up. You mean you cut it in half earlier by throwing something at it? Exactly, Kijo replied shortly. I launched an axe at it. Bailu raised his glass to his lips and asked slowly, but my eyes couldn't even see you make a move. Does your greatest power lie in your speed? Bailu let out an exclamation. That is an absurd but legendary ability. Drawing, then throwing. But surely there's a catch. Kijo's expression turned serious, and he lowered his voice. Right. I'm gradually losing my eyesight. But I haven't fought enough to go completely blind yet. Scene change. The massive shield still stood in front of Kijo. He used his other hand to continue drawing rapidly in the air. The monster remained stationary, held back by that towering shield. Just as he finished the sketch, Kijo curled his index finger and thrust his hand hard to the left. Instantly, a massive mace materialized beside the monster. It all happened too fast, leaving the monster staring blankly, watching the mace fly straight at it. The thunderous blow sent the monster flying, crashing violently into the interior. Its body slammed into the tables and chairs, then smashed through a main pillar, snapping the entire column in two. It slumped to the floor against the wall, panting heavily. Its severed arm still hadn't recovered. That mace strike had weakened it even further. It let out a faint groan as blood seeped from its mouth. At this moment, both the shield and the giant mace began to fade away. Kijo watched it, thinking, I tried to crush its skull. It's tough. He narrowed his eyes. His vision was blurring as blood started to stream from the corners of his eyes. Despite that, Kijo raised his hand and continued drawing in the air, muttering to himself that his sight was fading. I have to end this right now. He was preparing to strike the monster, when he suddenly realized the spot where it had been sitting was empty. It had vanished from that spot without Kijo even noticing. The monster moved silently now, its footsteps light and incredibly fast. Flipping behind Kijo in a flash, it suddenly swung its remaining arm up, slashing straight at him. Kijo only sensed something was wrong at the last second, and spun around. At that exact moment, the monster delivered a massive cleaving strike, splitting Kijo's body in two. The clean, decisive cut sent Kijo's body falling to the ground in two pieces, lying motionless at the monster's feet. It looked down, tilting its chin up arrogantly with a cold smirk, and stomped hard on his head. It let out a cold laugh. This guy was legit tough. I didn't even mean to kill him. But then it suddenly froze. Right then, Kijo's two-part corpse began to vanish. The way it disappeared was exactly like the weapons Kijo would draw and then erase. This sight left the monster stunned, not realizing that right behind it, on the second floor, another Kijo was already standing there, holding the bow and drawing it high. He aimed the arrow at the target below. The monster still couldn't wrap its head around what just happened. Kijo's eyes trembled as his pupils began to bleed even more. Swoosh! The bowstring snapped back violently. The arrow whistled down through the air, piercing the gap between the monster's neck and shoulder. In a shocking twist, the arrow expanded, growing much larger than its original size, as if Kijo had used his own power to enlarge it while it was mid-flight. Caught off guard, the monster didn't stand a chance to react. The arrow drove straight through its neck, leaving behind a critical wound. It gaped, spitting out a mouthful of blood and groaning in agony. On this side, Kijo was starting to look exhausted. After a series of relentless attacks, he leaped down from the second floor, landing lightly behind the monster, which was still writhing from its fresh wound. Kijo exhaled softly, thinking to himself that he'd never abused this power with such violence before. Damn it, my vision is completely fading. Everything grew blurrier as the blood from his eyes thickened. Kijo was likely pushing his absolute limit. Suddenly, the monster lowered its gaze, looking at the spear still impaled through its body. Kijo hesitated for a moment, caught by surprise. He hadn't expected it to still have the strength to fight back. The monster gritted its teeth and ripped the spear out, blood gushing everywhere, dripping onto the floor in long streaks. It turned back to glare at Kijo, growling, I will kill you! Kijo frowned in annoyance. No way. This thing is really hard-headed. But then, as if realizing something, Kijo suddenly stiffened, his eyes staring straight ahead. Scene change. Why are you following me? Bailu asked as they both walked side by side. Kijo smiled and replied casually, just 'cause you fed me? The answer caught Bailu off guard. Wait, what? Kijo shook his head with a light laugh. Just kidding. I just think you're the only one who can lead me. Scene change. A flash of memory made Kijo smile to himself, a faint, nostalgic smile. Because you're stronger than me. But at that same moment, Bailu regained consciousness. He stood tall, looming directly in front of the monster. His presence was so intense it made the creature instinctively recoil. Step back. Kijo, standing nearby, saw Bailu's gaze turn cold and sharp again, as usual, and let out a small sigh of relief. It's been a while since I've seen him like this. But up front, Bailu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot and glaring intensely at the enemy. He growled out a cold question. Hey, done playing yet? Murderous intent radiated from Bailu, making the monster flinch for a second. It immediately leaped backward, trying to put some distance between them. Just a few steps back, the monster suddenly started coughing fitfully. It snarled, thinking, this bastard is different from before. It narrowed its eyes, observing Bailu, comparing his current figure to how he looked when he first appeared. Then it vaguely concluded, he seems to have shrunk? The monster placed a hand on its shoulder where the flesh was knitting back together. Its voice trembled. I don't know what kind of trick you just pulled. But are you standing up just to die? Despite the provocative words coming out of its mouth, deep down it knew perfectly well that its own condition was far from good. It stared at the arm that was still regenerating, silently calculating. The part that was cut off still needs time to recover. I have to regenerate at least to a basic level to have enough strength to keep fighting. Suddenly, the monster let out a roar. That sounded incredibly painful. The stump of its arm pulsed with regeneration, gradually returning to its original form. Seeing this, Kijo frowned slightly, thinking to himself, it's focusing all its energy on healing those wounds. Even the puncture from the arrow is sealing itself. From behind, Kijo could see the wound through the neck was also closing up. He immediately shouted, Bailu, it can regenerate! Finish it off before it fully... But before Kijo could even finish, Bailu's roar cut him off. Who cares? Hearing that, the monster spoke in a raspy voice, mockingly repeating Bailu's words. Who cares, huh? It smirked. If you get skewered, will you still be this arrogant? By now, the entire arm that had been severed had completely regenerated. But that's not all. Where its hand used to be had now turned into a razor-sharp blade. Even the puncture wound in its neck had vanished without a trace. It sneered, First off, I should thank you guys. I didn't expect my body to regenerate this fast. Both Kijo and Bailu just stood there, motionless, letting the monster ramble on. It continued, its voice full of cryptic meaning. I finally get what Mi was saying. The presence of heroes like you only makes us stand out even more. Finishing its sentence, it crouched low and suddenly lunged forward. The move was so forceful it collided with the surrounding furniture. It charged so fast it was hard for the naked eye to track. Kijo froze, thinking, how is it still this hyped up? The monster was now clinging to a pillar, right to the left of Bailu. It kicked off the pillar and launched itself straight at him, the blade arm thrusting directly at the head of Bailu, the distance closing to just an inch. The blade was nearly touching his forehead, yet Bailu remained dead still with no intention of dodging or countering. Scene change. Ha! A burst of crisp laughter rang out. Kijo was laughing while biting into some bread. Ah, sorry. I shouldn't be laughing, haha. He said he was sorry, but he didn't look like he was going to stop anytime soon. Bailu walked past, growling, unless you want to die. You'd better shut your mouth right now. At this, Kijo stopped laughing and switched to a more serious tone. Fast digestion. It does sound kind of funny, but that's the ability that you put so much effort into coming up with, right? Bailu wasn't at all pleased with that joking attitude, snapping, Are you trying to mess with me? On the table, several slices of bread were still steaming, next to a small plate of butter. The two seemed to be discussing while eating. Bailu continued explaining in a stern voice, the fast digestion ability, actually, directly affects my overall combat power. It helps me boost endurance, vision, reaction speed, and muscle mass significantly. Kijo, while munching on his bread, spoke up. Does this have anything to do with the ability being activated? By burning off excess fat? That sounds pretty interesting. Usually, people believe that the heavier you are, the stronger you get. But for you, it's the opposite. Bailu casually took another bite of his bread, but didn't forget to reply, yeah. To put it simply, the more weight I lose, the stronger I become. But the worst part is He paused for a moment, leaving the sentence unfinished. Kijo, who had been listening intently, suddenly spoke up to finish the thought. You mean, you can't activate this ability on your own? Bailu glanced at Kijo while chewing, letting out a half-impressed, You're pretty sharp sometimes. That's what makes you bolder than the rest. Kijo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I'll take that as a compliment. He visualized the mechanics of Bailu's power in his head, then continued. I guess you can't really run this ability by yourself. Meaning, you need certain conditions to get stronger. Bailu nodded. That's right. The kind of opponent I face usually has to be strong enough to push me. This ability only kicks in when I'm being hit or backed into a corner, even when I'm reaching my absolute limit. Kijo narrowed his eyes in contemplation. Sounds inconvenient, but also pretty fascinating. If I may ask, how much weight are you planning to lose? Bailu chuckled softly before answering. I can wipe out those pieces of trash, even without losing much. Just a little weight loss. And my power already skyrockets. This fast digestion, it has never even hit its max. Never. Kijo's voice suddenly turned serious. So that means that no one has ever pushed you to your limit. He thought to himself and muttered, what a terrifying ability. Sorry for laughing earlier. Bailu smirked and teased back. I almost clapped you right then and there. Scene change. Blood began dripping onto the floor. Bailu glared at the monster and growled, it's been a long time since someone was the first to make me digest this. Just like that, in a split second, Bailu used his bare hands to snatch the sharp blade, pointing straight at his face, stopping it dead in its tracks. He clenched his fist, eyes sparking with rage. Die! Congratulations! After saying that, Bailu threw a heavy, earth-shattering punch right into the center of the monster's face. The punch was so strong it was sent flying backward, repeatedly smashing into tables and chairs, until its entire body slammed hard into the pillar over there. The monster slumped by the pillar, its body trembling in pain. Its face was completely distorted, covered in a bloody mess from taking the full force of the punch. It looked at Bailu, shaking inwardly. At this rate, I'm cooked. Bailu kept his face twisted in a scowl. The monster struggled to stand, hunching over its body. Two large wings sprouted from its back again, just like before. Seeing this, Kijo was a bit stunned. Wings growing back? The monster lowered its center of gravity and launched itself straight up. It smashed through the ceiling, trying to find a way out. Kijo followed it with his eyes, thinking, is it trying to fly away? It's running away! The monster lunged toward the highest window. A series of loud crashes echoed out. Bailu immediately leaped up, kicking off the surroundings to launch himself high, blocking the path. The monster saw Bailu unexpectedly block its way. The monster's eyes went wide, completely caught off guard. Bailu growled, his face as hard as steel. Die, you lowlife! With that, he threw a punch like a sledgehammer straight at its head. The monster took the full hit and was slammed back down to the ground. Boom! Boom! It fell so hard that the impact caused the floor to crack wide open. The shockwave from the collision swept away the tables and chairs nearby, blowing through the entire room. However, Kijo, standing up high, was also knocked back by the strong gust, forcing him to grab the railing with one hand to keep his balance. He raised his other hand to cover his face, avoiding the wooden splinters flying everywhere in the chaos. Before he could even compose himself, Kijo's eyes widened in surprise as he looked down into the hall. At this moment, Basilio was diving straight down. He clenched both hands into fists and raised them high. Just as he was about to hit the ground, Basilio slightly lowered his arms, then delivered a sledgehammer blow straight into the floor, right where the monster was lying. A violent explosion rang out. The entire building shook, as if it had just been hit by an earthquake. Only when everything began to settle was Kirio able to see clearly. One of the monster's legs was still sticking straight up in the air. Basilio's arms hung loose, drenched in dripping blood. The scene was one of breathtaking chaos. The floor was shattered into jagged pieces, debris scattered everywhere, while chunks of cement from the ceiling rained down. Suddenly, all of a sudden, the entire church began to shake violently again. The massive pillars started cracking one by one, showing signs that they couldn't take the load any longer. Kijo looked up at the ceiling as it began to cave in. For a split second, everything blurred. The entire cathedral dome looked ready to collapse at any moment. From the outside, it was clear to see winding cracks snaking all across the walls, slabs of stone trembling as if they were about to burst out. It showed just how terrifyingly powerful Basilio's recent strike truly was. Realizing the situation was dire, Kijo immediately screamed, "Hey, Bailu! The building is coming down because of that hit! Get out now!" With those words, both of them bolted out of the church. The wooden doors, which were still intact, were smashed to splinters as the two slammed right through them. The moment they escaped, the church collapsed instantly. Sections of the walls and the dome came thundering down, shattering against the white snow. Kijo calmly adjusted his cloak and asked with a chuckle, "There's no denying it. That guy was actually pretty tough. Did you get bitten anywhere?" Basilio shoved his hands into his pockets and replied indifferently, "Nah. I was fighting while keeping an eye on his teeth. I'm sharp like that, especially after being starved for 2 whole days." As he finished speaking, the church behind them had turned into a pile of rubble. completely burying the monster's remains. Basilio shrugged. Whatever, let's go get some grub. Scene change. A strange monster is standing perfectly still, seemingly lost in thought. It slightly tilts its head as if it just discovered something. Pan, standing behind, looks a bit confused by this, softly calling out, "Moo!" Only then does the monster reply in a raspy voice. I'm guessing he's a goner. Pan, along with two other monsters standing there, all freeze for a moment. Emil continues in an indifferent tone. He must have run into a superhuman. I told him to stop with the fighting, while we were still hunting for Offie's body. Ba, sitting in the middle of the room, hears this and speaks up in annoyance. That stupid bat! It really is annoying. But is this something we should be worried about? Mull turns around, revealing a somewhat gaunt face. Right in the center of the forehead is a prominent red 10 mark. It replies calmly, it doesn't matter. Scene change. Out in the hallway, a person on crutches walks with a limp, their leg in a cast. Choji reaches out to open the door to the house. He glances at the living room cluttered with clothes and mutters softly, "Off to school already?" He exhales, leaning back against the wall, whispering, I don't know if it's because I've tasted enough hardship or what, but there's really no place like home. Choji slowly crouches down, taking off the shoe on his good foot, thinking, I hope I didn't get discharged too early. Stepping into the kitchen, Choji suddenly notices something strange. On the table is a large pan turned upside down as if covering something. Attached to the pan is a pale yellow sticky note. Looking at the writing on it, Choji chuckles. Pfft, what's this? This note was definitely left by Kang. It says, You got discharged today, right? Enjoy the meal. It's potatoes. I'm heading to school. Choji squints, breaking into a sudden, curious smile. Then he gently lifts the pan. Underneath is a plate piled high with food, all ready to go. Scene change. At school, Kang is sitting in class. It seems break time has just started. He has only just woken up. Red marks are still imprinted on his forehead and cheeks. Suddenly, Kang's phone vibrates with an incoming message. He glazes over before picking up the device to check. It's a message from Choji. He sent a flurry of messages full of thanks to Trang. I'm so touched. Thanks a lot, man. Attached was a photo of a plate of food. Looking at the messages, one would think, is it really that delicious? I'd rather hope he doesn't eat that stuff. As for Judy, after having a few spoonfuls, his face began to turn a visible shade of purple. He looked like he didn't want another single bite. Damn it, what the hell is this? Judy muttered. At the same time over here, Kang messaged back, that food probably tastes like crap. Just ditch it, wait until I get back and I'll eat it. Judy looked at the message and felt a brief pang of guilt, thinking to himself his bad intuition was right on the money. Meanwhile, at school, a voice suddenly called out, Hey, Kang! Hearing his name, Kang turned around. Yao and Jabong were standing at the back of the class. Yao called out, Aren't you going to the cafe? You promised to treat us today. Kang turned fully around and replied nonchalantly, Fine, let's go. But I don't have any money. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao and Jabong looked at each other, their faces momentarily blank. What the hell? Is he planning to make us pay for him? Despite that, all three of them headed out of the classroom. Yao and Jiabong walked ahead, chatting as they went. That's not it. Those weirdos at Incheon Airport the other day, why didn't they run? They're just ordinary people. Jabong tilted his head and asked, So what's the deal then? At that moment, Yao suddenly recalled the images broadcast on TV. He muttered analytically, I'm not sure why, but clearly they retreated on their own. Did you see the video? Everything was completely trashed. Those hands crawling out. They looked so twisted, to the point where normal people wouldn't stand a chance of defending themselves. Yao continued. According to the reports, it was as if someone forced them to retreat. Jiabong paused for a moment in thought. Thinking back now, those monsters just vanished like that. Normal people couldn't even lay a finger on them. Jiabong shuddered slightly and asked, Do you think it's over now, Yao? Will everything come to an end, Dieu? Yao snorted and replied curtly, Over my ass. Did you forget about the white caps in Korea? Kang followed closely behind. He was slightly startled to hear Yao mention the white cap. Yao continued, And then there's the Jade Saint. Not to mention the ordinary folks. Who knows how many superheroes are still low-key and haven't shown their faces yet? Kang's expression suddenly darkened, but he just listened in silence. Yao concluded, Anyway, we don't really have any other choice but to trust them. Kang let out a soft sigh. His face still held a trace of melancholy for some unknown reason. Scene cuts to Judy. While eating, the spoon suddenly slipped from his hand, making a clinking sound on the table. He clutched his head with his other hand. His face contorted from a sudden surge of pain. That high-tension scene kept haunting his mind, like a never-ending psychological aftershock. Judy squinted, pressing his hands against his head. The memory of the monster encounter flashed back again. Lately, I've been having non-stop nightmares. My body keeps twitching and cramping up. He looked down slightly at his trembling hands, wondering how on earth superheroes can face off against those things anytime, anywhere. Judy looked up at the ceiling. His face was full of deep thought. An image of Kang suddenly flickered through his mind. Kang, man. At the same time, over here, Kang also stopped walking. He tilted his head slightly toward the sky. His gaze seemed to be calculating something. Judy sat there as a tear silently rolled down. His eyes showed a hint of sadness and sympathy when thinking about Kang. What do you think about your own life, Kang? In the early morning, Kang stood in the middle of a windy road, wind hitting his face as he looked up at the sky. With a pensive look, who am I? What on earth am I? He squinted slightly up at the ceiling. His eyes were full of contemplation. At that moment, he reached into his pocket, felt something and pulled it out. It turned out to be the business card for the sumo dojo that the old man had given to Kang at the arm wrestling contest. He stared intently at the card, recalling the words the old man once said when he held it out in front of him. Lim Kang, drop by whenever you can. I bet you have plenty of questions. If you're looking for me, come to Dongbu Mountain. But the image of the old man's gaze as he was about to leave made Kang's heart sink for a moment, lost in thought. Right then, Jiabang and Yao noticed Kang standing there in a daze, refusing to move another step. Seeing this, Jiabang spoke up. Yo, Kang, what are you standing there for? Hearing his name, Kang snapped out of it and replied, Oh, I'm coming. He quickly stepped forward to walk alongside them. Yao casually threw an arm around his shoulder while Jiabang looked at him and teased, This guy. Lately, you've been skipping the cafe for 3 days straight. Is something up? Hearing that, Kang just replied briefly, Nah. Scene changes to late afternoon. In the living room, Kang and Judy were each holding a slice of pizza, eyes still glued to the TV screen, eating while chatting. Judy spoke first. Hey, do you plan on visiting that old guy? Kang gave a slight nod and hummed in agreement. Judy continued, Good, but we've got to settle the score with that old thief. He had the nerve to swipe my trophy. You mean he must be a superhero too, right? Judy asked. Yeah, Kang answered shortly, eyes still fixed on the screen. At that point, Judy suddenly remembered that day at the arm wrestling contest. He grew pensive. At first I thought he was just a scammer, but thinking back, the trophy was just gone. I didn't even notice when it happened. Suddenly Kang spoke up. I didn't know either until I talked to him. Judy looked slightly puzzled and turned to ask, But how are you so sure he's a superhero? Kang replied, his voice dropping, I'm not sure either. It's just that he felt exactly like those non-human things. Kang suddenly compared the image of that old man with the monster at Incheon Airport. Man's figure also flashed through his mind. Just like that guy from that day, Kang thought silently to himself. Suddenly, the news anchor's voice blared from the TV, cutting off the two friends' conversation. We just had an interview with the analyst, superhero. Department head Kim Hyun-jong, both Kang and Judy, turned at once to stare at the screen. A man in a sharp suit was sitting next to another guy, who looked quite tough. Likely, the department head mentioned. The host spoke first. Greetings, department head. Mr. Kim gave a slight nod. Then he began. Non-human creatures are appearing. Almost every day. The man beside him nodded and added, That's right. It seems the frequency of their appearances is higher than before. The host nodded and moved to another question. What the public knows about superheroes is still very limited. Correct? Department head Kim nodded and answered firmly, You're right. There are big names like the Jade Saint, but the number of heroes the public knows can be counted on one hand. Besides the Jade Saint, there's the recently revealed Wall Man and Reen Quit Dao, just 3 people. But the reality definitely doesn't stop there, he stated with conviction. The host frowned slightly, adjusted his glasses and asked, And, what makes you so sure? Department head Kim answered instantly in a resolute tone. Just look at the statistical reports, the accidents, and the incidents scattered until now. But those creatures are appearing all over the globe. Could only 3 superheroes, Jade Saint, Dion, and Quit Dao, handle it all alone? He continued, There are places where monsters showed up, but only their carcasses were left behind. Take Russia, for instance. Isn't it weird? After every case, there's a mountain of their bodies, and yet no one knows who pulled it off. After listening to a long analysis from the department head, the host finished taking notes and immediately spoke up. So that means there are things done by superheroes, whose faces we don't even know, right? Just like South Korea's White Hat. The department head leaned in slightly, looked toward him and replied, You're right, but White Hat is a bit more of a special case. We don't know his true identity, but everyone is aware of his existence. Right, but even if it's not made public, Earth is currently being protected by Anonymous. Superheroes, he continued in a serious tone. Analyses also show that Those creatures are extremely hard to kill. Unless we resort to nuclear weapons, there are almost no other options. In our modern arsenal, you can't negotiate with those super monsters. They appear out of nowhere, and their forms are totally unpredictable. If it weren't for the superheroes, it wouldn't be surprising if Earth were already destroyed. Hearing this, the host got a bit tense, but quickly regained his composure and asked further, "Those superheroes, where on earth do they come from?" The department head answered the MC flatly, "That hasn't been disclosed yet. But who they are, or where they come from doesn't even matter anymore." The MC nodded and asked again, "The fact is they exist, and they're on our side. Fighting for humanity, right?" Suddenly, the department head raised his hand to interrupt. "Hold on. Just because they're called superheroes, it's way too early to conclude that all of them are on our side, although it's still just an unverified rumor. Right now in Europe, rumors are flying that people have seen a superhero commit murder. Don't we all find that suspicious?" The MC seemed to suddenly remember something and asked back, "Which superhero do you mean?" The department head nodded and replied, "Exactly. That incident at Incheonport a while back. Many workers lost their lives. Back then, someone considered a superhero made an appearance." The host clasped his hands and tapped them lightly for emphasis. "The one who once went toe-to-toe with White Hat during that short interval?" Seeing that, the department head gave a slight nod. "Exactly. He is now widely known by the name Black Hat. He has strange tattoos and acts very sketchy. Not only that, he even fought one-on-one against South Korea's very own White Hat." He continued, "All of this makes the government, the anti-mutant forces, and many analysts, myself included, highly suspect that Black Hat and the guy in the red cloak are threats to humanity, completely opposite to the other superheroes." At that moment, on the large screen behind them, a list suddenly appeared, along with images of superheroes, looking like a statistical chart. The department head pointed at it. "In short, the superheroes who have revealed themselves so far. Are these faces right here?" But just a few hours ago, a new person appeared and announced that they would cooperate with the government. A new superhero has voluntarily come forward. That statement made everyone freeze. Back at the house, Judy choked on her food immediately after hearing it. Kang also went stiff, a look of surprise crossing his eyes. The host looked at the department head, his voice still full of shock. "Just a few hours ago?" The department head explained slowly, "That's right. She is a woman in Scotland named Sonata. She claimed that she alone has been protecting the entire United Kingdom." On this end, Judy processed the new info with a total deer-in-the-headlights look. She blurted out, "Say what?" "Who is that?" Kang was still fixated on the TV screen, his expression hardening as if he were pondering something deep. The department head concluded, "Word has it she used to know the Jade Saint. Though many details remain unclear, she is undoubtedly a true superhero." The host showed clear surprise, and then quickly continued, "This is indeed a huge deal. Department head, we're almost out of time. Thank you so much for the talk today. I'd like to ask one last question, sir. Could you describe what the superhero White Hat, the icon of South Korea, is really like? Aren't there rumors saying he's actually a government cyborg?" Hearing the mention of White Hat's identity, Kang and Judy were both startled. The department head's face darkened for a second, before seriously answering the question. "Interesting point. According to our analysis, White Hat is definitely not some kind of cyborg. Within the scope of our office's data, we have somewhat guessed his true identity. There's a chance that White Hat is actually..." Both Kang and Judy turned pale. If White Hat's real identity were exposed, it would definitely lead to a whole lot of trouble. The department head began to reveal his analysis of White Hat, his voice remaining very calm. "He is likely in his mid or late 40s. And even more surprisingly, there's a possibility that he is a woman or a foreigner." The host cried out, "Oh my God! That is a total plot twist. How could you guys analyze it so deeply? That's truly impressive, haha!" The department head only gave a faint smile. "Not just anyone can pull off this kind of analysis. But don't buy it just yet. For now, this is all just a shocking theory." The MC followed up. "So what's the reason to believe White Hat is actually a woman? And almost 40 years old?" The department head shook his head. "I can't disclose that. The analysis data is classified as top secret. Regardless, the two on air continued their back-and-forth exchange. On this side, Judy and Kang were still sitting there in a daze from all that guesswork. Judy mumbled, "None of that even makes sense. That old guy is a total clown." Kang remained dead silent. He didn't care what others were saying about him. Early the next morning, Kang said, "You don't need to tag along. I can handle this myself." Judy, who was sitting down tying his laces, with his leg still in a cast, shot back immediately. No, I'm coming. You're too green to deal with that old thief. Let me handle the talking with scammers. The two stood in silence for a moment, then nodded and opened the door. Fine, we'll go together. Both of them left the house. Kang walked slowly ahead, while Judy followed closely behind, glued to his phone trying to find the way. Judy grumbled, "Montdongbo is in the middle of nowhere." Both were lounging on the bus stop bench when Kang asked how much further. Judy, sitting right next to him with eyes on his screen, replied, "Almost there. This is the last bus." Hearing that, Kang clicked his tongue and whined, "Aren't you hungry? I told you we should have eaten breakfast before leaving." Judy was surprised and thought to himself, "Wait, this guy actually knows how to complain?" Then he replied nonchalantly, "I'm starving too." "I know you eat 4 meals a day." Judy looked around and muttered in frustration, "What the hell is this place? Not a single supermarket or convenience store in sight. Do we have to go noodle for fish in the mud or what?" Kang suddenly sat up, frowning. "Are you sure this is the right bus stop? We've been waiting here for 40 minutes already." In contrast to Kang's impatience, Judy remained calm. "If you're patient, it'll show up. I checked on the blog. This is the only road up Montdongbo." After saying that, he looked back down at his phone, searching for something. Kang suddenly had an idea. "How about I just carry you and sprint there? It'd be faster." Judy shot him a look and replied bluntly, "Hell no, if you blast off like a rocket and I fall, I'm toast." He said that, but Judy thought to himself, actually, that really would be faster. He recalled their journey since leaving home. The two had taken a train to Gukbo, first hopping on a bus, then walking, one trip after another. The whole day passed, yet they still hadn't arrived. Right now, the two are still sitting aimlessly in the middle of nowhere, unsure if any vehicle would even pass by. Judy mumbled in a dazed voice, "Where am I? Who am I?" Immediately after, he suddenly noticed something. He perked up and shouted in joy, "There it is! The bus!" Hearing that, Kang tilted his head to look. Sure enough, a bus was heading toward them. Judy turned around excitedly. "I told you if we waited, it'd come!" The bus came to a stop. The two hurried from their spots and boarded the bus. As soon as they got on, Judy politely greeted the driver. "Hello, sir. Does this bus go to Montdongbo?" The driver turned back with a smile. "Oh, young man, that's right. This bus goes straight up Montdongbo. It's also the final stop. I'll give you a shout when we get there." The bus continued its journey. Kang leaned back, his eyes fixed out the window. He looked off into the distance, watching a tractor drive across a vast field. Judy, sitting behind him, leaned forward and called out softly, in a serious tone, "Kang, are you sure that old guy is actually a superhero?" "We're just heading there without any plan." "What if it's dangerous?" "To be honest, I still don't know what kind of person he is, judging by the way he stole my trophy." Kang listened but remained silent, his face darkening slightly as if deep in thought. A moment later, he softly replied, "I don't think you need to worry. Somehow, I can tell he's not a bad person, even if he's just a stranger to us for now." Jody frowned slightly at that, thinking to himself, for a guy who always says, "I don't know," he's acting pretty out of character with that judgment. The bus rolled along, passing through endless fields. Inside, the TV hanging from the ceiling was broadcasting news about superheroes in Europe, which caught Kang's attention for a moment. The report was about Chen Sonata. Chen Sonata officially issued a warning to the media and press this morning. She announced that she would destroy any equipment if she discovered it, while also requesting to not be disturbed, since she is currently coordinating with the government. A small screen displayed an image of Chen, along with news about her. Both Judy and Kang didn't show much of a reaction to this news. The bus began to drive across a small bridge. The driver looked back and announced, "Guys, we've arrived at Montdongbo." Hearing that, both of them focused their attention on the driver. Judy quickly said, "Yes, thank you, sir." The bus stopped and let the two of them off. Kang looked around restlessly, mumbling, "Is there even a place to eat around here?" Judy leaned on his crutches as he stepped down, wondering where to go next. Suddenly, all of a sudden, Kang pointed his hand forward. "Look over there! There's a sign." Both of them followed his gaze to a rustic wooden sign, with an arrow pointing straight ahead. It said Montdongbo. Without saying another word, the two readjusted their bags and began walking along the path the sign indicated. Judy mumbled, "We just follow this road, right?" Standing beside him, Kang let out a soft sigh and muttered back, "I have no idea when we'll actually reach the top." Scene change. Meanwhile, in America, it was evening. In a high-rise apartment, a phone placed on the nightstand suddenly rang repeatedly, but a person was still buried under the covers, not clearly awake yet. She was startled by the ringtone. She sat up and looked at the phone screen. It showed a call from Shamper. She quickly picked up. "Cham?" On the other end, a person's voice rang out immediately. Good Lord, were you sleeping? Hearing Cham's voice, he was momentarily stunned. She asked back after hearing B's voice, sounding somewhat tired on the line. B spoke up. Yeah, I only just closed my eyes for a bit. Cham felt a bit guilty hearing that and lowered his voice. I'm sorry. It's no big deal, what's up? Cham didn't beat around the bush anymore and got straight to the point. We've obtained the data, recovered from the omnidirectional surveillance camera system on the Gukbo train. Extracted from the royal yacht, Cham said while standing next to Ben, who was still hunched over his computer typing away. Hearing this new information, Ben looked a bit stressed. Cham continued. Right now we're reviewing the camera footage and simultaneously filtering through the surveillance cameras at the scene where the battle with those non-human creatures took place. You just keep thinking it over. Then tomorrow morning at sunrise, can you join us for the analysis? Before Cham could even finish his sentence, B interrupted. Cham, where are you right now? Cham replied calmly. At Ben's lab. I'm heading over, get back to work. Knowing it was hard to stop B, he just muttered, all right then. Scene change. Meanwhile, with Kang and Judy, the two had followed the signpost for a while, when they came across a wooden bridge leading to the other side of the mountain. In front of the bridge, another wooden sign clearly read Sumo Martial Arts Academy. The arrow pointed straight ahead. Judy mumbled to himself as he walked. Sis once told me to get into the habit of keeping a journal. I'm not sure if it's called a diary or a memo, but she was always writing something. The two stood before the sign, pointing and discussing something. Jody continued thinking, I'll do what she did, starting today. It's not like I'm writing this because I miss her or anything. They continued winding along the trail leading deep into the mountain. As they walked, Judy grumbled again. Lately, it feels like I'm constantly grinding through levels. When they crossed a stream, Kang reached the other bank first. He turned back and suddenly remembered Judy had a leg in a cast. Hopping across boulders was no easy feat. The path up to the Sumo Martial Arts Academy was treacherous, almost entirely made of game trails. Judy looked up at the rocky incline and told himself, this is definitely the hardest mountain I've ever climbed. It's like a final boss in a game. Because of the cast, throughout the entire climb, Kang had to use one hand to grip the rocks and the other to pull Judy along. When they faced a rickety suspension bridge, below it was nothing but a faint blur of white bones. Judy was shaking a bit, not daring to take a step. Meanwhile, Kang just nonchalantly walked ahead, totally forgetting Judy was struggling behind him. Finally, Kang had to turn back to help Judy across. Jody sighed, looking down from such a height. Looking down is terrifying. Whatever, just keep looking straight. The two exchanged a few words while standing in the middle of the bridge. After crossing the bridge at a rest stop, Judy propped up his cast, rested a notebook on his thigh, and wrote something. In his head, he thought, I know I'm becoming a burden. I'm also just making excuses to stick with Kang. Actually, I feel pretty guilty, but I still like being with this guy. Judy thought about the idea of Kang going alone. It makes me feel uneasy, and I'd probably start having some dark thoughts. Right before the two of them now was a massive cave. Judy and Kang stopped, looked at each other, and joked, bet there's definitely something living in there. Probably a lizard with wings. After that, they both put their heads down and kept moving. Judy mumbled, I'm not even sure if we'll make it to the top, or if we'll just end up lost in these mountains forever. But eventually, they managed to find the Sumo Martial Arts Academy. But then, what stood before them was a fairly large, ancient wooden building, hidden deep within the forest. They both stood frozen in their tracks. Finally, they had reached the meeting point of this long, drawn-out journey. Scene change. B pushed open the lab door and walked straight in. I'm here. Seeing her, both Cham and Ben looked up to say hello. B didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the topic. What's the situation? Cham replied, while you were on your way. We found 2 surveillance cameras, with clear angles showing Gwit's entire body. After saying that, he turned toward the large monitor. Ben sat with his arms crossed, eyes glued to the images. B looked on as well. A flicker of tension crossed all 3 of their faces. But there was something off that made B frown. Suddenly hearing something, her face fell. It seemed the situation wasn't very promising. Chen immediately spoke up. Ben, put it on the screen right now. Ben quickly typed a few commands and replied, got it, just a sec, since the Holy Jade is here. So I'll prepare a short summary for you. A click sounded as Ben pressed enter. On the big screen, 6 camera frames appeared, captured from the main banquet hall. Ben pointed, this is the Obama banquet hall where they fought those creatures. The surveillance cameras caught images of Gwit Zhao from 2 angles, number 2 and number 5. Only 2 in total. Ben further explained, angle 2 was filmed from above. The image gets a bit blurry when zoomed in, but angle 5 is closer to Gwit Zhao's body. The picture is clearer. Looking at the frame, Cham involuntarily shivered slightly. He adjusted his glasses, trying to keep his cool. Only B remained silent, eyes fixed on the screen, showing no emotion at all. Ben continued, since angle 2 isn't clear, we'll focus on angle 5. The image quality here was better restored. Having said that, Ben moved the cursor to frame 5 and clicked. The image was enlarged with more detail. The flickering light in the video wasn't due to poor quality, but because of the Holy Jade's techniques. At that moment, Ben pointed to a corner of the frame and said, pay attention to the timestamp at the bottom. Look at the right corner. It's at 47 seconds, 48 seconds. As Ben finished speaking, the number jumped past 47. Gwit Zhao's body, which had been lying still on the floor, suddenly vanished. Gwit Zhao's body is gone, Ben stated firmly. Ben narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised at witnessing this sight. Cham and Ben, however, remained calm. They had likely seen it before. Ben added, it's been like that ever since. Ben, can you slow down the video as much as possible? Ben turned around, typed another command, and replied, sure, one moment. Currently, the slowest speed is 0.1x. Ben nodded. That's enough. Play from 47 to 48 seconds. Ben pressed enter. The video replayed slowly at 0.1x. The frame went back to the 47-second mark. Gwit Zhao's body was still there. Just as it turned to 48, a dark shadow darted close. Gwit Zhao vanished along with the body in the blink of an eye. Ben gasped, there's something like an afterimage. Chen and B, standing behind, were also startled to see it so clearly. B immediately ordered, replay it. Stop exactly where the afterimage appears. Ben followed the order, rewinding and stopping exactly at the 47-second mark. On the screen, a blurry white head and a faint dark shadow were clearly visible, moving so fast that it was just a blur. Chen asked in confusion, still haven't identified what that thing is? Ben gulped, his voice trembling slightly. I'll zoom in as close as possible. He began to zoom in, and the frame gradually became sharper. A head with light-colored hair and a silhouette of a tight hood briefly appeared. Chen pressed him, what does it look like? Ben rubbed his forehead and described, long, light-colored hair. I can't see the face clearly yet, but he seems to be wearing a long cloak. With a hood covering everything, he muttered heavily. He's the one who took Gwit Zhao away. Hearing that, B's eyes darkened and her brows furrowed. Her expression grew increasingly tense, but she said nothing more, only thinking to herself, this kind of speed is absolutely insane. Chen stepped closer to Ben and said sternly, Ben, check the surveillance cameras from when people were boarding and leaving the ship as well. We have to find someone whose features and clothing match perfectly. Copy that, Ben replied, his fingers flying across the keys. Chen quickly added, enhance the afterimage of that guy at second, 48 on the third monitor. Scene change. Kang and Judy slowly approached the large house. They climbed the stairs and peered cautiously inside. It's really quiet. Kang scoped it out and remarked, looks like nobody's home. Judy tilted his head and whispered, I think I hear something. Only then did Kang look deep into the courtyard and spotted Mungu hunched over, sweeping up leaves. Mungu looked up right then, saw them, and turned with a smile. Ah, here you guys are. Hello, hello. Mungu walked over cheerfully, beaming as he said, I knew you'd make it. Lim Kang, have you finally decided? Are you interested in martial arts or what? Before Mungu could even finish his sentence, Judy cut him off. No, sir, we're just here to take back the trophy. Hearing that, Mungu frowned slightly. The trophy? Suddenly, Obangui appeared right there and laughed. Ah, if that's what you want, here it is. He held up the trophy and shook it in his hand. Mungu saw him and immediately bowed with hands clasped. He even made a finger heart. Master, you're back! Then Obangui laughed and gestured back with his hand. Keep it up, Mungu. He suddenly tossed the trophy toward Kang. Here, take it back. Reclaiming the trophy so easily left Kang and Judy a bit stunned. Obangui suddenly asked, did you guys really come all this way just for this thing? But before Kang could reply, Judy pouted and muttered, seriously though? Who do you think made our lives miserable like this? You stole the trophy and put us through so much crap, so you should be grateful that we haven't called the cops on you yet. Despite being roasted by a mere kid, Obangui only chuckled softly without looking angry. He muttered, kid's got guts. Suddenly, Obangui darted past, right between Kang and Judy. His movement was so fast they both flinched in surprise. He smiled slightly. All right. Fine, I'm sorry. I just have sticky fingers sometimes, hope you guys understand. Having said that, Obangui glided past them toward the door. It all happened in a split second, leaving Kang and Judy frozen in place. He laughed and turned back around. If everything is settled, then I'm out of here. Young men, Bungu called out, looking somewhat surprised. Master, are you going for a walk? Obangui waved his hand. Just going to get some fresh air. Scene change. Obangui stands before a cliff. He looked as if he was just enjoying the mountain breeze. Suddenly he turned his head slightly and spoke in a monotone voice. Why are you guys still following me? You got something to say? Behind him, Kang and Judy stood a distance away. Kang took a soft breath and answered, I'm called a superhero. Hearing Kang's words, Judy turned to look at him, completely shocked. Obangui let out a soft chuckle and nodded. That's right, the White Hood superhero. Kang continued, his voice dropping, but I don't really get it. What does being a superhero even mean? I don't even know myself. Judy grew even more surprised hearing that. But Obangui simply kept a calm expression. He leaned down to pick up a small pebble, then looked Kang straight in the eye. If I throw this stone, can you catch it before it hits the ground? Faced with the question, Kang looked bewildered. Catch it before it hits the ground? I'm not sure. Obangui let out a light sigh. Then he opened his hand, letting the stone fall into the abyss. Suddenly he spun around. Using extreme speed, he lunged toward Judy's back. With a sudden kick to the back, Judy was knocked right off the edge of the cliff. He fell into a free fall, his eyes unable to process what had just happened. Meanwhile, Kang stood frozen in shock, watching his friend disappear into thin air. Right then, Kang immediately ditched his backpack and dove after Judy. Obangui stood behind, tracking him with a pensive look in his eyes. Below, Judy let out a blood-curdling scream as he was kicked over the edge. His whole body was in a free fall down the sheer cliff face. By then, Kang had already leaped after him, his eyes wide with panic and deep concern as he saw Judy's body suspended in midair. He used his feet to grip the cliff face, creating friction to slow his descent. Kang dug both hands deep into the rock crevices, holding his body steady for a brief moment. His entire body trembled slightly. Boom! Kang summoned his strength and kicked hard against the cliff, launching himself down even faster to catch up with Judy. Judy was still tumbling through the abyss, but no more screams came out. It seemed he had passed out. Kang tucked his body and dove closer, wrapping his arms tightly around Judy and bracing himself. He grabbed the cliffside, sliding and grinding against it for a long stretch to stabilize their position. Once things settled, Kang paused for a moment, his entire body tensing up. He channeled all his power into his legs and arms, preparing for the next jump. Judy was foaming at the mouth by now. He looked completely out of it. Then Kang's fingertips gripped the cliff face tightly, starting to tremble once more. He braced himself and made one powerful leap, carrying Judy as he shot back up the cliffside. With a decisive landing, Kang touched down gently, still holding Judy on his shoulder. Standing before him was Obangui, standing there calmly, as if he had just been casually waiting for him to return. Kang took a deep breath, his gaze sharp and cold. A powerful aura of killing intent radiated from him. He growled in anger, demanding an answer. What the hell do you think you're doing? Despite that fiery rage, Obangui didn't show the slightest bit of irritation. He just raised an eyebrow and spoke nonchalantly. What's with that look? You planning on throwing hands with me? Right. Hearing that, Kang froze for a second as if something had just clicked. The killing intent surrounding him suddenly vanished. He stared at Obangui in silence, his face looking like he'd just realized something deep. Seeing Kang's silence, Obangui smirked and continued. What, are you hesitating now? An edgy kid like you is actually second-guessing himself? Are you feeling sorry for an old man like me? The wind howled all around them, leaving only the steady echo of Obangui's voice. He took another step forward, his voice light as a breeze yet heavy as stone. You saw your friend get pushed off a cliff, and you're losing your mind. But you're too chicken to kill an old man, aren't you? What are you even talking about? Before he could finish his sentence, Obangui cut him off, his voice dropping low. Listen up, you're just a useless kid. You put all this pressure on yourself, but you don't have the guts to strike back. His voice seemed to dissect every single one of Kang's thoughts, emphasizing every word. When I pushed your buddy and you saved him, your mind suddenly went blank, no longer knowing what he is truly capable of. Hearing this, Kang's eyes wavered slightly. He just stood there in silence, listening with a bewildered face. And Obangui narrowed his eyes and growled, an irresponsible person. Then the heart is just an empty shell, or do you just feel pity for the whole world? A new question popped up, leaving Kang even more stunned. He pursed his lips, still remaining silent. His gaze drifted away as if accepting that as the truth. Obangui narrowed his eyes slightly and let out a tisk. It's even worse than I thought. He turned around, With an indifferent look, you've misunderstood too many things. If you keep acting that naive, it won't be long before you won't even be able to save your own life. Don't you dare pull those stupid stunts in front of me ever again. Obangui tilted his head slightly to look at Kong. His voice was stern. And don't even think about leaving this place without my permission. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and walked away. Kang just stood there silently watching him go, without uttering a single word. I'll have to forge you again from the beginning. Obangui slowly spoke as if making a declaration. Only then did Kang suddenly realize he was still carrying Chody on his shoulders. He lowered him down, turned Chody around to face him, and shook him hard. Chody, wake up now! But Chody's mouth was only foaming white. His face was as pale as a corpse. His breath seemed to have stopped. Kang panicked and clutched his head, voice trembling. Hell, he's not breathing anymore! He quickly laid Chody on the ground. Chody's body just went limp like a soulless corpse. Hearing the shout, Obangui froze and turned back toward Kang, his face full of shock. He rushed back, leaned down, and pressed hard on Chody's chest. Barking an order, "Quick, do chest compressions on him! Hurry up!" Kang immediately obeyed, while continuously rubbing Chody's free leg, the one that wasn't restricted. Calling out to Chody with a shaky voice, "Listen to me, Chody." Obangui kept his voice steady and shouted, "Don't panic! Call for help!" Kang bit his lip and cried out in despair. How is 911 supposed to reach this middle-of-nowhere place? Scene change. Mangu's voice echoes throughout the garden. Hey guys, here are your uniforms. He held out 2 large cloth bags in front of Chody. Each bag was carefully marked. Clearly, they were the Sumo Dojo uniforms. Mangu smiled brightly. They're custom-made. Chody sat on the steps, his voice flat. Yeah, thanks, mister. Thanks, but I don't plan on learning martial arts. Mangu heard this, but remained unfazed and asked, What about Kang? Where is he? Seeing that he paid no mind to the rejection, Chody sighed and thought to himself, this guy is the type who never listens to anyone. Then he replied, he said he went to hunt some wild boar to cook. Hearing that, Mangu burst out laughing. Ah, I see. He observed Chody and asked in a serious tone, But you look like crap, is everything okay? Did something happen? Chody bowed his head and whispered, Oh, I just don't want to talk about it. He said that, but in the end, Mangu still had to sit and listen to Chody ramble on about everything that happened at the cliff, his voice full of frustration. He talked so much that Mangu just wanted to cover his ears before they started bleeding. He sighed and muttered, Master isn't the kind of person you think he is. But Chody kept on blabbering, scratching his head while trying to justify Obangui. Only when Chody had vented all his anger did Mangu slowly exhale. Ah, so that's how it went. By then, the night was pitch black. The high moon cast faint light over the silent courtyard. Mangu nodded and said in a low voice, Yeah, I get it. Chody muttered again, Until this leg heals. I'm not going to forgive him. Mangu suddenly said, Don't blame him too much. Chody turned with a confused look. Mangu continued with a firm voice, Master always has a reason for everything he does. He calculates everything carefully. It might look dangerous, but it's actually incredibly safe. He's a man of great vision. Chody just sat there in silence listening to Mangu, without saying a single word in response. A sudden gust of wind blew hard across the courtyard. The atmosphere was unusually still. Mangu's voice resonated steadily through the night. Most of us here once lost our homes, lost our families, and had nowhere left to run. And then Master took us all in. That's just the kind of person he is. Chody clicked his tongue, glanced around the garden, and said, But still, it doesn't look like there's anyone else here besides you, old man. Mangu turned around, gave him a quick look, and replied nonchalantly, Huh? What are you talking about? Everyone has been out on field training for 2 days now. This Sumo Academy has over 10 members, you know. Hearing that, Chody was a bit dazed, thinking suspiciously to himself, Did I hear that right? More than 10 people. Mangu continued to speak, his voice slow as if trying to clear things up. And Master sometimes has sticky fingers. He's got a bit of a shoplifting habit. But honestly, he's a really good guy. Chody could only stare at him in disbelief after hearing that, his voice full of annoyance. But Mangu just casually waved his hand, his voice sounding comforting. Come on, don't stay salty. Cody, because starting tomorrow, we're going to practice the orthodox Bukdu style. He suddenly turned enthusiastic. Making Chody's eyes widen, he immediately protested. I'm still injured over here. Plus, I have zero interest in learning martial arts. But Mangu didn't give a damn about that objection. His face still lit up with excitement. Just look forward to it. This training will be both brutal and fun. Looking at that dismissive attitude, Chody could only think to himself in frustration. It looks like this old man really is the type who never listens to anyone. Right next to Chody, at that moment, was a small notebook with a purple cover. The one he always used to write in his diary. A page filled with writing was still lying open. The handwriting looked as if it had just been meticulously finished. The content he had just written. That old man master here is truly the worst piece of work. I really don't get why I decided to stay here. For a little longer. Whatever, but this is actually pretty cool. Scene change. Bo, dressed in casual clothes, wearing a baseball cap, lightly pushed the automatic door and walked into a cafe. As soon as the door opened, a woman's voice echoed from the corner. The voice was deep yet warm. "Over here." Bo looked up, and upon seeing that person, called out softly, "Sis, hey sis." The woman waiting there was none other than Chen. Chen Sonata realized that Bo had noticed her. She spoke up to greet her. "Long time no see." After that, Bo walked over and sat opposite Chen, starting to catch up. "Are you still living in the States?" Chen replied, "Yeah, wow, you've gotten so much prettier." "So, anyone hitting on you or taking you out lately?" Bo looked at her with a bit of confusion and said, "What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Right at that moment, the server came over and placed the drinks on the table. "Here's your coffee, ma'am." Seeing this, Chen immediately turned to tease the waitress. "Oh my, why so kind? I was planning to go get it myself." The waitress heard this and replied with a bit of embarrassment. "Oh, it's no problem at all. When the shop isn't busy, we still bring orders right to the table." Chen just smiled and said nothing more. The waitress turned and left. Her eyes stole a glance back at the table where Chen and Bo were sitting. She thought she might have mistaken them, but it turned out she was right. It really was Chen Sonata, the one who often appears on television, and that person there was Stan Bo. Bo spoke up. "So why did you want to meet me today? What's going on?" Hearing the question, Chen hesitated for a moment and then softly asked Bo back, "Do you remember the last time we met?" Bo frowned, recalling the time she was with Gyulgu and Chen as they prepared to board the royal ship in the middle of the sea, back when they were attacked by monsters. At that time, Chen was updating the situation for the two of them. They talked about the extent of the damage inside the ship. Until now, the full picture remains unclear, but at that time, both were still hiding out in Scotland. B slowly replied, "The day before the HTOB incident happened." Hearing her answer, Chen nodded and continued, "That's right. Do you still remember what I showed you back then?" Seeing Chen hesitate slightly, he turned serious. "Yeah, that conversation." Seeing that B seemed to remember everything, Chen went on, "Yeah. Sorry. Scene change." Somewhere by the coast, Chen's voice calls out loudly. Immediately after, a reply echoes back. "I'm right here at the cliff near the sea." Chen. Hearing that, Chen just laughed. "Planning to buy me something again?" "What a silly girl." "Whatever, go ahead and buy it, but remember to apologize to B and Gyulgu." B and Gyulgu stood behind in silence, seeing Chen hang up the phone. He asked, "Who was that, sis?" But Chen was still tapping on her phone while answering. "Sorry. Her personality is a bit different from yours, but I really like her, which is why I want to introduce her to both of you." Hearing this, both B and Gyulgu looked slightly skeptical. Gyulgu paused thoughtfully and asked, "Is an introduction really necessary?" Chen turned slightly to look at him and replied, "Yes. Sorry is a superhuman." Scene change. Once she remembered everything, B said, "Right, I remember that person named Sally now." Chen immediately followed up. "That day, I made an appointment with both of you, so we could officially discuss the appearance of that supernatural being. Remember? By the way, I intended to introduce Sally as well. The girl really likes both of you." Seeing Chen still beating around the bush, B cut her off. "All right, what are you trying to say now?" Sally and Chen fell silent for a moment before continuing. "Recently, Sally told me something." Scene change. In the middle of the night, a loud roar echoed in the middle of the road. Sally was slightly stunned when she heard that sound. Not long ago, Sally accidentally witnessed a murder with her own eyes. At that time nearby, a massive man was using one hand to lift another person high up into the night sky. Sally hid beside a house nearby, choosing a higher vantage point to observe. She clearly saw the scene of that guy, choking the man with his bare hands, until he stopped breathing. The strange thing was that the victim was a human, not a non-human creature. Under the moonlight, a tall young man with striking blue hair was using his muscular arms to throttle a smaller person, dangling them in midair. Sally had faced many anomalies before, so she was certain this guy wasn't part of the non-human faction. Witnessing the whole thing, Sally felt a surge of suspicion. Before she could decide how to engage, she frowned, her face showing clear disgust. But she realized something was off. The person was ruthless enough to crush someone's life with just raw physical strength, something an ordinary human could never do. Suddenly, Sari made her move. Like a flash, she left her cover and lunged straight at that guy. Hearing the noise, the muscular youth went on high alert, snapping his head around. But Sari had a gut feeling he was a superhuman too, so she decided to attack. She charged at lightning speed, unleashing a powerful kick at him. However, the man's reflexes were quick, raising his arm to block her strike. As expected, he easily parried the surprise blow, just as she suspected. This was definitely a superhuman. Despite blocking the attack, the kick still made him stumble and look a bit dazed. Sari was slightly taken aback by how fast his counter-reaction was. Immediately, she put her weight into a hard shove, sending him crashing into the wall behind. The young man took the hit and staggered, unable to stand back up. Getting a closer look, Sally was stunned, because even in that state, he still clutched the corpse tight. She thought to herself, he got blown back and still won't let go of the body he killed. He kept gripping the victim's collar, refusing to release it. Win or lose, Sally still wanted to bust this suspicious character. At that moment, she decided to unleash her full power. A violent aura of bloodlust radiated from around Sully. Her eyes glowed a fiery red. It was clear she was ready to throw down with that mysterious young man. But he suddenly grabbed the corpse and bolted. The guy carried the body and cleared a huge distance in a single leap. Before disappearing, he looked back and threw Sully a furious glare. B found the whole story confusing even after hearing it all and asked, "So that killer is actually a superhuman?" Chen adjusted her glasses and replied, "That's right." "Hard to believe, isn't it?" Chen added, "There's something else unusual, too. When he fled, besides that guy, Sully saw another person following him." Hearing this, B mumbled in confusion. "Two of them?" Chen continued, "Maybe even 3 or 4. It's possible that they've formed a large group. That's why Sully couldn't keep chasing them at the time. But that stubborn girl is determined to find that murderous devil, no matter what." Then B spoke up firmly, "Fine, I'll team up with Sully." Right after, B suddenly asked, "But wait, do you know something? Why did you say it's too late?" Chen sighed and explained, "I can't get a hold of Sally anymore. She isn't the type to just ghost everyone like this. She's been completely MIA for 5 days. Scene change. Early morning, mist still clings to the mountainside. Obang, Queen, and Kang are standing by the cliff, the exact spot where they talked yesterday. Obang Queen spoke slowly, as he sensed Kang approaching. "So, you've arrived?" Hearing the question, Kang nodded and whispered, "Yes." Then Obang Queen said, "I'm going to ask you a few things." He turned slightly, fixed Kang with a stern look, and continued, "If you don't tell the truth, you're dead. Be honest." Despite the threat, Kang didn't show any emotion at all. He just watched him silently and listened. "I still don't quite understand your kind, but there's one thing I'm sure of," he said slowly. Hearing that, Kang was a bit confused and gave a hesitant yes filled with doubt. Obang Queen continued, his voice somewhat hard to read. "You're quite extraordinary. It's like you don't even know what fear is. Always acting so chill with no sign of worrying about danger." He turned to face Kang directly and then spoke firmly. "There's clearly something unusual here. Before I ask you straight out, I need to confirm something first." The moment the words left his mouth, in a blink of an eye, Obang Queen vanished from where he was standing, leaving Kang wide-eyed in shock. He lunged straight at Kang, and suddenly unleashed a downward kick toward his head, but Kang reacted in time, quickly using his wrist to block the man's heel. Right then, he realized something was fishy. Obang Queen suddenly swung his other prosthetic leg, delivering an upward kick, aimed straight at Kang's chin. The surprise attack caught Kang off guard, making him take the full hit. "Does it hurt?" Obang Queen asked in a low voice before the boy could even answer. He immediately swung his arm, landing another punch straight to Kang's face. "Does it hurt, huh? Tell me." Dull thud echoed as the punch landed square on Kang's face. He still didn't fight back, just silently endured the beating. Immediately after, Obang Queen spun around and delivered a powerful kick to his body, sending him flying back, slamming his back against a large rock behind him. "Does it hurt?" he asked once more. At this point, Kang lay pinned under the rubble, still unable to pull himself up. Obang Queen asked again, more serious than before. "Give me a straight answer." Kang slowly pushed himself up on his knees and struggled to sit up. He stood tall facing Obang Queen and said decisively, "No, sir." The answer made Obang Queen freeze for a moment. He said nothing, just stared intensely at Kang. Seeing that, Kang also began to feel a bit tense. Never taking his eyes off the man, Obang Queen observed him closely, as if weighing something in his mind. Kang's face and limbs were covered in scratches, but surprisingly there was no bleeding or serious injury. How bizarre, he thought to himself. Finally, he raised his voice, sounding skeptical. "Is it possible you've never even bled?" Faced with such a strange question, Kang paused for a moment. His mind flashed back to the times he had confronted and fought against non-human monsters. He slowly replied, "No, sir, not even once." Everything was far beyond what Obang Queen had predicted. He was momentarily surprised, but quickly regained his composure and asked, "Next, have you ever felt exhausted or tired? He calculated silently. I've already had a vague hunch about some of this. But what on earth is going on here? Hearing this, Kang quietly answered, yes. His voice still tinged with doubt. Oh Bang Queen pressed further. While in combat, training or doing anything at all, even just once. You've never felt tired or completely gassed? His words made Kang recall the times he had to run long distances and the moments he scaled high cliffs. After thinking for a bit, he slowly replied, no, sir, but I really don't get what you're driving at. Hearing that, Oh Bang Queen felt a bit awkward, as if he were searching for an explanation for what was right in front of him. Then his voice turned stern, not letting the boy dodge the subject. Don't dodge the question. Then he proposed a hypothetical. Suppose you and I were evenly matched. If we kept dueling for an entire year, without taking any breaks, could you do it? That somewhat bizarre question made Kang, who was already confused, feel even more bewildered. Despite that, he still answered, I'm not sure. But if it's just fighting for a year, then yeah, I can do it. If you want, I'll keep going until you're sick of it. Those words made Oh Bang Queen feel as if he had just untied a knot in his heart. But amidst the confusion of both, things continued to unfold. Oh Bang Queen didn't respond, only sank into silent contemplation. Just as I thought. This kid has almost infinite stamina, to the point where the concept of physical limit doesn't even exist in his head. From this, he had begun to understand clearly. Then he spoke up in a stern voice. From now on, listen carefully to what I say. Tang tang. With that, he began to explain. Those known as superhumans all possess a secret high-level power. Hearing this, Kang looked a bit clueless for a moment, but remained focused and kept listening. This thing goes by many names. Some call it scent. Others call it extraordinary ability. Latent energy or simply energy. Call it whatever you want. Scent is the core essence. That forms the strength of a superhuman. Swords breaking, bullets bouncing off. It's all because that scent has deeply permeated their bodies. The concentration, or the level of scent in each superhuman, is different, creating a gap in the power hidden within them. No one can predict it exactly. The manifestation of scent can be very bizarre, appearing in countless forms depending on the awakening process, releasing and showing it to the world. Despite different names, the essence is the same. When those superhumans hold that mysterious power, they usually possess unique, special attributes. Naturally, they attract the attention of others, just like the way people look at me, or look at them. As he spoke, he reached out and pointed directly at Kang. But you right now are truly built different. Kang had been standing in silence, absorbing every word he said. He continued, even more slowly. To put it simply, you haven't awakened your scent yet, so you can't feel a thing. Hearing that, Kang's eyes widened slightly in surprise. But Oh Bang Queen looked him straight in the eye. The fact that I kept hitting you was only to verify this. Just that, nothing more. He exhaled and went on, his voice tinged with bitterness. Paradoxically, I've reached a rather shocking conclusion. Until now, fighting against non-human monsters has always been a brutal life-or-death struggle. The air between the two of them suddenly turned heavy. The tension was through the roof. Oh Bang Queen slowly continued. Before they release their scent, they fight with almost endless endurance and a terrifying ability to take hits. His words left Kang momentarily stunned. It was as if a hidden side of the power latent within him had just been revealed, but in the end, he still couldn't quite grasp it. That massive, almost insane level of power. Kang's face showed a flicker of confusion, yet his eyes betrayed that he understood everything being said. Oh Bang Queen spoke again slowly, as if summing it all up. Superhumans are beings that exist beyond human limits. Even a body capable of facing off against those invincible monsters, like the non-human creatures spreading chaos throughout this era, would still be permeated by scent to a certain degree. He nodded slightly. That's exactly how I recognize them. Of course, as I said before, the levels of scent absorption are all over the place, which is why there's such a massive gap in hidden power. He slowly fixed his gaze directly on Kang. But if you get up close, there are cases where they accidentally let scent leak out in a more obvious way, making themselves weaker. He frowned slightly. But you're nothing like any of those cases right now. Even with me sitting here talking to you like this, it hasn't affected you at all. Kang just stood still, completely lost in thought, listening to every word with an unusually serious look. He ended the talk as if reminding himself, of course it's possible I missed something, but you definitely haven't been permeated by any scent. That means you're a superhuman, who fights exactly like a normal person. This is Obong Queen gave his verdict with a firm voice. The gray mist around them still hadn't fully cleared, leaving the scene hazy and somewhat mysterious. Perhaps from the very start, everything had already gone beyond imagination, even though there was still a bit of doubt. With a living witness standing right there, it was truly impossible not to be mind-blown, but his eyes remained glued to Kang, not looking away for even a second, a gaze as sharp as a razor, as if trying to pierce through every gesture and every move he had made since the beginning. Even though what I'm saying is a bit sudden, I think you've already understood a good part of it, he said slowly. When he finished, Kang didn't rush to answer. He stayed silent as if weighing something in his mind. Suddenly, Kang spoke up, a statement that caught Obong Queen's attention instantly. But I already lost to those non-human creatures. I was beaten unconscious, wasn't I? Hearing this, Obong Queen nodded slightly with a pensive look and replied, I know very well, because I've always been watching over and protecting you. He suddenly remembered the time of the confrontation with the monster at Incheon Airport. He and Mungu's crew had been glued to the TV screen in the living room, watching it all unfold. You don't remember what happened after you passed out. Wait, after rewatching the footage. Didn't you already find out? He asked back. At that moment, Kang recalled being at the hospital, watching the replay on TV with G. He whispered the reporter's words from that time. Looking at his expression, Obong Queen knew right away he knew the whole story, and continued. That's right, after you fell, you kept on fighting. Even while you were unconscious, it was you who took down that non-human octopus in the blink of an eye, then quietly walked away. Those images now played like a slow-motion tape in Kang's head, frame by frame. Did you totally forget? It was just a moment. But that was when your true instinct unleashed its own scent, Obong Queen said, recalling Kang's eyes, soulless yet glowing at that time. His words weren't wrong. That power was so immense that even Kang himself didn't even have time to feel it, even if it was just a flash. But that was the exact moment the power inside you exploded. The more Kang listened, the more shock took over his face. Everything seemed to have gone way off script for him. Obong Queen slowly continued, in my opinion, at that time, it was hard to tell if you were totally blacked out or not. If you still had a shred of consciousness left, it was just enough for the power to manifest on its own. He brought up that brutal blow when the octopus used its whole body to slam directly into Chow, knocking him out cold. Exactly. That strike accidentally triggered the power within you, but your body still wasn't capable enough to handle that entire hidden power source. More accurately, you didn't faint just because of the hit, but because your mind couldn't control the energy inside yet. Obong Queen carefully explained, breaking down every detail as if he had seen it all with his own eyes, wanting to know what other special abilities you have locked away. I can't be sure of that right now, but one thing is clear. The hidden power inside you is no joke. You are a superhuman that not everyone is aware of. Hearing that, Kang frowned slightly, his eyes showing tension. Obong Queen watched his reaction very closely before slowly continuing. When you fought that octopus monster and lost consciousness, it was at that moment your massive spiritual power was unleashed, even if it was a bit late. But I could recognize that overwhelming presence instantly. That was truly a monster that has never appeared before, incomparable to any other non-human creature. Obong Queen suddenly mentioned how that monster abruptly appeared and then vanished for no clear reason. Have you ever thought about why those creatures showed up in that spot? He asked. Hearing this, Kang hesitated for a moment and didn't answer. Understood. Obong Queen then continued, I don't know what it is, but looking at it from the non-human side, it's easy to see that you're their biggest roadblock, even before they could start wreaking havoc on this earth. Hearing those words, Kang couldn't help but be caught off guard. The old man slowly explained further. I'm not clear on the other reasons, but I'm sure of one thing. It's planning to get to you, Kang. But based on the gut feeling of an old man who's been around way longer than you, sooner or later, this earth will be forced to stand up and fight for survival. It all depends on when they make their move. Could be tomorrow, or it could even be today. While Kang was still dazed, failing to process everything the man said, Obong Queen stepped closer to him. Kang, we're going to unlock that hidden power inside you. As he spoke, he placed his hand on Kang's head, gentle ruffling his hair, and added, My bad for hitting you so hard earlier. Before Kang could even react, he jumped backward, turned toward the martial arts hall and laughed. Come on, let's go grab some food. Kang stood frozen, touching the spot where his head was just rubbed, his face still showing total shock. Scene change. Chozy is sitting on the steps, intently jotting something down in a small journal. The remaining members of the Exorcist Academy have returned after finishing their field training. Choji remembered when they first met. Everyone looked at him, as if he were just some rookie who had just joined the dojo. No matter how much Choji tried to explain, nobody even bothered to listen, making him think to himself, man, nobody here gives a damn about what anyone else says. Actually, it wasn't that hard to vibe with the people here. Despite the misunderstanding, Choji seemed to have had a pretty interesting day with the dojo crowd. From being forced to train shirtless by some old dude to everyone cheering him on while he chopped wood, even though his leg was still in a cast. They forced him to chop wood for rehab, even though he hadn't even taken his bandages off yet. By the second day at Suma Academy, he finally got them off. That old uncle even gave him acupuncture, claiming it's the most effective folk remedy for recovery. But man, the pain was no joke. Choji grumbled. I don't even know how many needles he poked into me. I seriously thought I'd turn into a porcupine. Then again, maybe the guy is just a scammer. Afterwards, he started training under the tutelage of Master Mungu. Choji recalled Mungu showing him how to punch the wooden post perfectly. He even praised him for having the right stuff. At that moment, he could only cry inside, "Give me a break." What do you mean, right stuff? That traditional training, which seemed so simple, actually became the foundation for all other martial arts techniques. Choji really didn't want to train with Kang at all. He remembered the time Kang accidentally snapped the wooden post right in front of him. He had panicked, clutching his head in frustration. But what about Kang? After the group session, he'd just vanish somewhere. Only when it was time for dinner would Kang return, always looking like a mess with his clothes in tatters. Everyone said Kang was being punished for breaking the post, but that old guy kept disappearing with Kang. I wonder what kind of special business those two are cooking up. And there's still something I'm a bit curious about. If you think about it, does everyone here actually know that Kang is the superhuman in the white baseball cap? Or is it just that old man? I wonder if they have a clue. The last line remained unfinished in the open notebook, as Choji had already passed out right next to it. Beside him, Kang was also lying there, sound asleep. Obang Queen walked in and saw the messy sleeping situation. He stepped over and gently tucked Choji's legs back in. Everything will eventually fall into place. After all, Kang still has to stay in school. Campus life is still crucial. For a teenager like him, that quirky old man, if he dares to say Kang can't go to school, using training as an excuse, then I'm definitely not letting it slide. Choji stepped up and spoke directly to Obang Queen about Kang needing to head back to the city to continue going to school. He just responded nonchalantly, he can study here. If you run fast, then there'll be work for you to do right away. Hearing Obang Queen say that, Choji tilted his head slightly with a confused look and let out a soft, huh? From behind. It also dawned on Kang that what the man said wasn't wrong, though he was still a bit surprised. Obang Queen kept his back to the two of them and continued, give it a run and see. Even if you don't make it because the distance is too far, don't you realize that it's just a small part of the training process? Choji stood there stunned for a moment, while Kang remained calm. Choji then started rambling, I'm telling you, Kang, when you get there, remember to stop by the house for clean clothes. And chargers for the game consoles, too. Oh, and don't forget the laptop. Choji kept muttering instructions while Kang tied his shoelaces. Got it, Kang replied, then stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Choji still didn't forget to keep nagging. Just run straight in the direction I pointed. Time yourself right on the road. Don't go bumping into people or smashing any streetlights. Be careful. Kang adjusted his backpack straps without saying a word in response. Choji then asked again, did you hear me clearly? Kang turned slightly and said softly, don't worry so much. I'm off, I'll be right back. As soon as he finished, he vaulted onto the roof and sprinted away, vanishing in a flash. On the rooftop right where Choji was sitting, Obang Queen had appeared out of nowhere, his eyes following Kang's fading figure. He grew quiet, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, Obang Queen leaned down and whispered, Choji, let's head out too. The sudden sound startled Choji, making him scream at the top of his lungs. Scene change. Somewhere in Europe, at Ben's research institute. He and Cho are both focusing hard, staring intently at the computer screen. The constant click-clack of typing fills the air. There it is, a video clip showing the baggage check footage. 4 passengers board the train through the security checkpoint. All passengers on the Oba train must pass through here. One by one, 2 people appear with something in common. Light-colored hair, wearing white caps and long coats as they pass the checkpoint. I'm scrutinizing the key details. Specifically, I want to see if anyone happens to be dressed exactly like the person on monitor 3. Or not. Ben mumbles, his tense gaze glued to the screen. A trace of anxiety flickers across his face. Can we actually catch him? But we can't rule out the possibility that He didn't board the train the usual way. If you look closely, he's wearing a very distinct baseball cap. Kem is standing nearby, placing a hand on his shoulder to reassure him, his voice firm. We just need to do this. For the honor of the late Mr. Kwiet Jiao, you just need to give it your all, that's enough. Kem takes a deep breath to pull himself together, then orders the search to start over from the beginning. Get all the screens ready, so we can get a clear ID on his face. As for his travel route, I'll handle that. Right then, Kem's phone suddenly vibrates. He glances at it and quickly picks up. Yes, Copper Kem speaking. A voice comes through from the other end. It turns out the caller is P. He looks slightly surprised, glancing over at Ben. P continues, you've all been working so hard. Sorry for being MIA lately. Right now, I'm in northern Iceland. P says this while she and Chen are taking a stroll, chatting on a crowded street. Hearing that, Chen is startled and quickly asks, Wait, what? Since when? No, why are you even there, P? P calmly replies, I'm here to find Soli. At her words, Chen gets even more confused. Who's Soli? P slowly explains, someone I know through Jumper. Chen frowned, Superhumans? Are you talking about Chen Sonata? Ba began to explain the situation clearly to Kem. Currently, the number of people missing and killed in northern Iceland is skyrocketing. The problem is there's a chance that some superhumans are mixed up in this. Hearing this, Kem couldn't hide his shock and asked, Did you say superhumans? Ben, standing nearby, also looked visibly surprised. He continued, That's right. Soli was an eyewitness to all of this. That girl dug up the whole truth by herself. And now she has vanished without a trace. Jumper and I believe the current situation is extremely grave. So from now on, we will start to sweep all suspicious locations around the incident zone and handle this matter. Ba paused for a beat, her voice turning more serious. There's one more thing. Though it's just my speculation for now, I think Kwiet Jiao's body has gone missing. And this case might be closely linked to that. Hearing Ba, Kem was momentarily panicked. Ben also couldn't hide his shock at that assumption. Kem spoke up to advise B, if the mastermind really is a superhuman, then this is going to be incredibly dangerous. He fell silent for a moment and then replied, I know, but with Soli missing too, I can't just leave my sister all by herself. Chen, standing next to her, looked totally helpless. Looking at B, he thought, just listen to how this girl talks. B continued with a determined voice, I have no choice but to help her. Only then did Chen feel somewhat relieved and said, I get it. Is there anything I can do for you? Ba shook her head and replied flatly, No need. You guys just focus on the investigation. As you've been doing, that's enough. Suddenly, Ba stopped in her tracks, making Chen feel a bit confused. She added, We still don't know what our opponent's true power is. I don't know how we'll clash with them. But one thing is certain, this won't be over in a day or two. If unfortunately among them, if they find someone who triggers the non-human bio-alarm, then get in touch with that person. Hearing B mention a certain someone, Kemi suddenly guessed it must be Dion. B continued in a lower voice. Even though I'm not in the States right now, there's still Manhwa. B will know how to connect with him. After listening to B's instructions, Kem gave a slight nod. I got it, GOR. While I'm somewhat relieved that you have Chen, Sonata by your side. This mission to hunt down superhumans is unprecedented. I have a bad feelings about this. I just hope you both stay safe. At this point, Ben grew even more determined. She stated with absolute certainty, this whole incident is definitely linked to the disappearance of Kwiet Jiao's body. Just trust me on this. Just trust me. Che hesitated for a moment upon hearing that, but then nodded and replied, I understand. Ben had been silently listening to the entire conversation. He spoke up softly, his voice tinged with admiration as B hung up the phone. You've got some good teammates, B. B didn't say a word, just kept quiet and walked away silently. Scene change, inside a dilapidated abandoned building. A young man with blue hair and a grotesque appearance, his hands still dripping with blood. He had just delivered a punch that sent the person in front of him collapsing to the floor. Blood was pooling everywhere. A voice rang out suddenly. Stop, that's enough torture. A fair-haired man sat nearby, wearing a white cap and a long brown coat. He matched the description of the man B's team was hunting, the one who stole Kwiet Jiao's body on the train. He spoke up, his eyes scanning the crowd. This has become a bit of a hassle. I'm going to give you a different mission. Flashback to about 3 days ago, at a pub called David Boo in northern Iceland. A man who looked pretty tipsy muttered, Give me another glass of Dolly. A large man standing behind the bar saw this and spoke up, Hey! Hi, old man, you should stop drinking. The man in the suit slightly raised his head upon hearing his name. His face flushed red as he hummed, responding as if he hadn't heard clearly. being cut off while in a drunken stupor. He showed his annoyance. Pointing at the person opposite him, he grumbled, "Oh, come on. This place is open for business, but you're banning me? I'm paying good money here. So what do you mean I can't drink anymore?" The other man, seeing his kindness misunderstood, felt a flash of anger, but didn't argue further with the drunkard. His name was David Joshua, apparently the owner of this pub. Joshua turned and told someone else at the bar, "Give him another glass of Dali." "Yes," the other replied curtly. Then Joshua pulled up a chair and sat nearby. The drunk man shouted again, "I'm drinking until sunrise today." Sitting across from him, Joshua countered, "No can do. We have to close up and get some rest." The drunkard heard this and replied in a slurred, low voice, "Then close the shop and drink with me until morning. Outside, people are going missing or being serial killed. It's absolutely terrifying. Nothing good happens on the streets at night." Hearing that, Joshua replied coldly, "If you're that scared, stay home and drink. Why even bother coming out?" Just then, the pub door suddenly swung open, startling the man in the suit. He turned around and raised his hands to cover his face. A large, stout man walked in, holding a handgun pointed straight at the bar. Joshua remained calm despite the sight. He turned his back and called out, "Come over here and sit down." "Matthew." The man in the suit was instantly sobered by the scare. Eyes glued to the man called Matthew, he muttered, "This guy just gave me a heart attack." Matthew tucked the gun away and muttered as he approached the bar, "If the police shouted, 'Hands up,' then you should at least raise your hands." Joshua turned back, his voice stern. "Even so, pointing a gun at someone else? It's not like it's anything special anyway. Seriously, don't turn this place into some bootleg speakeasy, Matthew." Matthew sat down and let out a heavy sigh. "This beer is fire, though. No joke, it's crave-worthy. But there's zero evidence in that case investigation, and I can't dig up a single lead. Damn it." Sue placed a large glass of draft beer in front of Matthew and said, "Catching a killer is never easy. Once the hard work is done, you'll see the results." Despite the encouragement, Matthew still looked sluggish as he muttered, "It's so weird. The victims are male, female, old and young, but there's no common ground. I can't find any connection at all. Before we knew it, 13 people have already gone missing." Hearing this, Joshua, who had been silent, spoke up. "Those are non-human creatures." Matthew immediately sharpened his tone. "Exactly. Things are already a massive headache. And now we're finding non-human corpses too. But for sure, there's something we don't know about these strange deaths." Matthew suddenly recalled the bodies. Those non-human creatures that were discovered, sprawled out in the middle of the road, with only their torsos left while their limbs had vanished. But even assuming some superhuman managed to take it down, this remains an incredibly confusing conclusion. It's a hard pill to swallow. Joshua, sitting opposite him, also chimed in, from the serial killings to the disappearances, and then even the non-human creatures. It's all a dead end. No leads, no information. It's a killer headache. Matthew nodded, took a sip of beer, and agreed. "Yeah, that's exactly right." Suddenly, a third voice interrupted their conversation. "Isn't it all caused by the same person?" Both Joshua and Matthew were quite taken aback. When the other person suddenly cut into their talk, Joshua turned to look at him and called out, "FAV." The man continued, "Sorry for interrupting. It's just that if you connect the dots between the mass disappearances and the death of that superhuman creature, it looks exactly like the work of a single person." Hearing that, Marty nodded. "Yeah, it's not outside the realm of possibility. But anyway, who are you exactly?" At the question, Joshua stepped in to introduce him. "He's the new bartender." Fav gave a slight nod and introduced himself. "I'm Fav." He looked a bit frail and thin, with his long hair neatly tied back. Matthew smiled and struck up a conversation. "Oh, nice to meet you." Then he thought to himself, "I've never seen his face around here before." Right then, the man in the suit who had been silent suddenly slammed the table and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Hey kid, where's my Lydia Lynn?" Fav quickly held out a glass of dark red wine and offered it to him. "Is this it?" Joshua then turned to instruct the two who were cleaning up. "Go ahead. Ivan, stack the rest of the chairs. Let's get ready to close up." Hearing that, Matthew cried out in disappointment, "Whoa, whoa, whoa. I just got here. Why are you kicking me out so early?" "That sucks." Ivan, busy tidying the chairs, chimed in. "We have to work overtime too, man." Matthew then turned to chat with Ivan. "It's been a while since I saw you. You've been working here quite a long time, haven't you?" Ivan laughed and replied, "Well, I'm in debt after all. By the way, congrats on getting hitched." Matthew chuckled and joked back, "Ha ha. What's there to be proud of about a late marriage?" Just then, the man in the suit suddenly groaned. "God damn it!" He abruptly hurled his half-finished glass of wine right at Ivan's feet. Startling him so much, he cried out, "Ow, what the hell? This..." Is this supposed to be Darlene? The suit slurred. Seeing this rude behavior, Matthew stood up straight and spoke firmly. What's this? Have you lost your mind? If you're going to drink, at least act like an adult. Watching the tension rise, Joshua quickly intervened from behind the counter to stop them. Easy now, sit back down, Matthew. He's just wasted. Go ahead and kick this old geezer out for me, will you? Having said that, Joshua turned to Ivan and asked, Hey, Ivan, you okay? Here. Ivan just waved his hand dismissively and calmly replied, Hey, it's no big deal. The man in the suit felt cornered. A big, burly guy came out and dragged him out of the pub, while being hauled away on the street. He was still struggling and screaming, You damn Darlene! It's not like that black as ink blood. Get that thing out of my sight. Joshua turned back and patted his shoulder. Fab, don't even sweat it. The man in the suit kept shouting and kicking. Let go! Unicorn me, you bastards! Do you even know who the hell I am? Yes, at that moment, Matthew suddenly noticed the watch, looking quite expensive on the suited man's wrist. His gaze seemed to flicker as if calculating something. He slightly adjusted his jacket and stood up. All right, I should get going too. You guys finish cleaning up and get home safe, okay? Gobiza, after kicking the suited guy out, turned back to remind Matthew, Mr. Matthew, the investigation is indeed important, but you should also stay on your toes at all times. Hearing that, Matthew was a bit surprised, but then he nodded and replied, Yeah, heading out. Don't worry about me. Even if it's risky, I have to track down the culprit. Isn't that the duty of a detective? I have to bring peace back to this damn town. Right? Ivan then chimed in as well. Mr. Matthew is a legend of the Special Task Force. He'll definitely catch those guys, for sure. Seeing this, Joshua burst out laughing and patted Matthew's shoulder. Hey, buddy, since you're doing all that, you've got to have another drink with us. Yes, hearing that, Joshua immediately gestured for silence, then leaned down to whisper to him, calculating, I didn't bring any cash on me. Well, over here, Ivan heard that and burst out laughing. Ha ha! I didn't mean it like that. But if you give me that thing, then... Gobiza, beside them, also lowered his voice. I, for one, definitely meant it that way. At this point, Matthew spoke up as if trying to bail himself out. Sorry, guys. This is so embarrassing. I'm being totally rude. But I left my wallet in the car. Hearing that, both Ivan and Gobiza went dead silent, not uttering another word. Matthew glanced over at Fab, who hadn't shown the slightest bit of interest in the conversation this whole time. He softly said, Anyway, I really have to head out now. With that, he turned around and pushed the door open to leave. Catch you later. Get home safe, sir. Take care on the road. Scene change. Early next morning at the pub. A young woman, with short blonde hair, was sitting at the counter talking to Joshua. You really do have a strange charm. It's impossible to resist. So do you want to be my fourth lover? No. To be more accurate, she was blatantly flirting with him. Joshua replied with a firm voice. Sorry, I absolutely despise people who take love as lightly as you do. Right then, the pub door suddenly burst open, startling Joshua. Looking back, he saw it was Matthew and called out, Matthew! Matthew frowned and pointed his finger straight at him. He growled, Aren't you going to work? It's the crack of dawn and you're already here drinking. Don't you dare slack off and crawl here just to skip work. After saying that, Matthew suddenly aimed his gun at Joshua and the girl. Terrified, she ducked down, clutching her head. He ordered, Hands up now! Joshua felt a bit annoyed and snapped back, Hey you, I'm not playing around with you. Matthew became deadly serious, his voice tense as a wire. Everyone shut up! If you don't want to catch a bullet, get those hands up first. Hearing that, the whole pub froze. They realized right away that today, Matthew wasn't joking around like he usually does. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Matthew pulled his wallet from his coat pocket and took out his badge. He stated clearly, I am a criminal investigator from the Special Task Force. Listen up, Matthew. First, I need to check everyone's alibi here. Joshua was bewildered, having no clue what was going on. He asked, Matthew, what the hell are you actually doing? Matthew replied with a tense expression. Joshua, that drunk guy who was drinking Darlene last night. His body was just found, heavily mutilated. Hearing this, the entire pub went stone silent. What? Joshua blurted out in shock. Everyone was stunned, completely speechless. But Fab remained calm and composed, showing no sign of surprise or interest in what Matthew had just said. Matthew continued in a cold, monotone voice. To be precise, the head and upper torso have both mysteriously vanished. Only limbs were found scattered throughout the woods. Matthew's vivid description made the gruesome scene of the corpse so clear that it sent chills down everyone's spines. Joshua broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he asked, They only found limbs? How come? Why is that? Are you sure the guy who died last night was high? How can you be so sure? Matthew nodded and replied, "That's right. Identity verification is still ongoing, but I'm pretty damn sure it's high. Last night, when he smashed that glass and stormed out, I caught a glimpse of the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. The body we just found was wearing the exact same watch." Matthew explained slowly, enunciating every word clearly. "I tried contacting Hai's wife, and she said she hasn't heard from him since last night, so there's no doubt that body is Hai." After a while, Joshua managed to regain some of his composure, but he still looked stressed as he asked again, "Hai is dead, yet the watch is still there?" "Yes," Matthew replied firmly. "What I mean is this wasn't a hit, motivated by robbery or expensive jewelry. Moreover, his body was hacked into pieces. This savage MO is very similar to the serial killer behind the recent string of violence around here lately." Matthew's tone grew stern as he turned his gaze toward Joshua. He asked, "Joshua, what did you do after I left this place yesterday?" Seeing that Joshua hadn't answered yet, he continued, "Don't catch an attitude with me. Just cooperate with the investigation. This entire area is under investigation, so this pub is definitely on the list. You know how it works." Hearing that, Joshua hesitated for a moment before slowly replying, "Yesterday we had to stay late to clean up, toss out the leftovers, and since some glasses broke, we closed up late. When everything was finished, Biza and I sat around drinking beer and playing cards. Ivan was there too, but he was so beat he just crashed. We waited until dawn to head home, while Ivan stayed back at the shop to sleep." Matthew nodded and continued questioning. "After going home, you came back to work tonight, right?" "That's right, you can even ask my wife," Joshua replied. Immediately after, Matthew turned the other way to look at G, asking if what he just said was true. Yes. Suddenly being called out, Gisa was a bit startled, but then quickly nodded. "Yes, that's right. I also went home before coming here. When I arrived, Ivan was already here." As soon as Gisa finished speaking, Matthew instantly whipped around to another direction, raising his voice, "Ivan!" But as if he understood the situation, Ivan answered right away, "He's telling the truth, sir. Last night I slept at the shop and have been here ever since. I'm still in the same clothes as yesterday, haven't even showered yet. I'm straight up stinking right now." Matthew nodded and turned to ask next, "What about you? What were you doing yesterday?" He looked toward Faves, who had been keeping his back turned and hadn't reacted at all. Could it be Fave after all? Fav finally turned around and looked at Matthew calmly, answering briefly, "Me? After finishing work, I just clocked out and left." Matthew sounded dissatisfied and pressed further, "So after you clocked out, where did you go?" Fav answered without hesitation, "Home." Matthew narrowed his eyes, his voice full of suspicion. "Home, huh? All right. As far as I know, you haven't lived at your new place for long, right? About 2 months? Fav nodded, his voice remaining steady. "Yes, it's been 2 months." Matthew immediately raised a question. What a coincidence. For the past 2 months, this area has seen a series of disappearances and murders, my friend. Hearing that, Joshua panicked and cut him off. Hey! Matthew, are you seriously trying to pin this on Fav?" Matthew frowned and barked, "Shut it, Joshua! Can't you see I'm running an investigation here?" Suddenly, Fav spoke up in a flat, monotonous voice. "If you need to investigate, I'm ready." Those words made Matthew freeze for a second. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. He didn't expect such a straightforward answer. Matthew slowly tucked his gun back into his pocket. Then he said, "As for you, you're coming with me. There are a few things that need to be cleared up. Hope you understand, Faye." "I got it," Fav replied nonchalantly, as if this wasn't even worth worrying about. Joshua stood there witnessing everything, still in shock at how fast things were escalating. Fav quietly walked out with Matthew following behind. Before the door fully closed, Matthew looked back to offer a word of reassurance. "I'll be in touch with you later, Joshua." The wooden door slammed shut with a dry thud. Everyone in the bar felt like a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. Even, unable to stand any longer, slumped down onto the floor, exhaling in exhaustion. Gabby pressed her hand to her forehead and muttered, "What on earth is even going on, Gabby?" Joshua let out a sigh of relief and whispered, "Ivan, Gabby." "See you guys tomorrow?" Gabby suddenly asked while the two were sitting playing cards. "Joshua, do you think Fav will be okay?" Joshua replied in a gentle but firm tone. "Don't sweat it. Fav might look a bit edgy on the outside, but he's definitely not that kind of guy. I'm just a bit let down by Matthew, but there's nothing else we can do now. Anyway, it's my turn to play, right?" Yesterday, Joshua changed the subject, focusing on the game in front of them. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed. The bar door was kicked open with great force. The jarring noise made both Joshua and Gabby jump. A frantic voice called out, "Joshua, you're still here?" It was Matthew's voice. Joshua was stunned to see Matthew rushing in looking panicked, even though he had just left a few minutes ago. With a look of intense stress on his face, Matthew said. The patrol car waiting to take Fav back to the station was suddenly smashed to pieces. Hearing that, both Joshua and Gisa stared in total shock. Matthew continued, his voice heavy. 2 of my junior partners died in that car, and Fav has vanished. Gisa and Joshua flustered, asking all at once, "What, for real?" Before the 2 of them could even process it, Matthew growled, "I have to catch that bastard Fav no matter what. Give me his background info right now. The file must have his address, right?" Joshua suddenly looked at Matthew and asked back, "But what about you?" Hearing this, Matthew was briefly confused. "Huh?" Joshua repeated, his voice even more serious. "I asked why you're still safe and sound after all that." Seeing Joshua looking at him with eyes full of suspicion, Matthew barked back irritably, "What the hell are you talking about?" I went to another spot to investigate and used my junior's car. Suddenly realizing something, Matthew froze, his eyes sharpening as he shot back, "Wait! Are you seriously suspecting me right now?" Joshua stayed silent and didn't answer. He just maintained a hard stare, facing Matthew without blinking. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Gisa spoke up anxiously, "Guys, what's with you all?" At this point, Matthew had reached his limit. He pulled his gun, aimed it straight at them, and roared, "Shut your mouths, you scumbags!" Of course, why didn't I realize this sooner? That you're all in cahoots with that bastard Fav. Aren't you? Matthew's eyes and voice sent Gisa into a panic. Her voice trembled. "What is this?" "Please stop, Mr. Matthew." Joshua became vigilant. His hand reached slightly for the crate next to him, but his face stayed fixed on Matthew, trying to keep his cool. "Chill out. Don't do something stupid you can't take back." Just as his hand touched the gun hidden in the crate, just when he thought he'd outmaneuvered Matthew, suddenly, Matthew glared, his voice threatening, "What are you holding behind your back?" In that very moment, a piercing gunshot rang out, mixing with panicked screams echoing throughout the bar. When everything finally settled down, the silent, closed wooden door was suddenly pushed open once again. A man wearing a long coat with light-colored hair and a white hat strolled inside. His appearance was a dead ringer for the guy Ben and Kem were desperately hunting down. He walked in, with bloodstains on his pants, letting out a mocking remark. "Whoa, the smell of blood. Looks like you guys just had one hell of a brawl, huh?" The stranger approached Joshua, who was clutching his blood-soaked abdomen, leaning against a pillar and gasping for air. Seeing that Joshua was still alive, he burst out laughing, his voice full of amusement. "Oh? Not dead yet? I'm so glad you're still breathing." Joshua slowly turned his head to look at him, his face smeared with blood, showing clear shock upon recognizing the stranger. He smirked. "Talk about perfect timing. How long have we known each other now?" There, in his hand, was a human head. It was none other than Fav's head, with blood dripping steadily onto the floor. Joshua was stunned into a dead silence. The man casually sat down in front of Joshua. Surprisingly, he wasn't a stranger, but Ivan himself, the one who had been working for Joshua all this time. He crouched down directly opposite Joshua. Ivan's face twisted into a chilling expression, then said, "Something pretty funny just happened. Let me tell you about it before you die." Witnessing the scene, Joshua stammered in agony. Why? Why did you do this? Did you kill him with your own hands?" In response, Ivan remained terrifyingly calm, giving a slight nod. "That's right. I didn't even intend to kill him, you know." But then, Ivan suddenly recalled that night, when Hai was wasted and staggered out of the bar. He was swaying while climbing the stairs, muttering complaints. "Man, this is so annoying." Suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of him. Hai stopped, his face flushed, and looked up, stammering, What's this?" In front of him were 2 tall young men blocking the path. The moonlight behind them cast long shadows, their faces obscured in the dim light. One guy had a strange hairstyle. If you looked closely, he looked exactly like the thug Solly once clashed with. The other guy had the skin on his chest divided into 2 different patches of color. He looked like a freak, but the dim light made the scene both grotesque and suffocatingly menacing. Hai trembled. "Why are you blocking my way?" There's no need to tell what happened next. The end was obvious. Ivan clicked his tongue and continued, "It's actually hilarious. Fav was the real snitch who ratted out that old man. Yet in the end, that old geezer took all his anger out on me. Unbelievable." A series of memories of the night. Hai threw the wine glass at Ivan, suddenly came rushing back. Ivan shrugged. "So I sent some punks to take care of him." Hearing that, Joshua tensed up, clutching his aching stomach and coughing violently. You said them. Does that mean you have a whole gang?" Ivan replied nonchalantly. "A gang? Well, I do have lots and lots of friends, you know." Joshua looked momentarily puzzled as Ivan suddenly changed the subject. He didn't understand what kind of friends the man was referring to. Ivan nodded with a slight smile. "Oh, of course. Gisa and even you are my friends, too. But by the way, this guy was truly a good friend. At that, Ivan raised Fav's head high and pointed. Oh, that's right. I should say a few words about this little brat, shouldn't I? Looking at the blood-smeared head, Joshua shivered as tears streamed down his face, his mouth faintly whispering, Fav! Seeing this, Ivan smirked mockingly. Oh boy. Are you actually crying? Don't cry, Joshua. Don't you think it's a waste of tears? This kid was just a piece of trash. Ivan began to recall when he chased after the police car, carrying Fav. The car was crushed, with smoke billowing out. He chuckled like he was telling a story. Listen to this. In another corner nearby, outside the car, Fav was kneeling on the ground. One of his arms was severed, blood still dripping. Standing before him, Ivan, had my hands in my pockets, my gaze cold as if nothing mattered. Then Ivan leaned down to look at the shivering Fav, his voice soft yet chilling, honestly. At first I thought you were supposed to be someone special. Looking at Fav kneeling at his feet, Ivan spoke like he was passing a sentence. I still remember the moment Joshua first brought you over to introduce you to us. Back then, Joshua was all smiles. Hey guys, say hello, this is Fav, the bar's new bartender. Fav just nodded and said in a deep voice, I'm Fav. Back then, Gisa and I were even hyped. Nice to meet you. You look pretty fly, don't you? But Fav didn't even bother to answer. Just stared at me with dead eyes. I just stared back, wondering. In the present, Ivan narrowed his eyes and leaned in close to Fav, his voice turning sharp as he said, Tell me this. Were you really hiding your true potential from me? Are you also a bloodthirsty psycho like me? What the hell are you anyway? A stealthy ghost I couldn't read at all, who turned out to be just a total bore with no clue. For real. Any other sides to you that haven't come out yet, you trash? Ivan kept talking. His eyes locked on Fav's, his voice monotone, even though you look like you have no intention of talking back. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Before you bite the dust. How are you still keeping your cool like this? Or were you just born this cold-blooded? Or are you just trying to play it cool? But Fav remained in that same position, head down and silent, motionless, without uttering a single word. Ivan curled his lip and continued, Answer me. If you beg for your life with your hands together, I promise I'll let you live. Joshua or you, one of you will be spared. Suddenly, Fav whispered something. His voice was so tiny that he even frowned, unable to hear clearly. He looked up and saw Fav raising his eyes to meet his, a look that was a mix of fear and defiance. With tears in his eyes, he grinned like he'd gone insane. Fav raised his severed stumps, laughing like a maniac. How the hell am I supposed to beg with my hands like this? It was unclear if Fav still felt the pain, but he kept waving his stumps around chaotically, and then began to plead, his voice raspy as if he were putting on an act. Please save me just this once. Just this one time. Please save me! Watching that, Ivan's face twisted in annoyance. He snorted, then reached out and grabbed a handful of hair, jerking Fav's head back violently. You really are a two-faced snake. Interesting. I didn't even plan on catching a body today. As soon as he finished, in just a split second, Fav's head was severed from his neck, falling away with a clean cut. A gruesome sight. Back to reality. Hearing this, Joshua exhaled through gritted teeth and let out a raspy roar. You're a cruel, heartless bastard! Ivan, why? Why did you have to kill Fav? Tell me why! He screamed in a rage that seemed to tear through the air. But Ivan replied calmly, Well, partly to satisfy my curiosity, to drag out the true nature of humans. That only reveals itself at the very last moment. Or maybe just to kill time, vent some steam, or find a little thrill in revenge. I have plenty of reasons, Joshua, but none of them are meaningless. Hearing that, Joshua froze for a second but stayed silent, trying to process every word the man said. Ivan lowered his voice, cold and sharp as steel. As for me, I often bring life to flowers that have already withered. They have to die because their souls are inherently filthy. They no longer have any value. I'm just doing the right thing, the thing no one else dares to do. Even if it sounds a bit forced, half the reason is simply for my own amusement. Don't go grouping me with those low-life devils. Ivan's voice became chilling, his gaze as sharp as a blade. I want you all to look at me like a god, a creator who flips the script on predestined karma, crushing the rules that were supposedly set in stone. The more Joshua listened, the more he felt the sick distortion in Ivan's mind. He shuddered, whispering to himself, This whole thing is absolutely insane. Ivan laughed like a maniac as he leaned in close to Joshua. Oh, and I'm giving you a chance too, you know. I promise. Do you want to live? The question pierced straight through Joshua. He bit his lip and stammered softly, Just kill me already. Kill me and you'll rot in hell! He screamed with every last ounce of his strength. Ivan just sighed and muttered, Man, oh man. The wooden door of the tavern was pushed open. Ivan stepped outside into the sunrise. He mumbled with a hint of disappointment. "The sun's up already, huh?" But back in the tavern, Joshua was still leaning against the pillar, his abdomen soaked in blood, his body trembling in waves, his breath coming in gasps. He was still alive, but his eyes were vacant and filled with panic. "There's no such place as hell, Joshua. This world right here is hell." After that, Ivan lightly adjusted the hat on his head. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He glanced at the screen and answered immediately. A voice rang out from the other end of the line. The moment the call ended, Ivan's demeanor shifted instantly. Why now of all times? Around Ivan, a dark and pitch-black murderous aura began to spread. Scene change. After the young man whom Sally had encountered at night slammed an unconscious person down, bloody and battered onto the ground, then a voice spoke up. "Hey, stop it. Stop right now. He's practically a corpse now anyway." In a nearby corner, Ivan sat facing the group. Speaking slowly, "We have a problem. I'm giving you all a different mission." The group, which included the young man Sally had met, consisted of 4 people in total. They all listened intently to Ivan's instructions. "Listen carefully. Someone just escaped. What pisses me off isn't that he ran, but that I have no idea how the hell he managed to get out of here." Ivan held up a piece of paper for them to see. "This bastard is pretty well known. I'm sure you recognize him. He hasn't been gone long, so he probably hasn't gotten far." As he spoke, the murderous aura around Ivan grew thicker. His expression darkened completely, his voice dropping to a growl. "Catch him and bring him back here right now!" The moment Ivan finished speaking, a loud boom echoed. In a flash, 3 burly men leaped from the ruined building, vanishing into the night. Only Ivan and a small-framed individual remained. Still sitting in place, Ivan sat silently for a few more seconds, before standing up, adjusting his hat as he muttered, "I have a bad feeling about this anyway. Makes sense, I guess. There's always some bad luck that crops up out of nowhere. I should probably head out and check it out myself." With that, he shoved his hands into his jacket pockets. He turned and followed the direction the others had just vanished into. Before leaving, he glanced back and threw out a few words. "That girl is being held at a secret facility." The remaining one grimaced and grumbled, "This sucks. Leaving me here all alone every single day." The person took off their hat, revealing the baby face of a kid only about 5 or 6 years old with short pink hair. She looked exactly like the girl who had been loitering around the hiding spot of the passengers on the cruise ship Obia. "Last time was a total bore too, you dummy." Hearing that, Ivan sighed, turning back with a voice half annoyed, half soothing. "Drop the act, Kaizen. Just wait a little longer. I still have to clean up this mess before heading to the States." Kaizen didn't hold back and screamed, "I hate waiting! I hate you, stupid Ian!" "Stupid Ivan?" Ivan ignored the shouting, merely waving his hand dismissively behind him. "Whatever you say." Scene change. Babe and Chen were sitting at another cafe. This time, Chen spoke up softly. "The casualties haven't stopped yet. Just yesterday, the day before we arrived, 2 more people went missing. Where they are now is Akureyri, one of the largest cities in northern Iceland, and currently a hotspot for these incidents. Security here is so bad that no one dares to step out on the streets at night. Even so, the situation shows no sign of cooling down. Accidents keep happening one after another." Chen lowered her voice, becoming more serious. "This is also the last place Sis lost contact with Sally." Babe sat silently listening to Chen, her face visibly tense. Chen continued firmly, "In any case, we can't guess exactly who's behind this series of events, but clearly he's not being careful at all, because he's still lingering in one spot, not hiding anywhere. Before that stubborn bastard leaves here, we have to catch him." Babe suddenly cut in, her voice full of worry. "What if news about the government ramping up the investigation leaks out, making him run away or go completely ghost? Then that's a major headache." Chen nodded in agreement. "Exactly. No matter how much of a daredevil he is, it's unlikely he'd be foolish enough to go head-to-head with the Icelandic authorities." Chen nodded thoughtfully and lowered her voice. "Yeah. So here's our game plan." But before Chen could finish her sentence, a piercing sound suddenly rang out, startling both Babe and her. "Alert! Alert! Non-human entity spotted. Non-human entity identified as Kamid is moving on the route from Daisy Airport towards the city center. Casualties are rising rapidly." Babe turned her head slightly to glance out the window, seeing the panicked crowd scattering, desperate to find their way home. Chen's face grew even more tense. She looked down at her phone, her brows furrowing as she saw the incoming updates. Chen muttered softly, her voice tinged with anxiety. "If it's a Kamid, it's right in the next district. What do we do now? Why did the alarm have to go off just when we finished the plan?" The girl looked up at Chen with a determined gaze. "There's no other choice. If we move in to contain the non-human entity, then our presence here will be exposed. We'll just have to adjust the plan. She took a slow, deep breath and said with a steady voice, "Let's go, sis, whether in the US or anywhere else. When a non-human entity appears, we absolutely cannot just sit back and watch." Chen blinked slightly, then nodded. In the very next second, they kicked back their chairs and stood up. Following the direction of the intercom announcement, they charged straight toward the monster's location. Scene change. News from northern Iceland. Central Akureyri is currently being broadcast. Incidents involving fatalities and missing persons continue to rise. In just the past 2 months, there have been recorded 16 deaths and 20 people vanished without a trace. Inside a living room, the clear voice of the broadcaster came from a large TV, catching Kilo's eye, who was doodling and slacking off, lifting a dumbbell with one hand while stuffing bread with the other. Both of them glued their eyes to the screen, watching intently. Scene change. After discovering the bodies of non-human entities, I believe that the Icelandic government will no longer be able to turn a blind eye to this string of shady murders. In a dilapidated building, Naji and Dajiang sat before an old TV, watching the news report closely. Naji maintained his usual smile, while Dajiang sat in another corner, absent-mindedly fiddling with his phone. Scene change. To handle the situation, anti-terrorist forces and Team 1 under D2 have been deployed. On Mount Bongyong, Chogo Bangguan, along with another student of his, stopped in front of a small TV broadcasting the news. Everyone was silent, their faces tight with tension, as they focused on the broadcast. Scene change. Across the rooftops in town, 2 shadows flickered past at an unbelievable speed. Babe narrowed her eyes, following the figure weaving through the streets below, muttering, "Looks like it's around here." Below, the crowd was in a frenzy. Loud crashes mixed with frantic screams, "Run! Get out of here!" Once the location was pinpointed, Babe dropped to the ground, pushing against the tide of the panicking people to head deeper inside. Suddenly, she froze in her tracks, for right before her eyes, Wicho stood blocking the way, right in front of the monster that had just been reported. Though his arm had once been severed, it had now been replaced by a different arm. The skin tone was blotchy and abnormal. The old surgical site still had clear scarring, proving the wound had healed long ago. Witnessing her old comrade, who was supposed to be dead, now standing tall right in front of her, Babe went numb, her jaw dropping as she failed to react in time. Scene change. "Don't cry anymore," Champer said softly, as she and Kem sat together on a long bench, at the very spot where she and Wicho had been, where they once sat and talked for hours long ago. Kem sat beside her, choking back endless sobs. It was clear just by looking at them that this was when the two of them had just gotten off the ship. Oba hadn't even had the chance to change or rest. He sighed softly. She must be totally burnt out. Suddenly, Kem spoke up, her voice cracking. "I really cherished and respected Wicho, because even if I acted cranky or annoying, he still believed I was more deep-hearted than anyone else. I only used to troll and tease him all the time, just to help him feel less awkward around others. But in the end, I wonder if there was any place in Wicho's heart for me." Kem lowered her head and whispered, "I was just starting to feel a little happy." Hearing this, B frowned slightly and said nothing. Realizing that, Kem whispered, "I'm sorry, B. You must be exhausted and heartbroken too." B didn't answer immediately. She was silent for a moment, then suddenly murmured, "Of course I'm sad. I'll handle the upper floor." Those words left Kem momentarily confused. Before Kem could ask, B continued. "Those were his last words." B looked dazed, her voice trembling. "I still remember clearly when we first got off the ship. That was the final moment. I got to see Wicho whole. It hurt so much I just wanted to die too." Scene change. Wicho suddenly sensed B's presence. He turned around. Their eyes met, prompting B to call out instinctively, "Wicho!" As soon as she spoke, Wicho suddenly stiffened, as if pinned down by massive air pressure. Immediately after, he leaped high, attempting to escape her sight, before B could give chase high above. While Wicho was still midair and disoriented, a surprise punch came crashing down, aiming straight for his hip. The speed was so blinding that Wicho could only curl up to brace himself, but he still took the punch head on. On the ground, B was just as shocked to see a third party interjecting, punching Wicho directly. The stranger's arm trembled slightly before he put his weight into a powerful throw, sending him flying far away. His body hit a rooftop and then fell, rolling all the way to a distant corner. Bystanders instinctively screamed, "Oh my God, what was that?" Wicho, after that thunderous blow, was now slumped against a wall, motionless. The force of the strike had likely knocked him out cold. The strange individual who delivered the blow was one of the 3 people who had previously appeared with Ivan. He landed gracefully and then turned to look at B, with a gaze that was half contemptuous and half probing. B's face turned beet red with rage. She growled, "What the hell even are you?" He didn't bother to answer, simply turning away with indifference, and walking straight toward where Witjo lay, collapsed. Seeing this, B immediately rushed after him. Chen landed right behind her. Seeing B dash off, she shouted in a panic, "B!" But ignoring the call, B kept chasing that guy. Upon reaching them, she stopped, paralyzed with shock. Before her eyes was the sight of Witjo, being restrained by a strange young man, kneeling on the ground. The one who had just struck Witjo stood beside them, looking as if they were escorting a prisoner. The scene left B's mind spinning in confusion. What on earth is going on here? Chen, following closely behind B, froze the moment she appeared. She reached up to adjust her glasses, to make sure she wasn't seeing things. Looking at Witjo kneeling helplessly, Chen whispered to herself, "What kind of absolute mess is this? There's something here I just can't feel out." Despite not yet grasping the situation, Chen suddenly reached out, took off her glasses and spoke decisively. "All right, so it's these four, huh? From now on, don't any of you move an inch. Just play nice and answer my questions." Her eyes flashed with a fierce light. The atmosphere between the two sides was stretched to the breaking point. Everyone stared at each other in intense silence, because it was clear the target they were after was Witjo. Chen narrowed her eyes, her voice turning sharp. "What kind of game are you punks trying to play?" The young man with the weird hair spoke up in response. "We're acting under Ivan's orders." As soon as Ivan's name was mentioned, B immediately caught on to the key point. He looked at Witjo kneeling on the ground and continued. "This kid originally belonged to Ivan. We're just reclaiming what's ours." "Shut it!" B barked, cutting him off. Her attitude grew colder by the second. Her voice was sharp as a knife. "You better watch what you say. Stop yapping about nonsense. Let that friend of yours—" "Hold up! No wonder I'm having such bad luck." "What the heck is all this?" A voice rang out, interrupting and making B and Chen both freeze. That voice didn't come from any of the three goons. Ivan was sitting nonchalantly on a nearby bridge railing, smirking. "Honestly, it's pretty unbelievable. Why are you guys even here? So weird." "Kazun didn't say a word to me about this." Ivan tilted his head slightly, pretending to be deep in thought, but his eyes were full of disdain, as if he looked down on everyone. His sudden appearance caught B and Chen off guard, putting them on high alert. How long has he been there? Chen thought to herself. At that moment, B asked him directly, "You're Ivan, right?" "Bingo." Ivan nodded nonchalantly. "That's right. A real pleasure to meet you. And you must be Stanley, yeah? I thought you'd be a lot scarier." "Who knew you'd look so much better without the armor? I might have overthought it." Ivan's flippant tone only pissed B off more. She said coldly, "If you dare waste another breath on nonsense, I'll slaughter every last one of you right here, right now. Answer me, are those three over there the ones behind everything?" Sensing the threat, Ivan dropped the act and replied more seriously. "You could say that, but that's only one part of the story. Since we've met like this, we might as well skip the fighting. We should sit down and negotiate, shouldn't we? If you want, I'm ready to give you an answer right now." Ivan shot a quick glance at Chen and B before continuing. "If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be so sure, but Tenor, the one hailed as the strongest superhuman of this era, plus having the hero Chen Sonata right by your side. If I had to throw down with both of you right now, with my current strength, well, it would cost me at least 80% of my forces." As he spoke, Ivan's expression suddenly turned dead serious. "That level of power is pretty much enough to wipe out everything. To be honest, at this moment, I don't want to take any more risks. The critical moment is almost here." Hearing Ivan's ambiguous tone, B frowned briefly but brushed it aside, her voice hardening again. "Fine. Let's get straight to the point. We'll deal with capturing these four later. Now answer me, what did you do to him?" Ivan raised an eyebrow and replied, "I saved his life. This guy isn't the same Witjo he used to be." Hearing that, neither B nor Chen could hide their shock. Behind them, Chen's gaze grew more pensive. "Saved his life? I expected something like this, but before they could wonder for long, Ivan continued, "He received a new life from me. I pulled him back from the dead, even when his head was already severed from his body. And yet he dared to run away. It's hilarious," Ivan added, his tone full of mockery when mentioning Witjo, completely ignoring B's emotional state. "I have no idea how that brat managed to escape. Such an ungrateful little punk. Maybe I should just turn him back into a dry corpse?" As soon as Ivan finished speaking, B leaped over to the other side, shielding Witjo directly. That sudden move made both Chen and Ivan freeze for a second. Ivan thought it was simple, that she was planning to take Witjo away. He spat out a cold laugh. "Whatever you're planning is useless." But the hulking man the one who had just delivered, the blow that Witjo couldn't even resist, stalked toward B, his arm raised as if to block her path. "Don't even think about taking that kid anywhere." Right after he spoke, an ear-splitting explosion rang out and a blinding beam of light pierced straight through a nearby building. It all happened so fast, so violent that everyone froze in their tracks. The light and the massive shockwave vanished just as quickly as they appeared. When the dust settled, they saw B standing before the giant with one sleeve torn to shreds. But his body was no longer whole. A massive chunk from his shoulder to his stomach was gone, and his right arm fell to the ground. B's voice was ice cold, her eyes commanding, "The small talk is over. Move." The man could only let out a few muffled groans of agony before collapsing heavily onto the pavement. The surrounding crowd watched in stunned silence. Even Witjo, still kneeling on the ground, stared with wide eyes, completely speechless. The guy with the weird hair stumbled back several steps in terror. In contrast to everyone else, Chen remained calm, as if she had seen this outcome coming. The moment B made her move, Ivan, sitting on the bridge railing, had his mouth agape in shock. "Just one hit?" he muttered to himself. Ignoring the bewildered looks, B strode over to Witjo and grabbed his arm to pull him up. But suddenly, the other young man rushed forward, aiming a punch straight at B's face. It was a heavy blow, but what left him reeling was that B didn't show the slightest sign of pain. Her face remained frozen in ice. In a flash, B caught his arm and twisted it behind his back. The guy's face contorted from the overwhelming force. Immediately after, B landed a sudden, brutal punch to his gut. This time is different. The punch was so powerful it sent him flying straight into the air before he crashed down nearby. Pathetic. Ivan watched the scene and spoke in a mocking tone. "Well, was that just a full power strike? Could your true strength be even more insane than that?" B turned back, her gaze as cold as steel. Her voice was sharp and concise. "Call out the rest of your squad. I'll show you all what real destructive power looks like. Or let's just see if that was only 80% of my capacity." Ivan flinched slightly when he saw B starting to get serious. He realized she would take back Witjo at any cost. His initial arrogance vanished, Ivan thought to himself. That move wasn't just a regular melee strike, nor was it some random burst of energy. He swallowed hard as he recalled the moment. The blow connected with the target. The light flared up like an explosion. That destructive force truly bordered on absolute despair. If in a life-and-death battle, every single strike carried power like this. He nodded slightly to himself, thinking, there's no denying it. Her power is seriously terrifying. Ivan mused, his eyes still fixed on B. She really is a superhuman. Far beyond what I predicted. Her endurance is freakish, and her strength feels like a blow, delivered by a true superhuman. She's not just strong, she's highly trained, with nothing but survival skills. Yet she didn't take a single scratch just now. It all started the moment her body glowed. The light exploded with unimaginable, destructive force, and then that metallic scent spread out, wrapping around her body. Even the surrounding temperature is rising non-stop. Ivan smirked as he reached a conclusion. If I'm not mistaken, then she might be the only person in this world protected by a sun. It sounds crazy, but in this situation, B truly is the strongest. Seeing Ivan just standing there motionless, he frowned and spoke in a mocking tone. You said you'd call for backup, so it was all just Cap after all? Is everyone here just all talk? Ivan burst out laughing, his voice teasing. That's surprising. A gorgeous flower like you, your charm really is endless. Right at that moment, the man who had been severely injured by B suddenly struggled to his feet. The sound he made startled B, making her glance back. His lower half was scorched, yet he managed to stand despite being clearly exhausted. The sight annoyed B, her eyes filled with irritation. Suddenly the man arched his back, letting out a roar as if to gather his strength. Immediately after, from behind his back, a massive scorpion tail sprouted out, colored exactly like those non-human creatures. He shuddered slightly. A transformation? A superhuman with an ability like this? On the other side, Ivan was also taken aback. He didn't expect that guy to be able to stand up, intending to go all out against B, even though his body was practically thrashed. B fixed her gaze on the newly appeared tail, muttering, a scorpion tail. But in an instant, that tail lunged right toward her face. B immediately leapt back to dodge. The shocking thing was that the tail was now much larger than it was at first. He could change its size to attack. He frowned, guessing that the tail was venomous. The moment the tail grazed her face, B managed to see a viscous liquid at the tip, just like a real non-human creature. She reached a conclusion that seemed absurd but wasn't wrong. No superhuman has ever had the ability to mutate their body in this manner. Before B could strategize any further, the guy lunged into the air for a direct confrontation. Die! He roared, putting everything he had into this final stand. B immediately understood his intention. The two collided, trading punches as heavy as sledgehammers. Man's arms were crippled, but the scorpion tail became a third attacking limb. Frenziedly, she countered with nothing but pure power. Each blow was swung without pause. A scene of absolute chaos exploded against the blue sky. The two figures were locked together like a storm of lightning, watching the guy grit his teeth and fight until his last breath. Ivan stood below the bridge and muttered to himself, "So he's actually desperate enough to want to turn into dust? But this kind of effort won't be forgotten." With that, he pushed off the railing, turning to leave abruptly. Right then, a massive shadow loomed from above, completely covering the spot where Ivan stood. Startled, he looked up and caught sight of a giant boulder hurtling straight toward his head. It was a colossal block of stone, large enough to crush Ivan in an instant. "Damn it!" He hissed and immediately dove to the side. Boom! The impact shook the entire bridge. The giant boulder crashed down, slamming into the once intact deck of the bridge, instantly smashing it into jagged pieces. Luckily for Ivan, he had managed to roll away just in time, before being buried under the rock. But before he could even catch his breath, another boulder suddenly whistled through the air, flying straight at Ivan with terrifying speed. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Again? As soon as the words left his mouth, Ivan moved like a flash, spinning and launching himself in another direction to dodge the hit. Then, a voice rang out, piercing through the chaotic air. Ivan heard it say, "You really have the guts to do such dirty work, don't you?" The sudden voice made Ivan freeze. He immediately looked up toward where the voice came from, to see exactly who was targeting him. The person spoke calmly but with a cold edge. "Someone who acts like they've lost all humanity needs to be taught. A little lesson. What do you think?" Before him, Chen was hovering in midair. Countless rocks of all sizes floated around her. It was clear Chen had no intention of letting Ivan leave this place in one piece. The atmosphere grew more tense by the second, like a string about to snap. "Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson." Chen spoke in a cold, threatening tone. Ivan stood opposite her. He had to tilt his head back slightly to get a clear look at Chen's face as she hung suspended in midair. He spoke up calmly. "Ah, so you're the one, Chen Sonata. Take a good look." Chen didn't even bother to reply, only growling back with a question. "Is a lowlife like you planning to dump your subordinate and bail solo? Ian, you really are a piece of work. Your friends are truly pathetic." Hearing that, Ian only smirked slightly, totally unfazed by her toxic words. He slowly corrected the misunderstanding. "You've got it all wrong. I never planned to bail. I'm taking Witjo with me." Chen looked at Ian with utter contempt. "You've still got a big mouth, don't you?" Ian didn't respond to Chen, but turned toward Witjo, who had been sitting motionless as a statue this whole time. He spoke as if explaining to both of them, "That guy isn't in his right mind anymore. To be exact, he's panicked and unsettled like a newborn pup. A newborn. The world before his eyes is now just a meaningless mess. Maybe that's why he doesn't even know who he is anymore. His memories have been completely wiped. I'm not sure why he's running away from me, but I can't just let go. I have to look after Witjo no matter what, because I'm the one who tied him to this life," Ian stated firmly, as if it were an immutable truth. The moment he finished speaking, a large rock suddenly hurtled toward the spot where Ian stood. Fortunately, he managed to dodge it just in time. "I heard you're the one who pulled that off." Chen dropped the question coldly with no preamble. Ian paused for a moment without answering, though the question didn't really require an answer anyway. Chen continued, her voice full of disgust. "You're acting like someone who's lost their soul. I don't want to hear another word." As she spoke, the boulders around Chen suddenly vibrated violently. The rock that had just missed Ian, which was sitting on the bridge, also began to move, making him flinch slightly as he evaluated the situation. With a highly alert expression from high above, Chen suddenly barked an order, her voice booming like thunder. "Don't spit out any more of your stupidity. Surrender quietly. As for what this whole mess is, I don't give a damn. I'll bring you in first and ask questions later." The scene was as tense as a coiled spring. Chen's words carried even more weight. The boulders around her seemed to have a soul of their own, shifting restlessly, ready to pounce on the enemy ahead. Right then, from a hidden angle, a small drone was hiding behind a rock near Chen, secretly streaming live footage to the public. The scene immediately cut to city visuals. Campus, located in North Iceland territory, where a massive battle was erupting. The reporter's sharp voice rang out continuously. Live TV was also broadcasting news about Chen and her faction. Inside the academy, Master Choi, along with Ubung Queen and several others, were also glued to the TV screen, hanging on every word. A few tangerines were already laid out on the table. They had been sitting motionless in front of the TV for quite some time. All civilians in the vicinity have been evacuated. We are currently filming live via drone and broadcasting in real time. Ever since the non-human entity alarm sounded in campus, no monsters have appeared so far. Campus, so far not a single monster of theirs. Only a man wearing a wide-brimmed cloth hat, of unknown background, suspected to be a superhuman, is facing off against the superhuman from the UK. Chen Sonata. The screen displayed Chen hovering in midair, with Ivan standing right before her on the bridge. The image was a bit blurry, likely due to tremors caused by the boulders Chen was controlling. Ubong Queen frowned, unable to hide her shock at the news. Choi-ji stared wide-eyed at the screen, muttering to herself, "Chen Sonata, how? And what are those rocks?" Just then, the camera panned to P and Kot. The two were still locked in a fierce duel. You can still track the developments of the battle. It's hard to see clearly on that side with the naked eye, but experts confirm the one engaged in combat is the superhuman, Sunner. At that same moment, Kang stepped in from outside, his clothes looking a bit disheveled. His hair was standing straight up, probably because it had been whipped by the wind for so long that he hadn't had a chance to smooth it down. He glanced into the room. He heard the news broadcast echoing from the living room. It is still impossible to confirm at this point whether the opponent is a non-human entity or not. Seeing everyone glued to the TV, Kang spoke up. "I'm home!" "What's going on? What are those rocks anyway?" It was unclear if anyone even heard him, but no one said a word in response. Everyone was completely locked in on the screen. Seeing this, Kang called out again, "I'm home!" This time it worked. Ubong Queen, Choi-ji, and the others finally replied. "Oh, you're back? Got it, Kang. Have a seat, you've had a long day." Still, no one took their eyes off the TV for even a second. Scene change. Analytical experts and government advisors from various countries were closely monitoring the situation. In Ben's research lab, he and Kem were also glued to the news bulletin. Ben clicked his tongue softly. They were dissecting every detail of this baffling battle. Looking at the computer monitor, Ben instinctively blurted out, "Chen Sonata? Isn't that Chen?" Beside him, Cooper also suddenly noticed the enlarged image of Ivan. He was shocked. "Wait, that guy in the hood." Ben, standing nearby, also became tense and whispered, "What the hell is going on?" They said they were hunting for a superhuman named Sonic CR. Chen, standing next to them, didn't look much better. Watching the screen anxiously, she thought, "Cooper, just what in the world is happening out there?" Scene change, the rocks under Chen's control shot forward, smashing into surrounding buildings, creating massive shock waves that made the ground tremble violently. Ivan nimbly dodged the blows, keeping his head in the game while on the move, trying to figure out a way to handle Chen. "These aren't just your everyday rocks. If they were just normal stones, I'd just smash them and be done with it. There's no way they'd keep lunging at me from every blind spot like this," Ivan muttered to himself as he realized, "Even if I smash this one, another bigger one will strike immediately." It was just like Chen Sonata's relentless punches, putting massive pressure on him. He observed closely, carefully assessing the situation. These rocks weren't just debris falling from the buildings, or ordinary dirt and stone. They were disturbingly large. Where the hell are they coming from? But in that moment, he had to keep his head down and flee from Chen's chain of attacks. Where are they appearing from? The rapid speed of the assault was practically matching his own movement speed. They slammed down, shattering the ground into pieces. The way they flew in was chaotic. Or more accurately, they seemed to be in free flight. Block after block of stone just kept charging aimlessly. At this point, Ian shot a glance at Chen. Chen had been hovering motionless the entire time, showing no signs of manually controlling the rocks, just quietly staring Ian down. It was a mysterious power with an untraceable origin. She didn't rush in to attack, nor did she actively approach. Dealing with this level of power was truly terrifying. Ivan focused on her glowing eyes, and the clear hostility Chen was directing toward him. Suddenly, he turned around, only to realize a massive boulder was hurtling straight for him. But with the distance closing in fast, Ivan leaped away from his spot, clinging to the wall of a nearby building, to dodge the surprise attack. But before he could steady himself, Ivan spotted 2 more rocks aiming right at him. In the blink of an eye, he nimbly launched himself onto the roof, causing those 2 rocks to crash into a residential building. Just then, Ivan saw yet another rock charging in. He told himself he had to dodge, but as he prepared to swerve away, that rock suddenly screeched to a halt, less than an arm's length from him. Its sudden stop left Ivan a bit surprised, never expecting it wouldn't follow through with the impact. "It stopped," Ivan muttered, eyes wide. Watching the boulder remain still without charging in, suddenly that boulder began to shake violently. On the rooftop, Chen's voice rang out right after the sound of the stone vibrating. "Hey, you rope snatcher!" In the blink of Ivan's eye, the boulder vanished. In its place, Chen appeared in a flash, raising a hand, about to land a punch straight to Ivan's face. "Catch this!" After Chen spoke, she immediately delivered what seemed like a full-power punch. Before Ivan could even process what was happening, he took the full blow. His entire body was sent flying by Chen's punch, slamming straight into the wall before falling heavily to the ground. He skidded a long way across the road. The pavement was crushed and shattered from the impact. Ivan struggled to get up. Bracing himself to stop from rolling further, he reached up to touch the spot where he had just taken the hit, grimacing in pain. Above, Chen suddenly realized something. She leaned down, seeing a clear footprint from Ivan's dress shoe on her shirt. Her expression momentarily turned pensive. Chen recalled the moment just now and reached a conclusion. The instant I punched him in the face, he swung his leg and kicked me in the stomach, to minimize the force of my strike. Even so, the energy from his counterattack was no joke. His reflexes are pretty solid. No matter how telegraphed my moves might have been, when it comes to hand speed, I'm not inferior to anyone. After assessing the situation, Chen understood the person before her wasn't just some loudmouth who's all talk. This Ivan is definitely an outlier, quite unpredictable. I thought you were just a wet-behind-the-ears kid. Turns out you've been through enough hell to forge reflexes like these, huh? Chen's voice sounded like a compliment, but in reality it was dripping with sarcasm. Hearing this, Ivan burst out laughing. "Ha, playing good cop, bad cop all by yourself? All right, I'm so touched I might just cry." He let out a smirk, then tilted his head to look at Chen, continuing with an air of realization. "Fine then. That's enough talk. I've pretty much got the gist of it." Suddenly, Ivan looked up with a devious glint in his eyes toward Chen, causing her to feel a momentary sense of doubt. Without making Chen wait any longer, Ivan spoke in a tone filled with mockery. "Why do I keep getting the feeling inside me something is off? Or maybe you also feel that within me exist multiple souls." Scene changes to a starry sky. Chen and Soji are sitting on a rock, their eyes toward the vast sea. In front of them are countless boulders, large and small, exactly like the ones that appeared when Chen fought against Ivan. Witnessing that incredibly majestic scene, Soji couldn't help but blurt out, "Wow, it's so beautiful." She turned to Chen and cheered. "You really are a master of magic. It's your power that makes matter. Teleport like this." Chen, sitting nearby, burst into laughter and replied, "Oh, ho, ho." "Not exactly, Soji. It's actually a little different. I can't just move other things around." Hearing that, Soji looked a bit dazed and asked, "How so, sis?" Without keeping her waiting, Chen explained immediately, "The things you see are called hen. There are 80 hen in total of various sizes. Inside them are souls taking refuge. Each hen carries within it a pure ego." Soji was momentarily stunned, turning to Chen and exclaiming, "What, an ego?" Chen gently continued, "It's just that they don't have eyes, noses, mouths, or limbs. I control them to move according to my will. Of course, there are also times when I lead them all at once." In an instant, as Chen finished her sentence, Soji realized Chen was no longer sitting beside her. In her place, a giant rock appeared, making her jump and scream, "Ah, sis!" ignoring Soji's scream. Chen went on, "Moreover, we can also share perspectives, our own emotions, and even swap positions with each other." Soji paused for a moment, then caught the detail. "Wait a minute. Did you just say we?" Chen turned back and laughed. "That's right, oh ho ho. 79 hen and me. So I am also one of the hen that still exist in the end." A soft glow surrounded Chen's body, making her stand out against the night sky. That left Soji beyond astonished. She stood frozen, unable to believe it. She only thought to herself, "No way." At this moment, Chen called out, "Let's go, Soji!" "Follow me," Soji flusteredly replied. "Sis, I told you I can't fly." Scene change. Ivan smirked. "I already guessed that, so what?" His voice was full of defiance. Through that series of attacks just now, it seemed he had figured out the operational rules, as well as Chen's true abilities. Chen observed him, her face looking somewhat pensive. Could it be that during the battle, he managed to grasp my power's mechanism, the characteristics of the hen, and even their fixed number? She silently assessed. This brat's combat intuition is no joke. Despite thinking so, Chen remained silent and said nothing. Then Ivan let out a weary-sounding sigh. Phew. So this is what it feels like to face all 80. All by yourself, the feeling of despair. It's exactly like this. This morning, Ivan glanced at B and her, his voice turning even grimmer. Clearly they have one more person. The fight between B and her had ended. She now lay sprawled on the ground, her body battered while B still stood tall as before. What happened? Ivan tilted his head to look. His gaze met her furious eyes. He silently called her name in his head. Just a second later, Ivan's attitude changed completely. He burst into laughter, his flippant voice ringing out. Ha ha ha! I've never been pushed to the edge of life and death like this. My mind is totally blank. Suddenly, he turned to B, feigning concern. By the way, you okay, B? Look at you, you're covered in wounds. B didn't bother to answer, just kept that annoyed look while staring at Ivan. Seeing that, he didn't care further, simply switching the subject back to her with a complaining tone. I fused her incomplete body with an emperor scorpion that I caught in Denmark to create a new non-human creature. That thing has destructive power beyond imagination, carrying with it lethal doses of poison. I put a hell of a lot of work into it, B. Chen narrowed her eyes in suspicion as she heard Ivan recount that bizarre crossbreeding story. Right then, Ivan froze for a moment. The wounds on B's body were gradually vanishing right before his eyes, or rather, they seemed to be burning away into nothingness. B spoke softly, her voice dripping with mockery. You think I'd be easily taken down by that whack poison, Ivan? Watching the edges of the wounds slowly closing up, Ivan muttered in disbelief. Combustible poison? Or could it be that Chen also... Is she an expert in this too? Suddenly, Chen descended to the ground, standing right next to B before speaking. That's insane. It seems you're messing with human corpses and non-human creatures. The resurrection process for blood packs is probably similar, right? She looked over at Ivan and asked further. Her voice rose slightly. Let me ask you one more thing. Ivan was momentarily confused, seeing that Chen still hadn't stopped her questioning. Do you know anything about the superhuman named Soji, the one who used to hunt you down? That little girl with the short purple hair. Ivan shrugged and replied indifferently. Not really sure. If she tried to catch me, she's probably dead by now. The answer caused B and Chen to freeze for a second. My bad, my memory's trash. Who I remember. When or the details, I'm not exactly sure. But is that really so important? The living are going to kick the bucket sooner or later anyway. Is the whole dying thing even worth stressing over? Ivan said those words calmly, as if to provoke Chen. B took a step back, raising her voice. Back off a bit, I'm going to use the altar. A strong glow began to emanate from around Chen. It was clear she was extremely pissed off by Ivan's remark. B couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing that. At that exact moment, rapid sounds echoed from behind them, sounding like the footsteps of 4 or 5 people moving. B and Chen immediately turned their heads, their gazes full of suspicion. Ivan also realized something unusual was coming their way. Something is approaching. B and Chen spoke in low, wary voices. From afar, 5 shadows rushed in at terrifying speed. They darted past B and Chen, circling behind them. Ivan, now nonchalant, reached up to hold the brim of his hat. That was a close call. He let out a smirk. As they came to a halt, the forms of those 5 finally became clear. None of them looked like normal humans. They exuded a sense of deformity, as if stitched together from parts of non-human creatures. Ivan spoke slowly. His voice, absent-minded, you guys got here fast. One was a somber man with short blonde hair, with a long scar on his forehead like it had been sliced open, then sewn back. His eyes were pitch black with glowing red pupils. Another had pale skin and wore an eye patch. 2 other monsters looked completely grotesque, clearly not human. And a dark-skinned woman, half of her face covered in patches of strange skin. B frowned, thinking to herself, after all, why are these guys here? Almost bit the dust there. Seeing the group of comrades appear, B and Chen immediately understood they were Ivan's crew, arriving as reinforcements. B didn't hesitate to throw a provocative remark. So the whole gang's here, huh? Chen stood by, her eyes showing a hint of confusion, looking at the lineup of 6 before them. Ivan, she whispered to herself, wait. Ivan was in no rush, replying leisurely, B, let's just say the heavy hitters have all gathered. He glanced at B with a mocking grin. You're looking pretty cocky, San B. Scene shifts to Mount Jongbu. After changing clothes, Kang returned to the living room to join the others, their eyes glued to the live news about the incident in North Ai. The battle still hasn't stopped. The announcer's voice droned on. Meanwhile, the TV screen showed only black and white static. No, please don't show up. Mungu sat on the chair, muttering. Right then, the news feed cut to the face of the news anchor. He reported clearly, we are bringing you the latest update from Campus City where fighting has broken out. We deployed a fly cam for on-site footage, but it is currently being repeatedly destroyed by the rocks hovering in midair. But right now, we are looking for other ways to continue our coverage. Everyone was focused on listening to the news, dead seriously. Was someone controlling that fly cam? Mungu suddenly asked, immediately after. The announcer's voice echoed next to Chen Sonata. The other person, confirmed to be joining this battle, is Stanner, the top commander-in-chief of England. The Omali nation has issued an order banning all military personnel from approaching the area. Kamid was watching the news, his face pensive as if calculating something. Scene shifts. Chen stood in front of B and called out softly, "I recognize one of them." Her sudden claim took B by surprise. Chen continued in a low voice. "The situation is getting messy, so chaotic that even I'm not sure what just happened. But that guy is the non-human creature that I once let slip away. I remember clearly. He can talk and he's just as strong as anyone. He escaped from me while he was on the brink of death." Chen suddenly recalled the moment she faced that monster. His body seemed to have transformed quite visibly compared to their last encounter, yet he showed no sign of recognizing her. Just as Chen said, the monster just sat there motionless, staring blankly at Chen and B, without making a single sound, as if it had never met Chen before. The expression of Ian, the man in the black coat, wearing an eye patch, suddenly called out, "We've got a problem." Ivan frowned, his eyes showing confusion. "Kazan is gone. Someone snatched the girl." The moment he heard those words, Ivan's face darkened instantly. His eyes were full of shock mixed with tension. He gritted his teeth, his voice sharp with rage. "What? What the hell did you just say?" Terrifying pressure emanated from Ivan, making those standing nearby flinch instinctively, as they had never seen him in this state before. "Why the hell did you come looking for me instead of searching for her?" He hissed, his voice full of resentment. Strong winds seemed to swirl around Ivan. Everyone watched in silence, waiting to see what his next move would be. Just then the man with the black eyes spoke up, drawing Ivan's attention back. "Over here, Ivan." He turned his head in surprise toward the other side, as if waiting to hear more. "Chen B and I were chasing Kazan, while the rest gathered here. No luck, everyone ended up in the same spot." He tilted his head slightly, scanning the sky, as if searching for something. "Kazan is likely still lingering around here somewhere." On a rooftop near the scene, a figure flinched slightly upon hearing those words. Hearing this, Ivan's tone softened, his gaze becoming pensive. "Right here? Then why can't I sense any trace of her at all?" Suddenly, Ivan barked out an order. "Then find her!" Today is turning into a real pain in the ass. He let out a sigh and then shouted, "Bumpy! Get Guit Jiao first!" As soon as he finished speaking, the massive monster with glowing red arms reached up high. Moments later, its arm muscles bulged, looking just like a launcher charging up power. Seeing his arm deform, Chen and B both shuddered, sensing what was about to happen. In a split second, the monster's arm stretched out like rubber, slamming toward Guit Jiao with immense force. But just as that huge hand was about to reach Guit Jiao, a massive boulder suddenly plummeted from above, pinning the monster's wrist down, nailing it to the ground so it couldn't budge. That rock was clearly controlled by Chen. She was determined to stop another attempt to snatch Guit Jiao. The monster didn't even react, only staring silently at its stuck arm. In contrast, the man with the black eyes immediately lunged toward Guit Jiao and kicked the boulder away with a single powerful strike. He looked at Guit Jiao and commanded, "Get up now!" But he still received no response. Guit Jiao just sat there stubbornly. His lifeless eyes looked like a puppet with dead batteries, not even bothering to budge or open his mouth to say a single word. The other guy froze for a second, as if suddenly realizing something was way off. He turned to look, only to discover the boulder he had just kicked with all his might earlier was still hovering motionless, not shifting even a fraction of an inch. "This isn't any ordinary rock," he silently concluded. On this side, witnessing the bizarre standoff of that crew, Chen appeared to have lost her patience. "You guys show up late but keep acting all aggressive, huh?" She mumbled and began releasing her energy. A blue light enveloped her, accompanied by violent winds howling as if to sweep everything away. Chen roared with a commanding voice. Even Ivan wobbled a bit from that pressure. Everyone around couldn't stand firm, knocked backward by the powerful blast of wind. Ivan frowned in annoyance, thinking to himself, "What's with this insane pressure?" The boulders floating in mid-air began to shift their forms. From raw, crude stones, they turned into jagged, menacing shards. Ivan also managed to notice this extraordinary transformation. "The rock's changing shape, it's her doing," he thought. Chen was now hovering in the sky, looking down at Ivan's crew. She growled, "You guys showed up without any prep? Fine. Just a heads up, stay right there and wait for death." The atmosphere felt like a total brawl was about to explode. But suddenly a voice rang out from behind. "Hold on, sis!" Both of them turned around at once. Before them, Soji appeared, carrying a child in her arms, who was none other than Kazone, still unconscious and out cold. Soji grinned, her voice full of excitement. "Everyone really is gathered here. I've been waiting for you guys for so long I was lonely as hell." Seeing Soji show up, Chen didn't even bother looking at Ivan's crew anymore and descended to the ground. "Seoji," she called out softly. At that, Soji ran over quickly, tossing Kazone aside like it was nothing, then lunged forward to give Chen a big hug. "What took you so long, sis?" "I've been waiting forever, you know," Soji playfully grumbled, her voice still full of mischief. "You silly girl." Chen chuckled, reaching out to hug Seoji tight. Kazone, tossed by Seoji, landed right where B was standing nearby. B started as she watched the child fall toward her. Panicked, she reached out her arms to catch him. Looking at Kazone still out cold in her arms, B muttered, "What on earth is this? What's the deal with this kid?" But then, as if realizing something, B's face suddenly turned serious. She thought, wait a sec. This kid doesn't seem human. With just one hold, B could feel it. Kazone possessed some kind of special ability. Ivan, standing opposite them, was stunned to see Seoji appear with Kazone. But then his gaze quickly turned sour. He stared intensely at Soji, his mind filled with doubt. What the hell is going on? That brat. Suddenly a loud thud echoed. The red-bodied, non-human creature rushed to Ivan's side, stomping his foot hard. Against the ground, his voice growling with irritation. "Ivan, just kill them all and take Kazone back. End of story." "What are you waiting for?" That non-human was actually named Dioi. This was the monster that had surfaced in Russia, the one Basilio and Kijo had mentioned. Hearing that, Chen, B and Seoji all tightened their guard at once. A non-human that can talk? Chen thought, highly suspicious. Only then did Ivan speak up. "Well, it's not that simple. They're monsters after all." The other guy immediately brushed off that concern and replied with an indifferent tone. "You're overrating them. Just let me handle them. You guys just worry about getting Kazone back." Ivan hesitated, silently calculating his move. With Shen and Feta here, they could actually try to strike right now. But first, they had to rescue Kazone and get him to safety. What's the play here? On the other side, the man standing near Quiet Jiao was none other than Sen, the name that had just flashed through Ivan's mind. Alexander Sen. Suddenly, Seoji spoke up, cutting off Ivan's train of thought. "All of you, drop those pointless ideas right now. Stay put or I'll kill this brat." Soji's words immediately made Ivan and his crew freeze in their tracks. Chen stood by, watching closely with a keen eye. Chen still didn't understand why her younger sister had suddenly resorted to such a threat. Soji continued in a stone-cold voice. "I know exactly how much this kid means to you guys." At this point, Ivan didn't even try to hide his intent anymore and looked up to respond. "You're pretty good. It was you who trailed us the whole time, without being noticed. And you're the one who pulled the strings to let Quiet Jiao escape, weren't you?" Hearing his words, Seoji frowned and snapped back bluntly. "I have no idea what you're yapping about. And I didn't have anything to do with that. Not a single thing." Ivan heard this with a mix of belief and suspicion, but he still let out a laugh and replied, "Really? That's quite strange. Oh well, whatever." After speaking, his tone shifted to a menacing threat, as his eyes swept over the three people in front of him. "Now hand over Kazone. Play nice and we'll have less trouble. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to use force to take him back." He suddenly switched targets and turned to ask B, who was holding Kazone. "So, San B, my patience is wearing thin. If you guys really want to start an all-out war, I'm ready to go all in, life or death." Seoji looked at B and whispered, "Son B." She shook her head and said sternly, "I'll tell you more later." "But this isn't even their full power yet." Hearing this, B fell silent, deep in thought for a moment. Seoji added, "Of course I could help you guys catch them all right now, but the fallout would be massive. So massive that the current situation wouldn't even compare. It's better to stand down and take a step back for now." And just as Seoji said, the town has been heavily devastated by now. Many civilian houses were caught in the crossfire, even though they haven't even gone all out yet. Chen remained silent the whole time, just observing and listening. Faced with a crucial choice, B hesitated slightly. She suddenly spoke up, catching Ivan's attention. "Ivan." He narrowed his eyes, focusing as B questioned him. "All those souls you've dragged back from the dead, they'll never be able to escape your tether. No matter the time, no matter the place. It's become a permanent curse, hasn't it?" Catching the point of her question, Ivan smirked and replied, "You're trying to fish for info on Quiet Jiao's status, right? Fine, I'll give it to you straight. Every life I've resurrected is bound by the curse, and they can't defy me. My orders are their absolute priority. They can act on their own instincts, even if they have no memories of their past life, and they still have a certain level of freedom. That's exactly why things get messy." Ivan paused for a second before continuing. "But Quiet Jiao is a different story. I'm not sure where I messed up during the resurrection process, but for some reason he managed to break free from my control. completely. He actually brought himself back to life. To be certain, I have to recapture that runaway. Then examine him thoroughly to account for this glitch. B had been silently listening to Ivan this whole time. She looked pensive for a moment, then spoke up, her voice firm, even though I saw this coming. Quiet Zhao is currently unconscious. Just let me deal with him. In exchange, I'll hand this kid back to you guys. But B's decision was so decisive and somewhat abrupt that it caught both Chen and Xiuji off guard, yet neither of them spoke up to object. He added in a tough tone, "There's no other choice. So quit trying to pull any funny business." Ivan pondered this for a moment, but then he turned his head and called out softly, "Sen?" Sen immediately got the hint and stepped closer. He scooped Quiet Zhao up and tossed him straight to B. Seeing that, B didn't hesitate either. He threw Caro back toward Ivan right in front of him. Then she spun around to catch Quiet Zhao, holding him tight as they landed safely on the ground. Ivan caught Caro, hoisting the still unconscious girl up high. He muttered, "What the hell is wrong with this kid?" Right then, Soji quickly spoke up. "I didn't do anything to her. I just grabbed her and ran. She probably just blacked out." Just as she finished, Chen, who had been quiet until now, suddenly spoke up, her eyes locked on Ivan. "Ivan, you're wielding a power that goes against nature, but if that power means sacrificing innocent lives, then I'm going to have to stop you. If not, don't blame me when I go wild." Chen delivered the warning with a stone-cold gaze. Ivan paused for a split second, then suddenly burst out laughing, his voice dripping with mockery. "Ha ha ha! Innocent lives, huh, Chen? Thanks for letting me live today. Catch you later," he said dismissively, then vanished with his crew in an instant. In a flash, they were all gone. Only Cullen remained where he stood, his eyes fixed intently on B. He was slightly startled to realize he hadn't left yet. Cullen didn't avoid her gaze at all, staring back nonchalantly for a few seconds, before finally turning to walk away slowly, following the direction where Ivan went. Soji watched the scene and muttered to herself, looking toward where Sen had just vanished. What is that guy's problem? Since he gave Quiet Zhao back, he should just bounce. Why's he gotta look back like that? The three of them stood there for a little longer, then turned and left as well. Soji said, "We should probably clear out too." By the very next day, German government officials in tactical gear had arrived to inspect the entire scene, accompanied by TV news crews, directly filming after the chaos ended. To resolve the situation, the British government has deployed the Polyleg Army to station at the incident area. Looking around, everyone can see the traces of a large-scale battle. But besides the ruins, they couldn't find anything of value. According to the testimony of some witnesses, before the chaos broke out, they saw Chen Sanada, Senner, and also Galanguido, a post-human thought to be long dead, unexpectedly appear at the scene. The host's voice rang out steadily. Information about the sudden appearance of Quiet Zhao is becoming a hot topic for everyone. In another place, Choi is with a student at the Sumo Academy watching the news. Hearing that, both were wide-eyed and stunned by the shocking news. We are still verifying the information. Whether anyone actually saw Quiet Zhao in Russia, Basile and Kilo also didn't take their eyes off the screen, intently watching the live broadcast. In another old house, Da Jiang and Nan were also silent, concentrating on the news. Da Jiang instinctively blurted out, "What?" Hearing that Quiet Zhao seems to be still alive. Nan stood beside him, keeping a poker face, but couldn't hide the suspicion deep down. Not dead, still alive? How? How could this even happen? Scene shifts to the brawl site. A man is being interviewed by a TV reporter. He tried to recount everything he had witnessed firsthand, but his eyes were restless, as if fearing that no one would believe him. "Everything I'm saying is the truth. That long, bright red hair, and that tanned skin, too. The one who controlled the non-human creature was definitely Quiet Zhao." Some locals standing nearby couldn't help but cheer and call out Quiet Zhao's name loudly. "He saved us all!" Then the announcer's voice continued steadily. After gathering a series of witness testimonies, the U.S. government has issued an explanation regarding the post-human standard, including rumors of Quiet Zhao's rebirth. We will continue to push for the full truth to be brought to light. Surrounding this comedic incident, the TV screen shows an image of Quiet Zhao in black and white tones. Immediately after, flycam footage captured during the recent melee was broadcast. In the flycam footage, the silhouette of a mysterious man appears, and we immediately began an investigation into this person's background. That mystery man is none other than Ivan. Scene changes. Furthermore, Mr. Che, known as the assistant and spokesperson for the post-human standard, announced they will hold a press conference. Right after resolving all the messy situations, inside the office, G-Masker is leaning back in his chair, turning toward the TV, his eyes focused as if following the live news, his face showing a hint of annoyance. Scene changes. So far, according to statistics from the set incident site, 1 person is dead and 10 others are injured. Fortunately, the casualty count isn't too high, considering the scale of the chaos. In the large meeting room, Chen and Ben are sitting intently, eyes fixed on the large screen, listening to the news with a serious expression. These are images of strange meteors floating in midair. At the exact time the incident occurred, the screen displays images of Chen's henstones. They were doing their best to assist and protect civilians throughout the melee. Some even rumor that those meteors appeared only to shield people within the battle zone. Seeing this, Ben marveled softly. So strange things really did happen. Then Ben, sitting nearby, chimed in, "Meteor's my foot." Isn't that exactly Ben Sonata's power? Just then, the door to the room suddenly burst open, making both Ben and Ben turn around at the same time. The person stepping in was none other than B. Ben quickly spoke up to greet B. Benba also gave a slight nod in return. "Sorry for being gone for so long." "Hey everyone." Walking behind her were Soji and Chen. The two were still bickering, completely ignoring the presence of Ben and Chen. Soji pouted, "I waited until dinner was over to come here. 20 minutes is enough." "Come on, I'm starving to death here too." "Geez, it's always about that." Ben pursed her lips and glared at Soji. "See, this is your sister Ben, Soji." Ben and Ben were momentarily stunned when they suddenly came face to face with the other two, but Ben quickly regained his composure and spoke up. It's a pleasure to meet you all." "I'm Ben," he said, reaching out his hand to greet Soji with a handshake. But Soji didn't care for that. She suddenly lunged forward and gave Ben a big hug, making him a bit flustered, his face turning red. Soji smiled brightly, her voice full of excitement. Bro, I'm so happy to meet you." Chen could only shake his head helplessly at the sight, giving Soji a soft reminder. Soji finally let go of Ben, shook his hand gently, and laughed. Sorry about that. I was so thoughtless. Just call me Soji, okay, teehee." Ben was still a bit shy, but tried to respond, muttering some nonsensical words. This world is so unfair. It seemed Ben had unconsciously developed a good impression of Soji. This cute, chatty girl made him almost unable to distinguish between the compliments in his head and the words he had accidentally blurted out. So when he finally realized it, Ben became even more embarrassed. Blushing hard, Ben held his head in his hands, panicking and trying to explain, "Oh my God, I'm such an idiot. I don't know why I just blurted out the wrong thing like that. I'm so sorry. I just got too nervous." Soji didn't reply, just stood there in silence, her gaze drifting elsewhere. On the other side, Chen and Kem were having a pretty smooth introduction. "I'm Kem, ho ho ho!" Kem spoke first. Kem nodded happily in response. "I've heard so many stories about you, Kem." Kem felt a bit of tension, thinking to himself, what kind of people are they, really? No, but maybe I understand a part of it, because I used to be around CR, Quit Jiao, and Chen Sonata. Thinking of this, Chen felt a little suffocated, wanting to let go because standing like this was making him run out of breath. On the contrary, Chen seemed excited to meet him in person. Just then, Ben, who was sitting, asked, "Hey, Vo, is that Quit Jiao kid really Vo?" Vo looked at Ben and nodded. "Yeah, we went there with them. Right now his mental state is unstable, so I let him rest in Dr. Omen's laboratory." "Well then, first of all," Soji stepped forward, pulling a large whiteboard to the center of the room and uncapping a marker. "I'll be the first to present." "Right, everyone, right!" She stood in the middle and began to speak. "Even though this sounds dangerous, no matter what, I will continue to track them for a few more days." "What exactly is that, Kajon kid? What is Ivan plotting? And what did I witness?" "First, I'll tell you everything I know." Suddenly, a voice cut Soji off. The intercom suddenly called Kem's name, startling him for a moment. "Someone wants to come to the meeting room to see you." The announcement rang out. Hearing that, everyone in the room felt suspicious. "Who is it? Everyone is already here, so who else could it be?" Chen wondered. The voice responded immediately. "Not Kate Truck, but Kim Mian." As soon as they heard that name, everyone in the meeting room was stunned with surprise. He breached the security perimeter at the gate, slipped past the security checkpoint, and is now heading this way. Seeing the uninvited guest, everyone just stayed silent, wanting to wait and see what Mian's purpose really was. Scene changes to the peak of Rongbo Mountain. Beside a large, bubbling stream, Ka sits alone on a boulder looking up at the sky, seeming lost in thought. A voice suddenly rings out from behind. Obang Kwai appears and softly asks Ka, "What's on your mind?" Ka keeps his eyes on the sky and answers gently, "It's nothing big. I just have a really strange gut feeling." Obankwi says nothing more. He quietly observes Ka for a moment, then slowly begins to speak to Kang. "Hey, listen to me. I know that lately you've been holding a lot of resentment toward me. But youth..." Before he can finish his sentence, Kang quickly shakes his head. No, it's not that, sir. It's just that I sense a strange aura, and I'm sure it won't go away easily. It's something. Kang's serious expression surprises Kui a little. He thinks to himself, with Kang as he is now, his senses are definitely sharper than mine. It seems this isn't just baseless talk. In another corner, hidden by a large rock, within the clear air, a bizarre face faintly appears. It looks just like the creature that showed up with Van at the airport, the Incheon. Maybe that is the source of the strange aura that Kang sensed. Kui freezes for a split second after hearing this. He suddenly notices something behind him. He turns around and approaches the large rock. But when he gets there, behind, the rock is just a rabbit busy looking for food. Seeing this, Kui suddenly leans in to check, startling the rabbit, which looks up at him with an annoyed glare, as if to say, "You're ruining my meal." Noticing this, Kui glares back at the rabbit and mutters, "You little wild rabbit, who do you think you're staring at?" At that moment, the rabbit turns and vanishes. Looking incredibly agile, Kui heads back to where Kang is, still keeping a sharp eye on his surroundings, to ensure no unusual signs were overlooked. Could the boy just be tripping over nothing? But I really don't feel a thing, he thought to himself. Just then, a loud shout echoed through the woods, making both of them startle and look toward Kang. "Old man Oba, where is everyone? Time to head back." "Dinner's ready," it was Chog's voice. Since she didn't know where Kui and Kang were, Chog had to stand in the yard and yell into the forest. Fortunately, the two weren't too far away, so they heard her clearly. "Yeah," Kui quickly turned and walked toward the dojo, not forgetting to turn and tell Kang, "Let's go, Kang." "Yes, sir." Kang replied softly and stood up, quietly following behind him. At that moment, on a nearby rock, the figure of a lurking monster began to faintly appear. As soon as Kang and Kui left, the monster suddenly opened its mouth and let out a soft growl, then faded back into the air as if it never existed. Kang kept his serious expression, clearly still trusting his gut, because in truth, he was indeed being followed by a non-human creature. Scene change. So was it exposed? Van sat on a chair hunched over, his facial expression hidden in the shadows. His voice slowly asked again. The monster that appeared with him at Incheon airport previously seemed to be the same one that just stalked Kang on Mountain Rongbo. It hovered right in front of Van, and when asked, it replied awkwardly, "How could I have been caught?" "No, I'm not really sure." That half-hearted answer made Van unhappy. He stood up, his voice monotone, making it unclear if he was angry or not. Walking straight up to the monster, his voice hardened. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" He called it out. "Bitch, what kind of answer is that?" Before the creature could even respond, Van continued in a cold but threatening voice. "I'm asking you for the last time. Give me a proper answer before I snitch on you. Did you really let yourself get caught?" Although he didn't show any fear, the way Van spoke was heavy with pressure. Suddenly, another voice cut in. "Cut it out, Mal." In a nearby corner, Mal spoke up to intervene. With a hint of mockery, "You're way too stressed out, Van." Hearing that, Van only tilted his head to glance at Mal. Mal continued, "How could they have been spotted anyway?" That guy didn't even bother to look at Venus. But it's a pity we can't track him anymore. Mill frowned slightly and spoke slowly. "That guy in the white hat. He's so annoying he makes my skin crawl." "Whatever, I don't care anymore. Now we just need to speed up the plan a little." He spread his arms out and then clenched them tight as he spoke. His attitude was very decisive. "I had Venus tail that guy from the start, just to pinpoint his location clearly. Venus has done his part. Whether he got caught or not, doesn't even matter anymore. Either way, if we want to kill him, we'll have to face him head-on eventually." Suddenly, Mal shouted, "Venus! Call Veos and the rest, it's time." The air around them began to thicken with murderous intent. Van seemed to get Mel's point. His eyes lit up with fire. Excitedly, he said, "I'll personally take care of that kid in the white baseball cap." Scene change. The meeting room door burst open. Dion walked in under everyone's stunned gazes. He teased them. "This is really too much. A guest arrives. And you all give me those kinds of looks? Should I start crying?" Everyone remained silent at his joking tone. No one could react yet. Dion's sudden appearance was enough to make the atmosphere heavy. At this moment, Tay suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. "It's our first time meeting, Dion. Anyway, why are you all the way here? You ignored all the warnings and just barged in here like you owned the place. It's really ticking me off." She walked straight up to Dion, her voice sharp. Dion didn't back down either, smirking and replying with a provocative attitude. Their back and forth made the atmosphere in the room even more tense. Standing outside, Ben saw things were going south and spoke up in a panic. What is wrong with everyone?" "Please, if you want to fight, just take it outside." Suddenly, Soji cut in loudly. "I get it now. He probably felt lonely being by himself, so he crawled over here, curious about what we were talking about, and he just couldn't help himself. Right? Soji aggressively pointed at Dion with a teasing voice. Dion slowly replied with a mocking tone, I have no idea who you are, but you seem to act like you know everything about me. Right? Your guess was way off, you know? After Dion said that, the tension in the room suddenly lightened up. Shut down by his comeback, Soji was immediately speechless. She couldn't say another word. At this point, from behind Dion, Joe suddenly leaned out, looking a bit awkward as he spoke. Hey, everyone. Actually, I was a bit rude. I've been in here for a while now. Seeing Joe show his face, she and Ben both looked excited. Oh, Joe. How have you been? Is that really you, Joe? Suddenly, Dion interrupted the greetings. Anyway, shall we get back to business? His words made P look slightly surprised, unable to hide her confusion, but she stayed silent to hear Dion out. That guy in the wide-brimmed cloth hat? I came here because there's something I need to know about him. I've crossed paths with him once before. This statement made both P and Chen frown slightly. Their expressions turned serious. There was an incident before involving a non-human creature in the Netherlands. Within 2 days, I couldn't handle it on my own. Hearing this, Chen seemed to suddenly remember and said, I know about that. That was quite serious. Over 40 people died. Even the European multi-pedal forces were helpless. Don't tell me the one who cleaned that up was... Before Chen could finish, Dion nodded. That's right. It was me. At that time, I was filming somewhere. Not far from the scene. I used a cloth to cover my face. Then personally stepped in to take down that non-human creature. That guy was a straight-up giant. Hearing this, Joe, standing nearby, suddenly remembered those times. He used to wonder why Dion would often vanish without a trace, every time they were about to start filming. Everyone thought he was just messing around, drinking and passing out in some pub, totally forgetting the shoot schedule. Dion continued, his eyes glinting as he recalled the past. And that's exactly when I crossed paths with him. He chuckled with a hint of sarcasm. Ha! I came here looking for that masked guy. You've been running all over the city, haven't you? A truly mysterious individual. On the balcony of a nearby apartment building, Ivan sat perched, looking down at where Dion was standing, and spoke up. You're Dion, right? Impressive. Are you filming a documentary or something? Ivan didn't hesitate to expose Dion's identity on the spot, even while he was still wearing the mask. Dion was caught off guard, staring wide-eyed at Ivan, muttering to himself, Who the hell is this guy? But Ivan calmly continued, I'll keep your secret. Don't sweat it. With that, he vanished without leaving a trace. Dion shook his head slightly, whispering, I don't know if that guy saw me wearing the mask, but he clearly knew who I was the moment we met. Ever since Ivan disappeared, Dion had a bad feeling in his gut, lingering sense of gloom. Joe, listening from the side, also fell into a brief silence. He recalled that time on the plane, when Dion accidentally revealed a glimpse of his true power. Hardly anyone knew who he actually was. It was unclear what Joe was thinking, but his eyes grew deep and thoughtful, his face showing a hint of melancholy. After Dion finished his story, Ben spoke up slowly. We all know that guy's name is Ivan. The person you met is very likely him. The meeting's atmosphere gradually returned to its normal pace. Everyone began welcoming the two new faces, Dion and Joe. It's good to have us all in the same boat now. A voice rang out softly, and everyone nodded in agreement. Scene change, where did he go? But no one has a clue. At Dr. Oman's research lab, a woman with pink hair is standing by the test chamber, staring intensely at Gil Zhao lying inside. She mumbles in a lazy voice, Mess with anything here and I'll definitely get chewed out. Suddenly the door opens. An older-looking man walks in, a flicker of surprise in his eyes at seeing a stranger in the room. He freezes, staring at her for a few seconds before instinctively blurting out, Cho-Hui. Hearing her name called, the woman tilts her head slightly, looks at him, and starts laughing. In a teasing voice, Good grief. It's been forever and you're still nagging me. I haven't even touched a single thing yet. Looking at her face and hearing her tone, it isn't hard to realize she is Choi, the one Jong had often mentioned as his older sister. Oman looks at her with a slight frown and asks, Did you quit your job or something? Once they both sat down to talk, seeing Cho-Hui not answering immediately, Oman starts to look worried. He presses further. Is there trouble at work? With the Dinhuk military? Hearing that, Cho-Hui bursts out laughing and replies with a straight face. Compared to job instability, the military having to go on without me is the real mess. She laughs heartily, not caring about her manners. Oman just shakes his head at that reckless attitude, thinking to himself, flexing as usual. Cho-Hui stops laughing, her voice calm yet slightly bitter. I'm only half joking honestly, to the point where I see Those people is nothing more than a hot mess. The so-called strongest special forces, supposed to protect the Earth from those non-human creatures. But as you know, monsters these days, those non-humans are supernatural beings, far beyond human limits. Throughout her speech, Cho Hui keeps a bright smile, but her tone is cold, showing zero goodwill when mentioning the Datuk forces. Man simply remains silent. He listens intently to every word she says. The atmosphere between them suddenly grows heavy, as if shrouded in gloom. With those monsters that can crush everything, no matter how much power or speed they have, we still can't control them. In this situation, humanity can't just rely on a few nameless superhumans forever. The only way now is to use our brains. We have no other choice but to fast-track scientific development and prepare our defenses with cutting-edge tech. Hearing that, man falls silent for a long moment before asking, "So what needs to be done right now?" The next morning, Cho Hui leisurely picks up a glass of water, sips it, and then finally answers, "Simple, develop weapons first. Next, we figure out how to boost the performance of the ultimate weapon. Besides, I still have a ton of things to worry about. But the sad thing is, the entire bunch of so-called industry experts are just full of themselves." Mentioning that, she recalls the time she was still working at the old research lab. Images of colleagues flash through her mind, people who only knew how to sit around and gossip, lacking even a shred of a scientist's seriousness. They were only proud of their flashy careers. But in the end, it was all just for show. In reality, they had no combat speed, and almost zero ability to turn the tide. Everything just stopped at the knowledge they had learned and researched. Asking them to find a new breakthrough would be damn near impossible. Compared to those desk-bound intellectuals, they're basically just big fish in a small pond. Who knows where all the geniuses have drifted off to now? Sometimes even fools are more useful. For example, my younger brother in Korea is way more clutch than most of them. Choi suddenly brings up her brother, who is none other than Jong. Even though he's just an immature kid, he's sharper and brighter than a bunch of those big-shot researchers today. That boy actually seems like a bit of a genius. Of course, he still doesn't even hold a candle to me. Ha ha ha! Cho Hui bursts out laughing and flips her hair back. Her arrogance was on full display. Seeing this, man could only shake his head in disappointment. He silently prayed to God for her to just chill for a bit. Cho Hui gently set the glass of water on the table and changed her tone. "Even though the doctor refused to join the Dinhook military, I'm still handling everything just fine and enjoying it my own way." Man didn't react much to that. He just quietly picked up his glass and replied slowly, "If it's you, you'd handle any situation way better than I could." Hearing that, Cho Hui burst out laughing. "Ha ha, don't hype me up too much now." With that, she walked toward the containment tank, where Gil Jiao was still unconscious. The news that Gil Jiao was alive had already spread throughout the city. "This is Gil Jiao, right?" Dr. Oman remained seated and gave a short answer. "That's right. You know Stan and I are close. She was the one who brought him back to North Iceland this time." Cho Hui tilted her head and asked, "But why is he placed in a water chamber like this? Where exactly is this guy injured?" Man replied in a flat voice, "It's not exactly an injury. I just felt like he needed some rest. So I put him in the recovery chamber." He suddenly became pensive and continued, "Truth is, this person really is Gil Jiao, but he can't remember who he is at all. His mental state isn't very stable either." Cho Hui was momentarily stunned by this. She turned around and asked suspiciously, "You mean he has amnesia? Wasn't he supposed to be dead? But it's just memory loss?" Man gave a slight nod and continued slowly, "Not exactly. He actually did die. According to what P said, that's exactly what happened. Gil Jiao was truly dead. The unbelievable part is that someone resurrected him. After being reborn, his old memories were gone. Now he's simply a new man." Cho Hui became even more confused after hearing that. She just mumbled to herself, "What kind of crazy stuff is this?" Man continued in the same steady voice, "Whether it's P or Gil Jiao, when they truly needed to be saved, we couldn't do a thing to help. It's truly a bitter pill to swallow." Cho Hui didn't respond to that. She just stayed silent. Then she turns around, staring directly at the recovery pod where Gil Jiao is resting. Her voice suddenly fills with excitement. "The most important thing right now is to clear our minds and get strong. You taught me that. If there's something you can do, you absolutely have to go for it. Isn't that right?" Scene change. Inside the meeting room, Sem is practically floored. He adjusts his glasses and mumbles, "What? How can this be happening? Did Soji just vanish?" As everyone watches in disbelief, Soji suddenly disappears from where she's standing, then reappears out of thin air. She smiles and says firmly, "This is my power. I can vanish and pop up whenever I want. The whole room goes dead silent. Everyone is shook by this unique ability. Someone blurts out, "Wait, you're invisible?" Soji immediately shakes her head. "No, I'm not exactly invisible." Soji raises her bleeding index finger and explains softly, "This is hidden space, a completely private zone." Chen already knows about this. With this blood, I can open up a restricted area where I can hide and stay off the radar. As she speaks, neither Dien nor Pei can hide how stunned they are. Soji then uses her bleeding finger to reach down and draw a symbol on the floor. If I draw on the ground with this blood, the moment the blood mark fades, a transparent pocket of space will form. As long as I stay inside, it's impossible for anyone outside to find me. But if I step outside that line, everyone will see me immediately. She pauses briefly before continuing, in a steady voice. However, the weak point of this power is that someone could still accidentally walk into it. If someone enters the hidden space, my cover is blown right away. Soji shrugs slightly and carries on calmly. That's why I created a secret zone for myself, near the Yi Van base. That way I can observe them in total stealth. Every move they made, at that time, Chen chimed in to add that Soji's hidden space is literally an absolute hiding spot. Unless there's some unexpected outside interference, it's almost impossible for anyone to find it. I was worried sick when I heard Soji went missing, but I had a reason to believe the kid was still safe. Soji just nodded in agreement without saying another word. On the other side, Dao sat there unable to hide his shock after listening. He wiped away his sweat, thinking to himself, "This is way beyond my understanding." Then Soji suddenly spoke up in a serious tone. "Most importantly, there are two things we need to discuss first. First, their so-called secret base doesn't actually exist." She crossed out the house drawn on the whiteboard to emphasize her point. Seeing that, Dion asked in surprise, "What do you mean it doesn't exist? Didn't you just say you found their headquarters? Has appeared yet, right?" Soji nodded calmly. "I did find it, but that place isn't real at all." Everyone was filled with doubt after hearing that. Soji recalled the image of where Yvonne's crew usually gathered and quickly explained. Yvonne's headquarters is located in KuBI town, a remote area on the outskirts of North Iceland, where almost nobody lives. At first I thought there'd be a base like a small house, or at least some kind of building, but no, there was nothing. Just a single black hole, which is where they constantly go in and out. After hearing this, Ben thought it over and said, "That space could very well be the ability of one of them. It's very likely the ability of one of them." Soji nodded. "Exactly. You have to step through that black hole to reach the secret hideout that they use as a shelter. That's also why that scumbag Yi Van can move all over the place without leaving a single trace." Chen also joined in the conversation. "Maybe they can even move the entire base anywhere they want." Soji nodded. "Spot on. I felt a massive surge of energy flowing right through the black hole. That alone shows Yi Van's true power. Might not be just what we've seen so far. There's definitely something more to it." She suddenly remembered something and continued. "Maybe Gyol Jiao also escaped through that black hole. I didn't help him escape, but he managed to run out on his own. So we need to ask Gyol Jiao himself to see what exactly went down in there and how he got out by himself." Soji exhaled softly and went on. "After tailing them for a long time, I didn't see them make any major moves. They still go out and move around somewhere. What's even scarier is they're also carrying a lot of dead bodies." Hearing Soji mention the corpses, Dao's face turned pale, tension clearly visible on his face. Then he spoke up to add, "That guy Yi Van, after stitching those bodies together himself, he can actually bring them back to life. But the price for doing that is hundreds of human lives. That bastard has been abusing that extraordinary power. But it comes with terrifying risks. All those innocent people Yi Van killed indiscriminately. Ben is the clearest proof of that." Ben sat in a corner listening, unable to hide the thoughts swirling in his head. At this rate, he really is a total psycho. Soji then walked back to the whiteboard, sketched a child's face, and continued. "The second thing I want to mention," Soji said, "is this child. His name is Khan. At first glance, he looks just like any other normal kid, completely incapable of hurting anyone. He just stays by himself, mumbling all day, looking like he's been abandoned." Soji paused for a moment, then continued, a flash of suspicion in her eyes. "What caught my attention is that Yi Van and his crew are voluntarily protecting this kid Khan in a very mysterious way. While I was watching them, I accidentally eavesdropped on an important conversation they had. But the words Soji just uttered left everyone completely shell-shocked. Every eye was on her, waiting. Soji began to recount. Back then at the abandoned house, only Yi Van and Kazone were sitting on the porch. Suddenly Kazone spoke up, "Yi Van, Before long, a major war will break out in Korea, and many lives will be lost. Hearing this, Yvonne paused slightly and asked, if it's Korea, then will that superhuman guy wearing the white cap die too? Kazone replied, maybe, but everything is still a bit fuzzy. When Soji finished her story, the entire meeting room went dead silent. Everyone was shook by that bizarre tale. Soji didn't stop there. She turned to the group and said, everyone, please stay a bit longer. P has something she wants to say too. She looked at P, who was sitting with her arms crossed, looking serious. Being called on, P nodded and spoke up immediately. I also encountered that kid named Kazone during the O.B. Jordan incident. Hearing that, Dao looked surprised and glanced at B. B slowly continued, I'm not sure if that kid approached me on purpose or not, but Yvonne definitely showed up near him back then. Cam and Ben also verified the incident that day. Through CCTV, it's hard to believe this was just a coincidence. If we piece together everything Soji just provided, it's very likely that Yvan guy is pulling the strings, using Kazone's ability to predict the future. This realization left Cam and Ben totally shell-shocked. On the contrary, Dion remained calm, with only one thought flashing through his mind. Unbelievable, these guys are such a headache. But Chen didn't seem surprised. She silently rearranged all the details in her head. The Obeya case, the death of Gil Jiao. Ivan didn't just have a hand in them. He was intentionally interfering with what was to come in the near future. Just then, B's phone suddenly rang. She looked down at the screen and answered, Doctor? Almond's voice came from the other end. Can I talk to you for a second? Yes, go ahead, Doctor. Almond's voice was steady. Gil Jiao has woken up. Actually, he's been awake for a while. But I was busy, so I'm only just letting you know. Sorry about that. Oh, and one more thing. I have a student here with me currently. You can chat with him on the phone for a bit, all right? After that, Dr. Almond looked outside to where Cho-hee was still standing, keeping a close eye on Gil Jiao, who had just regained consciousness in the room. The slightly odd request made P pause for a moment, but she just gave a soft yes. Almond suddenly chuckled and further explained, he's a huge fan of yours. Besides, he has something he needs to tell you directly. Choi kept a serious face outside, his eyebrows slightly furrowed as if he were weighing something. Almond then held out the phone, which was still connected, toward Choi and said, The phone's for you, Choi. Talk to her. Choi quickly pressed the phone to his ear, his voice excited. Hello, Miss Nga-sun-en. I'm Choi Hai, one of Dr. Almond's students. I'm a die-hard fan of yours, ha ha ha! Choi Hai's somewhat excessive greeting left Po silent, offering no response, just patiently listening. Choi Hee continued in the playful tone. Your colleague, Gil Jiao, is awake. The doctor also mentioned that his old memories are completely wiped. Standing nearby, Dr. Almond frowned slightly at Cho Hee's persistent joking, but he didn't intervene. Cho Hai took a light breath and got straight to the point. I'll be real with you. I can't guarantee Gil Jiao will get his memory back. I can only experiment and hope for the best. But these words from Choi startled Po, her face unable to hide her anxiety. On the other hand, Choi kept his smile, glanced at Dr. Almond, and then reassured Po. From now on, I want you to listen carefully to every word I say, and follow them exactly. Scene change at Seong High School. The trio Dabang, Gil, and Kang were gathered at the checkout counter. Dabang looked at the pile of stuff on the counter, and couldn't help but complain. You bought so much, when are we ever going to finish eating all this? Diu, standing nearby, shot him a sharp look and snapped, What are you blabbing about? Hurry up and pull out your wallet to pay. Da Bang's face darkened as he huffed. I gotta pay for everything today too? Diu was still stuffing bread into the bag. When she turned around, pouted and played innocent. What? Who's the biggest glutton in this group, huh? Da Bang was speechless and could only let out a long sigh. Kang had been standing nearby in silence. He quietly picked up a loaf of bread and turned to walk away. But the bread in his hand was suddenly snatched away. A playful voice rang out, This bread is mine! Thanks, man. Mui appeared out of nowhere, swiped the bread and grinned ear to ear. You bought this bread for me, didn't you? I totally knew it. But Kang wasn't having it. Kang lunged forward, putting Muhi in a headlock and hissed through grit teeth, Give that bread back right now. Diu stood by watching the scuffle and clicked her tongue. Muhi! Spend your own money if you want to eat. Who's got time to buy it for you? Mui was bracing himself, clutching the loaf tightly, still trying to talk back. He stole my bread yesterday, didn't he? Dabong stood there watching the familiar chaos, just mumbling to himself. These guys are always bickering over food. Muhi suddenly spun around and stared intensely at Kang, getting so close that Diu and Dabong's eyes widened. Muhi swiped his hand, leaving a long scratch on Kang's cheek like a playful cat. making the skin turn bright red, instantly. Before Kang could even react, Muhi had already bolted. He could only shout after him, "Hey, give the bread back!" Watching Muhi run off, Dayu shook her head. He's been acting really sassy lately. Da Bang shrugged and smirked as he walked away. Kinda cute, though, isn't it? To be honest, we've mooched God knows how much bread from Muhi already, Dayu pouted. What? Don't drag us into this! You're the one fighting him for food! Kang just stood there, letting out a weary sigh, not even bothering to say another word. Scene change, inside the classroom. Dayu was perched on top of the lockers at the back of the class, spinning a basketball in her hand. She shouted, "Please, just take sports practice seriously! If we lose the next game, it's game over. We're cooked! Get to the court and start team drills now!" Nearby, Da Bang was sprawled out on a locker, yawning as he looked over lazily. Kang sat below, resting his chin on his hand, and replied sluggishly, I get it, I'm going." Beside him, Guan Chun was still focused on reading something. He muttered softly, "Let me just finish reading this." "Almost done." At that moment, the large door suddenly burst open. A voice rang out full of provocation. "Come out and 1v1 me." Choi Tae-sik stormed into the classroom. He clenched his fists, cracking his knuckles with a loud pop. Cho Tae-sik looked at him wearily and clicked his tongue. "Didn't you just get your arm snapped yesterday?" Choi Tae-sik ignored him and yanked a chair over to sit opposite him. Cho growled, "I'm perfectly fine." "Shut your mouth and let's go right now." Right next to them, Guagui Chun chimed in annoyedly with a mocking tone. "You lose every single day and you still want to fight? What a complete idiot." Choi Tae-sik turned and glared, his voice deepening. "I'll pretend I didn't hear that. If you don't want to get wrecked, you better shut it." But Guagui Chun didn't back down, growling back. "If you're not just playing deaf, then let's see if you're still grinning after this." The two were face to face, neither willing to budge. The tension was thick enough to cut. Seeing this, Kang suddenly had an idea. Why don't you two just arm wrestle, save the drama? That idea conveniently saved Kang from having to face Choi Tae-sik himself. Just then, Nam Gung Mu appeared from the back of the class and called out loudly to Da Bang. Startled by his name, Da Bang jumped. "Huh? What is it, Nam Gung Mu?" Nam Gung Mu stepped closer, looked him dead in the eye, and said nonchalantly, "I told you to change your hairstyle." Da Bang swallowed hard and stood there frozen, half scared and half confused by Nam Gung Mu's gaze. Without his glasses, his face looked even more unfamiliar. Nam Gung Mu raised an eyebrow. "What's with that look? Are you mad? Or what are you thinking? You look really dumb right now." Da Bang quickly gave a forced smile. "Sorry, I'll change my hair." He said that, but inside he was fuming. This guy, ever since he ditched the glasses, his personality has been so weird. I've been way too easy on him. Should I just slap some sense into him? Outside the classroom door, a figure with long, shoulder-length black hair appeared. Was standing there, looking in. His eyes followed Guagui Chun and Choi Tae-sik, who were just about to arm wrestle. Choi Tae-sik roared, "Just give up already!" Take it easy!" Guagui Chun smirked. "What's wrong? You gonna cry from the pain?" "Ha! This guy!" A friend standing nearby burst out laughing. "You dare laugh?" The classroom was buzzing with the sound of their bickering. The person watching from the hallway frowned slightly, but then turned away, ignoring the noisy scene. The students in the hallway saw that black-haired student and whispered, "Is that Bak Honda? Is he back at school already?" Mugi and Shin, standing nearby, leaned into the classroom and shouted, "Kang, get to the faculty office right now! The teacher's been waiting for you all day!" Kang was a bit surprised and turned to ask, "Me? What does he want to see me for?" Shin replied urgently, "I'm not sure, but I heard someone is here looking for you." Hurry up, scene change, at the faculty office. The teacher sighed in relief and said softly, "Anyway, I'm glad I finally got in touch with you. I tried calling Kang's family but couldn't get through." Standing across from him was a middle-aged man, dressed in a sharp suit. Part of a wooden prosthetic leg peeked out from his right leg. The man spoke in a deep voice. "An absence is just an absence. But Kang has missed school several times without an excuse, and he even disappears during class hours." Hearing this, the older man bowed his head, his voice trembling slightly. "It's all my fault. I'm so ashamed I can't even look you in the eye. I've been way too negligent in raising him right." The teacher was momentarily taken aback by those words, but quickly adjusted his glasses and replied gently, "Oh, not at all. I don't blame you one bit. Even though Kang skips class often, he gets along great with his classmates. I'm sure he's a good kid at heart. It's just a shame his grades haven't been the best." Suddenly, the office door swung open. Kang was standing outside. He looked a bit flustered to see Oh Bang-gui there, and called out softly, "Grandpa?" The teacher watched his student leave and thought to himself, "Did you really come all this way?" Oh Bang-gui caught his gaze, but simply remained silent. The teacher continued speaking in a calm voice. "The most important thing is for guardians to spend a bit more time looking after Kang to make sure he doesn't go off the rails. As a teacher, I'll also try my best to keep a closer eye on him." Scene change after leaving the office. Kang and Oh Bang-gui walked out to the schoolyard together. He shuffled along behind him, then suddenly spoke up. "This is the first time I've seen you not wearing your dobok." Hearing that, Oh Bang-gui chuckled and replied, "Well, Choji had this suit ready for me this morning. She said she's staying at the house a bit longer." He didn't know what Choji was up to. Recalling his conversation with Choji earlier that morning, he looked pensive for a moment, then suddenly turned to Kang. He questioned him. "I've done the math. This place is a 20-minute jog from the house. So why the heck are you late to school all the time?" He grinned and gave a nonchalant answer. "I'm only late because I got lost." That excuse was so absurd and funny that Oh Bang-gui couldn't help but be taken aback. He shook his head with a smile and asked, "Is everything cool at school?" "Choji told me you were struggling to adjust at first." Kang paused for a moment. He remembered the fun times with his crew and gave a slight nod. "It's fine, Grandpa. Honestly, this place feels like home to me." Hearing that, Oh Bang-gui's expression softened, and his tone became warmer. "That's good, Kang. All right, you don't need to see me off. Get back to class." Kang stood still, watching his back, then suddenly called out, "Grandpa! Thanks for coming out today." Oh Bang-gui turned back and smiled gently. "Thanks for what? You're like family to me anyway. Besides, thanks to you, I got to wear this suit. I look pretty legit, don't I? Catch you later, Kang. Peace." With that, he casually strode away from the schoolyard. Scene change, at the same time, at Mount Rongbo, in the wide courtyard of the Seimo Academy. The atmosphere was somewhat deserted. Someone spoke up with a sigh. That Choji said she'd be staying at the house a bit longer. She's probably up to something again. A few others chatted lively while sweeping the yard. This place feels really empty without her. For real. Just the day before yesterday, she was still running around here. "Master!" Someone suddenly looked up and shouted, "The wind is way too strong!" "Sweeping is useless right now, Master." At that moment, a massive dark shadow covered the entire yard, leaving Mong Yu stunned. He craned his neck to look up, his eyes wide with unmistakable terror. A worried voice rang out, "Master Mong Yu!" "This wind isn't normal." Mong Yu strained his eyes, just in time to see the magnified face of Venus, appearing clearly in the sky. Everyone in the yard looked up in unison, frozen in shock. Someone stammered out, "What is that?" Right at that second, Venus puffed out her cheeks and suddenly opened her mouth wide. A violent gust of wind shrieked down, blowing away leaves and dust. A few people couldn't hold their ground and were knocked over. Mong Yu covered his face with his hands, bracing himself to stay upright amidst the chaotic gale. From Venus's mouth, strange dark shadows shot straight down into the training yard. A series of non-human creatures landed heavily, sending thick clouds of dust into the air. Mong Yu stood paralyzed, watching as those creatures gradually revealed their forms. A fierce-looking monkey, a giant slime-green snail with strange mushrooms covering its back, and a porcupine-like creature, covered in sharp quills, hovering beside a spinning snail shell. Facing this bizarre sight, Mong Yu could only think to himself, his throat going bone dry. What the hell is going on? Among those creatures was a monkey named Sai Mong, the porcupine-like one named Hichi, and the giant snail called Bungoy. What bizarre creatures. Hiding inside a snail shell was a creature named Raba. Its face was unbelievably strange. It had nothing but a pair of eyes. There was absolutely no sign of a nose or a mouth. The crowd at the academy stood completely frozen witnessing this scene. Everyone turned pale, paralyzed with fear. One of the creatures slowly spoke up, in a sarcastic tone, "Look at these humans. They're like a bunch of mute statues." Mungu was actually so terrified his head was spinning. He muttered, his face showing a strange, intense stress. "He's not here," Jabba grumbled. "The kid in the white cap is nowhere to be found. We definitely came here to hunt down that brat." "Kang on Mil's orders." Simong and Bungoy said nothing more. Bunyu seemed to hesitate a little hearing that. This has to be the right spot. But where on earth is he hiding? Jabba narrowed his eyes. In an irritated voice, "Whatever for now. Just clear them all out and we'll go from there." Then Simong gave a slight nod. He gave a curt command. "Kill them all, then move to the next location." Meanwhile, Moon-gu was gasping for air in total panic. Images of Oh Bang-gui suddenly flooded his memory. On a winter morning, he had once strictly taught him The life of a martial artist is never without its struggles and headaches, but we simply keep walking the path we've chosen, with a resolve as solid as iron. From now on, let go of your dark past, and live so that you won't have to regret a thing later. Mungu! Mungu's eyes suddenly flashed with fierce determination. He growled under his breath. He was the one who guided me when I was lost. This place is our roots. We absolutely cannot run away. Hearing those words, the others began to regain their courage. They all clenched their fists, locking eyes with firm resolve. We have to face them head on. We must live so we have no regrets, Mungu roared, rallying everyone into a combat-ready stance. Everyone understood. Coming face to face with these bizarre creatures, defeat seemed like an inevitable fate, but no one chose to turn back. Scene change. A sudden alarm bell began to ring, blaring throughout the school. The sound was so violent it made everyone jump. An urgent broadcast voice rang out with a warning. Warning, warning, non-human creatures have appeared. This is an announcement from the Disaster Control Center. Currently, giant non-human creatures have appeared in the Mount Rongbo area, Gangon Province. Massive tremors have been recorded. Hearing the speaker mention Mount Rongbo, Kang was startled, his heart pounding. The image of Sumo Academy immediately flashed in his mind. A knot of fear tightened. What was going on? On the podium, the teacher slammed his hand on the desk to keep order. Now, now! Everyone quiet down, do you hear me? In front of the class, ignoring the teacher's voice, Kang quickly turned and bolted out of the classroom. His footsteps were frantic, as if in a race. Muhi was the only one who noticed in time. Her eyes followed Kang's shadow as it vanished down the hallway. The broadcast voice continued steadily. I repeat. This is a non-human creature warning. According to the latest information, giant non-human creatures have appeared in the Mount Rongbo area, Gangon Province. We urge residents in the surrounding areas to immediately evacuate. Muhi watched with worry, whispering, Kang. Scene change. Across the city, warning speakers echoed, causing a stir as panicking citizens began to talk. Where, Mount Rongbo? Whatever, as long as it's not near my place, I'm good. On another street, Obangui was walking. When he heard the announcement, non-human creatures have appeared at Mount Rongbo. He froze for a brief second, but his eyes immediately sharpened with resolve. Right then, Obangui sped up his pace, moving like a phantom, leaping across high rooftops to stay out of sight. A few people could only sense a blur. Seeing something just dash past at lightning speed, Lean cried out in total shock. What the heck was that? Scene change. A loud crash echoed out, fueling everyone's panic. A student from the academy had just taken a punch from Simong, straight to the face, sending him flying into the wooden house behind. Blood was still smeared across Simong's knuckles. Two people standing nearby were shaking uncontrollably, their faces as white as a sheet. The one with purplish hair stole a glance back, his eyes fixed on this poor soul Simong had just sent flying, who now sat motionless, without a single sign of life. He's dead? Is he really dead? He thought to himself in terror. Mungu also realized at that moment that the situation had become absolutely dire. His expression was stiff, his hands clenched tight. Suddenly, Mungu lunged straight at Simong, shouting at the top of his lungs, Everyone scatter! Run! Split up now! He leaped up, grabbing the monkey's neck, and used both hands to cover its eyes. Mungu had accepted his role as bait, hoping his comrades could escape in time. The others felt a heavy weight in their hearts witnessing this. None of them could bear to leave him behind. Someone cried out, Master, we have to fight together! But Mungu growled, Shut it! Say one more word and it'll be too late! You idiots, don't look back! Angry, Simong swung his arm back, trying to swat away the hands covering its eyes. In the background, Zaba smirked at the sight, mocking them as if watching a good play. Scene change. Obangqueen rushed through the streets, his gaze cold and sharp. All of a sudden, he spotted Kang also heading toward Mount Rongbo. That kid, I don't even have to ask to know what he's up to. At that moment, Obangqueen called out loudly to get his attention. Kang! Hearing him, Kang looked back. Recognizing Obangqueen, he simply nodded without a word. Then both of them leaped across the high rooftops to pick up speed. They both knew the current situation on Mount Rongbo was still a total mystery. Suddenly, the phone in Obangqueen's pocket started ringing. He pulled it out and saw the caller's name, Mungu. Without thinking, he hit answer. Mungu hadn't even finished his sentence when a raspy, distorted voice came from the other end, accompanied by violent coughing. Master, don't come here. Cough, cough, Obangui froze, his face falling instantly. He had a sinking feeling that the situation at the academy was a total mess. He tried to calm him. Stay put, But before he could finish his words, Mungu's voice broke in again, even more decisive. I told you, master, do not come. By reflex, at that intense tone, Obangui skidded to a halt on the roof of a building. Kang, standing beside him, also stopped, watching him closely, but asked nothing. From the phone, Mungu's weak but firm voice continued to echo, cough, 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 cough. I'm truly sorry for raising my voice at you, master. Obangui's face was now a picture of pure anxiety. On the other end, though blood was still dripping from his mouth, Mungu struggled to keep speaking. Master, just don't come here. This place is going to be toast sooner or later. Mungu was currently leaning against a crumbling wall, soaked in blood. His voice was fading fast. Hearing that, Obangui's heart sank into his stomach. He called out with a trembling voice, Mungu! But Mungu didn't let him say another word, only forcing out his final words in a low tone. There's no more time, master. And please forgive me for what I just said. Scene change in the academy courtyard. The inhuman creatures were trashing the place, hunting down anything that moved. One of them asked in a low voice, Those guys have already run away. Should we just finish them all off? He turned and asked Bongoi. Zaba shrugged and said calmly, Nah, don't waste any more time here. Moving on? Scene change. Demong, Mungu, and Chocho had all fallen, but the remaining survivors had used every last bit of their strength to make a run for it. Everyone had scattered and retreated. Mungu, recalling the moment he was still hanging on to him, Simon screamed with all his might, Run! You gotta run now! Whatever you do, don't come back here. But the students doing laundry by the nearby stream panicked when they heard the shouting. They had no clue what just went down, only Mungu's voice echoing through the woods, making them even more terrified. That's Master Mungu's voice. What on earth is happening anyway? Right now, Mungu's hands are shaking as he rests them on his forehead. His voice is raspy, sobbing over the phone. Even so, I'm still not your #1 disciple, am I, master? I gave it my all, master. Hearing that, Bangi froze and softly called out to Mungu. But there's no time left for mourning. Mungu struggled to catch his breath and continued hoarsely. Master, their real target is Kang. No matter how hard you tried to hide it, we already knew. Kang is the superhuman in the white cap. Bangui's eyes widened in shock. Old memories flashed through his mind. The moment Mungu and the others looked at Kang with confused expressions. Every time he accidentally broke something by overdoing it, Mungu remembered Benis's warning about going to the school. He rushed. The next target is the school. They've already chosen to act there. Bangui was caught off guard. At Mount Yongbo, Simon tracked down Mungu's hiding spot and strode closer. But Mungu didn't hide. He sat there trembling, speaking into the phone. Thanks to you, I've lived a life with no regrets. I just wanted to call you Dad even just once. Simon stood tall right in front of him, his fist clenched and raised high, preparing to deliver the blow. Mungu closed his eyes, his voice choked up. Dad, I love you. Those final words over the phone left. Bangui stunned. All the memories between him and his student flashed by like a fast-forwarded film. Master, why do you say you love everyone every day? Mungu had asked that one snowy afternoon long ago. Bangui didn't rush. He just looked at him and answered slowly. Because that is what people under the same roof always say to one another. Words of love are the most precious things. A heavy, devastating thud echoed. The spot where Mungu sat was now nothing but a pile of wood scraps, shattered under Simon's punch. Bangui slowly lowered the phone from his ear. He muttered softly. Master, what a joke. He said nothing more, but his face had gone stone cold. A murderous aura surged violently around him. The phone was crushed to pieces in his hand, as if breaking under the weight of his fury. What is it now? Standing nearby, Kang couldn't hear everything clearly, but judging by Bangui's demeanor, he instinctively knew something terrible had just happened. Kang's eyes filled with shock. Bangui growled. Kang! He hurled the smashed phone away, turned and looked straight toward the school. His voice was heavy and firm. We're heading back to the school. Go all out! Hearing the order, Kang was momentarily stunned, but he realized it immediately. Those inhuman creatures wouldn't just stop at Mount Yongbo. Scene changed to the school. At this moment, the students were scrambling to pack their belongings, preparing to evacuate the school. Dabong stared blankly out the window before suddenly calling out, Jiang Ju! Ju frowned in annoyance and snapped back, Hey, stop calling me! Just hurry up and help me pack. But Dabong kept staring outside and said bluntly, Yo, what the hell is that? Gil then followed Dabong's gaze. In the middle of the blue sky, a giant face suddenly appeared. It was none other than Venus. It seems it teleported to the school immediately, right after finishing things up at Mount Yongbo. Once again, Venus opened its mouth and let out a piercing roar. The high-pitched screech made